Chapter 580. After Ling Xiao finished using the first form of the three divine fingers, which was formed from the five elements, his exhausted body fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, he had used up all of his spiritual energy. Apart from the pain, he could feel nothing else. Ling Xiao didn't know how long it had been since he had used up all of his energy. If it was anyone else, they would have died immediately after using up all of their energy and being seriously injured. However, Ling Xiao had the ancient emperor's mystic art, and he had already cultivated it to the fourth transformation. Naturally, his recovery speed was much faster. Therefore, he didn't die even after falling to the ground. Instead, he allowed the ancient emperor's mystic art to operate on its own and gradually recover. Xianxia came back to his senses and rushed to Ling Xiao's side. He stuffed a few healing pills in his mouth. "Young Master Ling, don't die so soon." At this time, Feng Xianyun dragged her heavily injured body to Ling Xiao's side. "Xiao, are you all right? Don't scare me." Feng Xianyun hugged Ling Xiao's head and asked with a pained expression. I'm fine. Help me up and let me rest for a while," Ling Xiao said with a pale smile. Xianxia helped Ling Xiao sit up and didn't forget to praise him. "Young Master Ling, you're too amazing. You can even kill a half-emperor. When you advance another level, won't you be able to kill a true emperor?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, a hoarse voice sounded. "How can a mere earthly emperor kill this emperor?" Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and Feng Xianyun all tensed up. They looked forward and were shocked to find that Chou Yu was still alive. "He's not dead," Xianxia gulped. Right now, Chou Yu was in an extremely sorry state. Almost all of his clothes had been blasted to pieces. Only a high-tier armor wrapped around his skinny body. His hair was extremely messy, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. One of his arms was completely gone. It was obvious that although he had avoided a fatal blow, he had paid a great price to do so. Chou Yu glared at Ling Xiao and the other two with bloodshot eyes. "Damned little bastards, I want all of you to die." As he roared, he raised one of his hands, and a burst of thick poisonous gas instantly converged. He planned to launch a powerful attack to kill Ling Xiao and the other two in one fell swoop. However, at this moment, a gigantic dragon tail descended from the sky and swept toward Chou Yu. Puff! The pitiful sorrow you didn't even have time to react before her broken body was swept 1,000 meters away like trash, leaving behind a bright red parabola in the air. The blue WRM finally killed off all its opponents, saving the lives of Ling Xiao's team of 3 at the most crucial moment. "Boss, are you all right?" the blue WRM asked in a young girl's delicate voice. Ling Xiao shook his head with difficulty and replied, Thank you, Long-er. I'm fine now. Hurry up and help the demon-armored leopard." The blue WRM nodded its head and flew up into the sky. After advancing to the 7th stage, the blue WRM could already speak in a human language. From its voice, it was certain that she was a female WRM. It wasn't Ling Xiao's protective spiritual beast. There was no contract between them, and they were only friends of equal status. Therefore, the blue WRM called him boss like the prodigal, and he also changed his original address to Long. Ling Xiao felt that it was pretty good to interact with spiritual beasts like this. He didn't have to completely control them. Once they recognized a human as a friend, they would definitely not have any thoughts of betrayal or retaliation. This was the rare and precious part of spiritual beasts. It was just that there were very few human friends that could gain their complete approval. High up in the sky, the battle between the demon-armored leopard and the Black Wolf King had reached the final moment of life and death. The sudden addition of the blue WRM had undoubtedly broken the balance between the two. The outcome of the Black Wolf King could be imagined. In the battle between the cruel leopard and the evil ghost, the cruel leopard completely had the upper hand. The evil ghost's little ghost world had been completely disintegrated, and the cruel leopard's Devil Blade 8 styles was played to the extreme. The evil ghost was beaten to a sorry state. He kept spitting out blood, and his body was cut in many places. On the other hand, The savage leopard became more and more courageous as it fought, and its killing intent became even stronger. The savage leopard forced the Yin ghost into a desperate situation, and the blood-prisoned devil world wrapped him up in layers. Seeing that victory was in sight, the savage leopard shouted, "Obediently accept your death." When the Yin ghost heard the explosion of Ling Zhao's finger, he had already lost his mind. Moreover, he had been guessing the identity of the savage leopard, so he was even more panicked. "Damn it! Damn Cho Yu! How dare you disobey my orders and not summon the hungry ghost?" The Yin ghost cursed the dead Cho Yu 1,000 times in his heart. Then he shouted, "Ghostly shadow!" His whole body bloomed with powerful dark energy, and his speed was raised to the maximum. He rushed out of the savage leopard's world, and the ghost claw in his hand tore the savage leopard's world apart. How could the savage leopard let him escape so easily? The devil blade in his hand was like a storm, and the sword light kept falling on the Yin ghost's body. Puff! The Yin ghost's back was hit several times by the sword light, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. His face became extremely pale. He did not die, and he could continue to escape. He let out a mournful smile and said, "How dare you offend my Blackwater sect? I will make you all stay here." He landed on the ground, picked up dozens of corpses, and swept them in one direction. "Dying ghost, you still have the nerve to talk nonsense." The savage leopard chased after the Yin ghost in full strength. The Yin ghost quickly arrived at the edge of a deserted well. This deserted well was covered with mysterious runes, forming a dense heavenly net. In several directions of the runes, there were 7 rank 7 beast cores in the formation, trapping the deserted well in the middle. It looked extremely strange and extraordinary. "Lord Ghost Hunger, come out!" The Yin ghost came to the edge of the deserted well and shouted with a scorching expression on his face. At the same time, he shook the dozens of corpses he brought, and they all turned into countless amounts of blood. The blood dripped down like rain into the deserted well in the ruins. The bright red blood flowed like thin streams of water, appearing incomparably sinister and frightening. The savage leopard came to the top of the deserted well, looked at this scene, and said with a horrified expression, This is the demon trapping formation. What is trapped here?" The savage leopard obviously had a certain understanding of this formation, and he could see the origin of this formation at a glance. When the blood filled the runes of the runes, a blood-red light bloomed and rose up, and a thick smell of blood assaulted the nostrils, making people feel nauseous. "Lord Ghost Hunger, come out! Someone dares to invade our Darkwater sect." The Yin ghost shouted with a face full of veneration. After a long time, a terrifying voice came from the deserted well. A terrifying voice that seemed human yet not human shook the deserted well, and the powerful sound waves soared into the sky, causing everyone within 1,000 miles to feel a terrifying chill. Not far away, Ling Xiao revealed a horrified expression and said, What a terrifying voice. Could there be some terrifying existence in the Darkwater sect?" Xianxia revealed a solemn expression, and he gently pinched his fingers a few times. His expression turned cold, and he said, "A ferocious creature has descended. This time, it's big trouble." "What ferocious creature?" Feng Xianyun asked from aside. "I don't know. Let's hurry over and see if we can stop it from appearing," Xianxia said, and immediately shot in the direction of the deserted well. "Yinner, you carry me there," Ling Xiao said with difficulty. Feng Xianyun hesitated for a moment, but she still carried Ling Xiao on her back and skimmed forward. Since the blue water dragon and the demon-armored leopard killed the Black Wolf King, they quickly descended and wiped out most of the remaining members of the Darkwater sect. Almost all of the elites of the sect were wiped out in this battle. The prodigal was seriously injured, and the Golden Wolf King was on the verge of death. There were only a few pieces of flesh on its body, and if it wasn't for its strong willpower, it would have died as well. The prodigal took out a few beast cores and swallowed them, and he also fed 2 to the Golden Wolf King. The beast core was the best thing for spirit beasts to advance, and, at the same time, it was also the essence energy for them to recover their vitality. Xianxia rushed to the deserted well, and he revealed a horrified expression. The 7th-tier demon trapping formation is definitely a peak 7th-tier ferocious creature or a terrifying existence above the peak of the Mystic Arch. We must not let it appear, or else we will be the ones to die. He then looked up to the sky and shouted to the savage leopard. Savage leopard, quickly stop the blood from flowing into the well. There must be a terrifying existence down there, and we must not let it break out of the formation. The savage leopard came back to its senses, and the blood-devouring demon blade in its hand swiftly struck down the deserted well. The powerful blade aura completely submerged the deserted well and the formation pattern. Ingui blocked the blade aura with all his strength beside the deserted well, and a few more blade scars appeared on his body. However, he also blocked most of the sword aura from the savage leopard, allowing the blood to still flow into the deserted well. There were still waves of terrifying sounds coming from the deserted well. The sound was getting louder and louder, and the energy was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like it had been suppressed for a long time, and it was about to break out of the well. Ingui revealed a crazed expression and laughed. Don't even think about stopping Lord Ghost Hunger from coming into being. Bastard, let me destroy this formation pattern. Xianxia was very anxious at the side. A silver wolf pen appeared in his hand, and he shouted loudly. He then rushed towards the formation pattern without caring about anything else. The silver wolf pen was filled with all of his energy, and he waved it towards the formation pattern. Swish! Xianxia wanted to destroy the formation pattern, make the formation fail, and prevent the ferocious creature from descending. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak. The moment the silver wolf pen came into contact with the formation pattern, a powerful backlash sent him flying. Xianxiao's body was smashed dozens of meters away, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn, I'm too weak. Xianxia cursed unwillingly. No matter what it is, disappear from me. The savage leopard looked down from above, revealing an incomparably confident expression as he shouted. Following that, he once again deduced the blood-prisoned devil world, and the energy of heaven and earth blasted towards the deserted well. He planned to destroy the Ingui and the thing in the deserted well. Rumble. Chapter 581. The savage leopard's all-out attack was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Countless vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts swallowed up the demon trapping formation. Streams of cold and powerful saber light cut down the soil and trees below, causing them to fly everywhere. Inghost didn't dare to take the risk of blocking the savage leopard's attack, and he had already retreated far away. He looked at the demon trapping array absent-mindedly and murmured, No, impossible. The demon trapping array will definitely be fine. Lord Ghost Hunger will definitely come out. Ling Xiao forced a smile and said, An emperor-level attack can be said to be terrifying. I really hope to reach this realm sooner. Xiao, with your tenbin, you will definitely reach it soon. Feng Xianyun encouraged from his side. I think so too. Ling Xiao didn't know how to be modest at all. Xianxia, who was not far away, didn't look happy at all. He just stared blankly in the direction of the demon trapping array, and his expression became more and more serious. The savage leopard, who was high up in the sky, smiled and said, It should be fine. When all the attacks stopped, the demon trapping array was still intact, but the blood on the array pattern had disappeared, and there was no sound coming from Arai. For a moment, the surroundings became quiet, and no one made a sound. Did it really fail? Inghost found it hard to accept, and he had already made preparations to escape. Just as the savage leopard was about to heave a sigh of relief, Xianxia shouted, Savage leopard, quickly leave. It is about to come out. Just as Xianxiao's words fell, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Rumble. With Arai as the center, the demon trapping formation was finally activated. The 7-stage, 7-beast cores in the eye of the formation all exploded, and Arai was like a volcanic eruption, exploding out with a powerful energy that was like a mushroom. Everything in the surroundings was thrown up, Sand and stones flew everywhere, dust flew everywhere, and the trees were turned into nothingness. Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun, and Xianxia were all sent flying far away, and the three of them were seriously injured again. The savage leopard in the sky wasn't much better. He suffered the most intense bombardment, and although Xianxia warned him, his defense was too late. His whole body was blown far away, and blood oozed out from his body, and his clothes became tattered. When the world is so terrifying, Savage Leopard consumed a few medicinal pills in a row to quickly recover his strength. At the same time, the prodigal had already rushed to Ling Xiao's side, while the blue water dragon carried the golden wolf king and flew over. The magic-armored leopard quickly rushed to the cruel leopard's side, but its situation was even worse than the cruel leopard's. The savage leopard knew that the demon-armored leopard's injury was too serious, and it would be difficult for it to fight again, so he could only put it into the spirit beast bracer to let it recuperate. The Yin ghost had already escaped far away and was not affected. He looked at the broken demon trapping array and smiled proudly. "Ah, good. Lord Ghost Hunger has finally appeared. All of you can die." The Yin ghost returned to Eriji's side with an incomparably respectful expression. "Welcome, Lord Ghost Hunger. Please kill all of these invading bastards." Next, everyone's gazes fell on the well, and their heartbeats sped up. They all wanted to see what kind of terrifying existence lay at the bottom of the well. An incomparably sinister voice rang out once more. Then, a shadow slowly rose from the well. Everyone looked at the shadow, and their gazes became incomparably terrified. Is this a human or a monster? Xianxia swallowed his saliva and muttered, "He should be a human. He doesn't have the slightest bit of my clan's aura," the prodigal said with certainty. Could it be the legendary primitive human? Ling Xiao guessed. "I think he might have become like this after being tied up for many years," Feng Xianyun said. In midair, the cruel leopard looked at the shadow and became somewhat absent-minded, as if he was trying hard to find some kind of memory. Just what kind of existence did they see? The shadow above the well looked like a human, but its entire body was covered in long black fur. It looked like a black ape, and its fingers had fingernails that were half a meter long. They looked incomparably sharp, like the claws of a beast, and were too different from a human's palm. That pair of scarlet eyes looked incomparably bloodthirsty and murderous, causing people to feel a sense of fear. He looked like a human and a beast at the same time, making it difficult to distinguish him. However, this was not the strangest thing about him. The strangest thing about him was that his 4 limbs and body were tightly bound by the 10 millennia frigid iron chain, restricting his range of movement. "Lord Ghost Hunger, quickly kill them all," the Yin ghost shouted at that person again. Ghost Hunger raised his eyes at the Yin ghost, and with a slight movement of his arm, the Yin ghost was strangled by him without warning. Lord Ghost Hunger, what are you doing?" The Yin ghost kept struggling and shouting. That Ghost Hunger did not answer. The fingernails in his hand slid lightly, and the Yin ghost's head was instantly cut off like tofu dregs, flying far away. Ling Xiao and the others were all shocked by this scene. However, even more shocking was yet to come. They saw that Ghost Hunger had instantly shattered the Yin ghost's body into pieces. Then he opened his mouth, and the flesh and blood flew into his mouth piece by piece. That Ghost Hunger was eating human flesh. Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun, and Xianxia couldn't help but vomit on the spot. This scene was too bloody, too disgusting, too frightening. Ghost Hunger ate the Yin ghost's body clean, and once again roared towards the sky. His voice echoed endlessly in the swamp forest. After a long time, he finally stopped and said in a dry voice, "Meat. The taste of meat is really good. I want to eat you all." Then he raised his eyes and fixed his gaze on the strongest savage leopard. "Come on, I'm going to eat you." Ghost Hunger seemed to have not spoken for a long time, and the words he said were very simple and strenuous. As he spoke, he raised one of his hands towards the savage leopard. The nails on his 5 fingers actually grew crazily, like 5 sharp blades. They pierced straight towards the savage leopard. The savage leopard came back to its senses and the generous world deduced. The blood-devouring demon blade in its hand crossed in front of its body and began to block the nails. At the same time, he exclaimed to that person, Mad Tooth, isn't it you?" When Ghost Hunger heard the savage leopard's call, he was slightly stunned. His nails stopped growing, and a trace of confusion flashed across his scarlet eyes. Mad Tooth, who is he? It sounds so familiar." Suddenly, his body shrank back, his hands covering his head as he screamed, "Who is Mad Tooth? Who the hell am I?" The savage leopard was overjoyed and shouted to Ghost Hunger, "You're Mad Tooth. I'm your big brother Demon Emperor. You don't remember me. Back then we fought together in the central region, killing enemies. No one could match us." The savage leopard recognized that the Ghost Hunger in front of him might be his old friend and was very excited. I'm Mad Tooth. No, I'm Ghost Hunger. I want to eat meat." Ghost Hunger kept shouting as he twirled his hair. It was obvious that his mind was no longer clear. He didn't even remember who he was. Just as the savage leopard was about to continue explaining, Ghost Hunger suddenly burst out with a powerful energy and rushed out of the well. Crash! The 10 millennia frigid iron chains were pulled, making ear-piercing sounds. When he reached a height of tens of meters, the length of the 10 millennia frigid iron chains had reached its limit, and he could no longer pull it any further. Ghost Hunger shouted, and a powerful energy spread out, as if he wanted to break free from the 10 millennia frigid iron chains. Rumble! The ground under the well exploded, and the 10 millennia frigid iron chains exploded into bursts of dazzling sparks. Ghost Hunger's old eyes emitted a deep and terrifying scarlet light, and his palms turned into claws as he spread them out, producing a powerful suction force. "All of you, come here!" Ghost Hunger roared. Swoosh, swoosh. With Ghost Hunger as the center, the powerful suction force created a powerful gale within a radius of several hundred meters. Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun, Xianyao, the Prodigal, the Blue Flood Dragon, the Golden Wolf King, as well as the Savage Leopard and the Demon-Armored Leopard in the sky, all flew towards Ghost Hunger uncontrollably. Everyone's expression changed. They wanted to struggle, but they found that the suction force was too terrifying, and they couldn't struggle with their strength. "Oh no, he's going to eat us!" Yao hurriedly shouted. "Don't panic, I'll stop him." Savage Leopard shouted, and then he said to Ghost Hunger, "Mad Tooth, stop. I'm your Demon Emperor brother. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite." Savage Leopard shouted as he struggled, but he found that this part of the world seemed to be out of his control. It could be seen how frightening Ghost Hunger's strength was. Seeing that everyone was getting closer and closer to Ghost Hunger, Savage Leopard threw out the blood-devouring demon blade, and then used his mind to control the blade to slash at Ghost Hunger. The blood-devouring demon blade and Savage Leopard's mind were connected, and he could also use his mind to control the blade. "Mad Tooth, don't blame Big Brother." Savage Leopard sighed in his heart. However, when the blood-devouring demon blade slashed at Ghost Hunger's head, Ghost Hunger opened his mouth and the blood-devouring demon blade was immediately blown far away. "What?" Everyone cried out in alarm, and their expressions became incomparably shocked. A thought emerged in their hearts. Could this person have already entered the Saint Realm? Savage Leopard's expression was also extremely complicated, and all kinds of speculations emerged in his heart. Could it be that Mad Tooth really cultivated the crazy demon art that he obtained by chance, and completely fell into the demonic Tao? After all these years, he has already reached the Saint Realm? Could it be that I really harmed him? Ghost Hunger let out a strange cry again, and the suction force increased again. Everyone uncontrollably and quickly drew closer to him. "What should we do? Are we going to die, just like this?" Xianyao said anxiously. At this time, Ling Xiao revealed a calm smile and said, "Don't worry, we won't die." He paused for a moment and then shouted, "Earth Flaming Tiger, come out." In the face of the most dangerous situation, Ling Xiao could not gamble with his own life, so he had to use his final trump card. The Earth Flaming Tiger's tall figure quietly appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 582. The Earth-Flaming Tiger was brought out by Ling Xiao from the desolate mountain range. He already had the terrifying cultivation of a low-level 8th rank, which was equivalent to a low-level human saint. He was already in existence infinitely close to a 9th-level holy beast. With his cultivation and strength, he was only considered a high-level guard in the Qilin clan. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Holy Land. One could imagine how terrifying the Qilin clan's strength was. Once the Earth-Flaming Tiger appeared, strong flames surrounded him. The tiger's gaze fell on the prodigal, and its expression immediately became respectful. "Greetings, your royal highness." Ling Xiao angrily shouted, "Quick, stop that person. He wants to eat us." The Earth-Flaming Tiger ignored Ling Xiao and instead took a step forward, stabilizing the prodigal's figure so that he was no longer affected by the suction force. The prodigal roared at the Earth-Flaming Tiger. "Are you stupid? Didn't you hear what boss said? Quickly get rid of that guy." The Earth-Flaming Tiger immediately revealed a terrified expression. "It's His Royal Highness." Immediately after, the Earth-Flaming Tiger turned around and glanced at Ghost Hunger. At the same time, it waved a simple fist. This fist was simple and direct, but its aura was incomparably powerful. The fist force transformed into a tiger king the size of a mountain, roaring towards Ghost Hunger. Ghost Hunger seemed to feel threatened. He looked at the Earth-Flaming Tiger and stretched out a palm, intending to forcefully receive the tiger's fist. Rumble. The powerful fist force landed on Ghost Hunger's body, emitting a powerful flame that shone in all directions. It was also at this moment that all the suction force disappeared. Everyone was immediately freed and flew far away. The savage leopard also hurriedly flew higher, but its gaze never left Ghost Hunger's direction. When the fist force of the Earth-Flaming Tiger's fist disappeared, Ghost Hunger was actually unharmed. However, his eyes became increasingly bloodthirsty. "So powerful. I want to eat you." Ghost Hunger stared at the Earth-Flaming Tiger and licked his lips as he said faintly. Then he spread out his palms, and the 10 fingernails on his fingers crazily grew longer like sickles. Swoosh, swoosh. The 10 fingernails that were like sharp blades cut the air with a whistling sound. The Earth-Flaming Tiger's voice was like a great bell as it said, "You dare to hurt my prince, I will swallow you alive." After saying that, he took a step forward and smashed his fists at the nails like a mountain. Ding dang ding dang. Fists and fingernails collided with each other, producing a metallic sound as sparks flew in all directions. At the same time, the Earth-Flame Tiger opened its mouth wide and let out a terrifying tiger roar. Roar! The powerful tiger roar energy rushed towards Ghost Hunger. Ghost Hunger's black hair stood on end. He let out a shrill cry and shot out 2 scarlet energy attack waves from his eyes. Caught off guard, the Earth-Flame Tiger was struck in the chest, and its entire body flew back 100 meters. Everyone was startled by Ghost Hunger's strange attack. Savage Leopard, who was watching the battle from high up in the sky, revealed a look of realization and said, "It really is Mad Tooth. He really cultivated the crazed demon art. This is the blood eyes attack mentioned in the crazed demon art. I didn't expect him to have cultivated the crazed demon art to this level." After the Earth-Flame Tiger suffered the attack, it didn't suffer much damage, but it aroused its primitive ferocity. "I'm going to tear you alive." The Earth-Flame Tiger steadied its body and shot towards Ghost Hunger. In the blink of an eye, it was already above Ghost Hunger, and its fist smashed down on Ghost Hunger's head. A punch from a rank 8 spirit beast was enough to destroy mountains and split the earth. If it really hit Ghost Hunger's head, his head would probably explode. Ghost Hunger's reaction was also extremely fast. He dodged to the side and directly stabbed at the Earth-Flame Tiger's eyes. His move was quite sinister and vicious. The Earth-Flame Tiger's strength wasn't just for show. It blocked with its tiger fists and directly broke Ghost Hunger's nails. However, Ghost Hunger's nails seemed to be endless. Just as they were broken, they grew out again. The sharp claws kept on clawing wildly, like a terrifying sharp blade that could cut anything. Even if it was a profound artifact or spirit artifact, it would probably be broken if it came into contact with it. But the Earth Flame Tiger's tiger fists were as steady as a mountain, and the flames were like the sky. They blasted these sharp claws down one after another, as if they couldn't hurt the fists in the slightest. Bang bang! A series of intense and powerful collisions rang out incessantly in midair. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everything in the surroundings had long been overturned by the explosions. In the swamp forest, all the poisonous creatures were so frightened that they didn't dare to move easily. They could all feel that terrifying aura, which was not something they could contend against. Ling Xiao and the others had already retreated thousands of meters away, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying wind. If that happened, they would probably die. Ling Xiao looked at the fierce battle not far away, and looked at the figure that was so fast that it was hard to catch. He couldn't help but sigh. This is the terror of a peak expert. The dark water sect's lair is completely destroyed. It's a pity that I haven't seen the whereabouts of that old witch, ain't he? I wonder how Meng Qi is doing now. Feng Xianyun held Ling Xiao's hand and said, Xiao, don't worry. Big sister Meng Qi is blessed by the heavens. She should be fine. I hope so. Ling Xiao replied as he silently healed his internal injuries. The prodigal boy at the side shouted in disdain, Why did Grandpa send such a sick tiger to me? He can't even deal with a mere ape man. He's really embarrassing me. Xianxia said with a pained expression, Zai Zai, you should be content. With him by your side, you can go anywhere in the central region. The prodigal boy said disapprovingly, My grandfather said that there are still many places that I can't go to. Xianxia was speechless, but he also knew that what the prodigal boy said was the truth. In the vast central region, there were many forbidden areas for humans, and they were all terrifying places that could only be entered and not left. The battle between the Earth Flaming Tiger and Ghost Hunger lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and almost all of the swamp forest within a few thousand meters was wiped out. In these 3 days, Ling Xiao's condition had already recovered to 50 to 60%, and Feng Xianyun and Xianxiao's condition had also improved a lot. In these 3 days, the savage leopard had been nervously watching the intense battle. From his expression, it seemed that he didn't want to see Ghost Hunger get hurt. At this time, the Earth Flaming Tiger and Ghost Hunger were both covered in wounds, but their battle condition still hadn't decreased in the slightest. However, the Earthly Flaming Tiger showed its primitive beast impatience. After he forced Ghost Hunger away with a punch, he roared, Damned human, you have completely angered Grandpa Tiger. I will transform into my original form and swallow you alive. After he roared, his body retreated hundreds of meters away, and his body began to undergo an astonishing change. Roar! A tiger's roar that soared to the heavens rang out. A powerful tiger king that was dozens of meters long displayed its supreme ferocity. This was the Earth Flaming Tiger's original form. Its flame-like fur flickered nonstop, and there was a majestic king character imprinted on its head. The tiger's eyes, which were the size of copper bells, emitted a chilling intent. Those deep and bloodthirsty fangs made people feel incomparably terrified. Its strong limbs and huge physical soul appeared majestic and mighty. Ghost Hunger stared coldly at the Earth Flaming Tiger. He didn't seem to feel any fear. The devil blood in his body was boiling nonstop, and all the black fur on his body stood up straight as he roared nonstop. Ghost Hunger wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. He spread out his palms, and waves of powerful dark attribute energy surged toward him. The dark attribute energy between his palms transformed into 200-meter-long spears. He threw them with both hands, and the spears pierced toward the Earth Flaming Tiger. The black spears turned into meteor-like speed and instantly pierced the Earth Flaming Tiger's huge body. Boom, boom, boom. The Earth Flaming Tiger seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its body was blasted far away, and a lot of its fur was blasted off. Although it was hit by the spears, its body's defense was incomparably strong, so it didn't seem to have suffered much damage. After stabilizing its body, It roared and pounced toward Ghost Hunger to bite him. The man and the beast were entangled once again. Because Ghost Hunger was bound by the millennial frigid chain, his dodging was greatly restricted. He was continuously rammed by the Earth Flaming Tiger's powerful body, and he finally showed signs of defeat. Ghost Hunger slapped the Earth Flaming Tiger's body heavily with his palm, but he was ruthlessly swept by the tiger's tail. It seemed like neither of them had the upper hand, but Ghost Hunger was the one suffering. Although his body was also strong, how could it be compared to the body of a spirit beast of the same rank? After hundreds of collisions, Ghost Hunger's aura was already getting weaker and weaker, and the power of his moves was also getting weaker. The Earth Flaming Tiger took the opportunity to strengthen its attacks and rammed Ghost Hunger violently again. Finally, Ghost Hunger couldn't withstand the Earth Flaming Tiger's powerful body anymore, and his body powerlessly fell to the ground. Haha, damned human. How could you be Lord Tiger's opponent? Now I'm going to swallow you alive. The Earth Flaming Tiger laughed proudly and then chased after Ghost Hunger. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Ghost Hunger. Please stay your mouth. Savage Leopard hurriedly swept down from the sky and exclaimed. The Earth Flaming Tiger stared at Savage Leopard and faintly said, Lowly human, you dare to stop me? Savage Leopard said to the Earth Flaming Tiger, Can you please hand him over to me? Who do you think you are? Hurry up and scram, or else I'll eat you as well, the Earth Flaming Tiger said impatiently. Savage Leopard knew that he couldn't order the Earth Flaming Tiger, so he could only kneel in the direction of Ling Xiao and call out, Young master, please ask the Tiger King to show mercy. Ling Xiao and the others flew over. Ling Xiao looked at Savage Leopard and asked why. You want to know why Savage Leopard was so protective of this terrifying Ghost Hunger? Savage Leopard respectfully said, He was a brother of mine in the past. Perhaps something went wrong during his cultivation, so he became delirious. I hope young master can spare his life. I will definitely make him submit to young master and serve young master. I believe young master also doesn't want to lose such a great help, right? Savage Leopard could be considered to have figured out Ling Xiao's preferences. He knew that Ling Xiao really wanted to gather experts for his own use, so he said this in hopes that he could move Ling Xiao and let Ghost Hunger go. The Earth Flaming Tiger unhappily shouted, No, he has made Lord Tiger suffer these few days. I said that I must swallow him alive. Shut up, you have no right to speak here. The prodigal stared at the Earth Flaming Tiger and shouted. This time, the Earth Flaming Tiger obediently returned to its human form and retreated to the side, not daring to make a sound. Chapter 583. Swamp Forest. Amidst the boundless jungle, the Blackwater Sect's territory sunk down tens of meters deep. Everything around it had turned into powder. In this huge pit, there were several people gathered together. One of them was like an ape beast, with his limbs and waist chained up by several 10 millennia frigid iron chains. He was originally terrifying, but now he was like a dead ape, lying motionless on the ground. You said he's your brother? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao was a bit tempted by Cruel Leopard's suggestion, but he didn't have a good impression of Hungry Ghost. He didn't have the guts to keep a man-eating monster by his side. Cruel Leopard nodded and said seriously, Yes, he and I used to be good brothers through fire and water, Madtooth. It's just that I let him down that year. Then, with a strong sense of guilt, Cruel Leopard recalled the events of nearly 10,000 years ago. It turned out that when they were young, Cruel Leopard and Madtooth were both members of a certain mercenary group. At that time, their strength was equal, and they were both at the king stage. Their natures were compatible, and they became sworn brothers. They cultivated together, hunted spirit beasts together, drank wine together, sang together, and repaid their debts. Later, both of them fell in love with a female mercenary in the group. However, this female mercenary was much stronger. She was already at the Earth Emperor stage, and she was also a captain of the group. She was deeply liked by the other members. At that time, the two swore that whoever could surpass this female captain's strength would chase after her and make her his wife. Thus, the two of them cultivated desperately, constantly looking for spirit herbs and medicinal pills, and worked hard to advance their cultivation. Unfortunately, before they could surpass the female captain's strength, she was captured by a stronger mercenary group and raped by dozens of people. She was humiliated to death. When the two heard this news, they were extremely furious, and they wanted to find another mercenary group to take revenge. However, their strength was far inferior to the other party. They couldn't even kill a few ordinary soldiers, and they almost lost their lives. At this point, the two's temperament changed greatly. In order to obtain more cultivation resources and improve their strength as soon as possible, they chose to kill and rob. Both of them chose to kill lone cultivators who were on par with them, robbing and killing them, robbing them of their belongings and resources, and then reselling those belongings to buy cultivation resources suitable for themselves. The two of them had been doing this for 20 years, and their strength had increased by leaps and bounds during these 20 years. They had become the famous Mad Demon duo of the Northwater region. Later on, when the two of them were hunting spirit beasts, they mistakenly entered a secret realm, and each of them obtained a great fortuitous opportunity that suited them. Since only one person could obtain the inheritance left behind in the secret territory, Mad Tooth gave this opportunity to the Demon Emperor, while Mad Tooth collected a high-level profound skill and elixir from the secret territory. It was also from then on that their strength soared. In the end, they even found the mercenary group that had raped the female captain. The mercenary group had a total of thousands of people, and they had killed them all. Moreover, their methods of killing were extremely cruel and terrifying. The crazy demon duo immediately shook the Northwater world. From then on, the Demon Emperor and Mad Tooth began to form their own forces and began to unify all the madmen and villains in the Northwater domain. It could be said that the Demon Emperor wasn't the only ancestor of the Black Demon sect, and this Mad Tooth was also one of them. Since the Demon Emperor had obtained the inheritance, he didn't have to struggle along the way, so his strength gradually pulled apart from Mad Tooth's. At the same time, the Demon Emperor also gradually revealed his outstanding temperament. More and more powerhouses gathered around him, and his relationship with Mad Tooth gradually faded. Later on, the Demon Emperor became an emperor, and his reputation reached an unprecedented peak. However, Mad Tooth was still a middle-stage heavenly venerable. Although he still had a high status in the Black Demon sect, his mentality had changed. In the end, he finally proposed to the Demon Emperor that he go to one of the subordinate forces that he had subdued, which was the current Darkwater sect. At that time, he also planned to cultivate in the Darkwater sect, hoping that one day he could reach Emperor level and close the gap between him and the Demon Emperor. During his days in the Darkwater sect, the Demon Emperor often sent people to provide him with some cultivation resources for his cultivation. It was just that later on, the Demon Emperor was busy building his career and gradually forgot about his good brother of many years. Before he was betrayed and killed, the Demon Emperor heard about Mad Tooth for the last time. He knew that Mad Tooth had already stepped into the half-emperor level, and the Demon Emperor was already a high-level mystic emperor at that time. Naturally, he didn't care about Mad Tooth's half-emperor level strength. Later on, the Demon Emperor almost died, and he couldn't even protect himself. No one knew what happened to Mad Tooth. After thousands of years, the two brothers had reunited once again. However, everything had changed. The original Demon Emperor had become the current Savage Leopard. Although his strength had returned to the Emperor level, Mad Tooth had already reached the Saint level. It was just that his mind was abnormal, and his whole person had become like a frightening beast. If not for his facial features didn't change much, the Savage Leopard wouldn't have been able to recognize him. The Savage Leopard also didn't understand why Mad Tooth had become like this. Could it be that something went wrong while cultivating the crazy demon technique, or was he framed by a villain? Through the memories of the Savage Leopard, Ling Xiao finally understood why the Savage Leopard wanted to protect the person in front of him. The Savage Leopard had come back to life and had gone to see the king of hell thousands of years ago. His current mentality was already very different, and when he saw his brother who had roamed the world with him again, His joy and guilt naturally awakened his most loyal side. "Young master, please spare his life." The savage leopard knelt down heavily towards Ling Xiao and begged. This time, it was the first time he was willing to kneel and beg Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Even when he was threatened by Ling Xiao, he wasn't this sincere. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, "No, his strength is too terrifying, and his mind isn't clear. If we keep him by our side, when he recovers in the future, the only thing left for us is death." "Young master," the savage leopard asked excitedly, his expression filled with sadness. He also understood that what Ling Xiao said was the truth. Mad Tooth was no longer the Mad Tooth from back then, and he was no longer the Demon Emperor. Even if Ling Xiao let Mad Tooth go, would he definitely listen to him obediently? This was obviously impossible, but he had been struggling in his heart. He really didn't want Mad Tooth to die just like that. Mad Tooth was his brother who had gone through life and death with him. To be able to reunite with him again, this friendship wasn't easy to come by, so of course he would cherish it in his heart. At this time, Xianxia opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Ling, let him stay. If you want to build a force, you can't do without a team. Although this Mad Tooth is unconscious, it's not impossible for him to recover one day. As long as you cure him, he will definitely be grateful to you." Young Master Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia with a slightly surprised expression. He never thought that Xianxia would actually plead for Mad Tooth. However, he also felt that Xianxiao's words were not without reason. However, what if his strength was restored once again, and his mind was still so unbearable? What should he do? "Xiao, I'm a poison master. Other than being good at poisoning people, I also have some experience in treating people. Maybe I can help him recover, but I don't know how long it will take. He's definitely too strong, and the treatment will definitely be extremely complicated," Feng Xianyun said from the side. "Is that true?" Ling Xiao asked happily. Feng Xianyun nodded lightly to express her affirmation. Xianxia also said from the side, "My light attribute ability can purify his hostility, and it will also be of great help in healing his injuries. All right, if he really can recover his consciousness, then I'll spare his life for now. However, Savage Leopard, you must make him follow this young master, or else this young master would rather not save him. Otherwise, once his strength recovers, we'll be in trouble," Ling Xiao said resolutely. Savage Leopard was overjoyed and once again knelt towards Ling Xiao. "Thank you, young master. However, there's still a big problem. How can we seal his strength? Otherwise, we won't be able to treat him," Ling Xiao said again. Because Mad Tooth's strength was too strong, Ling Xiao and the other's strength was too far apart. They were unable to forcefully seal his Dantian, and the Earth Flame Tiger was a spirit beast, so they did not know how to seal it. If that was the case, then Feng Xianyun and Xianxia would not be able to treat him. This was indeed a problem that had to be solved, or else it would be troublesome if he recovered. "You don't need to worry about that. I can use silver needles to seal all the acupoints in his body. That way, we won't have to worry about him resisting," Feng Xianyun said. Savage Leopard said from the side, "Although silver needles can be used on ordinary people or weak people, he has already reached the profound saint realm, so silver needles won't have any effect on him." "That's right. How can a mere silver needle seal a saint?" Ling Xiao also did not agree with Feng Xianyun's method. However, Feng Xianyun firmly said, "As long as he's still a human, my silver needles can seal him, unless he becomes a god. My silver needle sealing acupoints has been passed down from ancient times, and there are records in my clan that anyone below the divine realm can seal him, and he definitely won't be able to break free." Xianxia revealed a pensive expression and said, "If it really is an ancient silver needle sealing method, then I want to give it a try." Savage Leopard looked at Xianxia doubtfully and asked, "Military advisor, are you sure?" Savage Leopard knew Xianxiao's true identity and trusted his words, so he asked for confirmation. The ancient silver needle sealing method was once at its peak. Not only could it activate a person's potential, but it could also keep a person in a state of eternal sleep without dying. It could also Its miraculous power is not something we can imagine. It's just that as more and more people pursued power, and with the help of all kinds of exotic plants and elixirs, the ancient silver needle sealing method was gradually forgotten by the world, which eventually led to its decline. Now, there are many people who know the ancient silver needle sealing method. I didn't expect Madame Yun to know it, so I believe it won't be a problem to seal Mad Tooth, Xianxia said. Yes, military advisor is right. This ancient silver needle sealing method has been passed down in my clan, so I know how to use it, Feng Xianyun replied. All right, since Yun'er is confident, then let's give it a try. Ling Xiao was confident in Xian Yao and Feng Xianyun, so he immediately agreed. Chapter 584. After some discussion, Ling Xiao and the others decided to let Mad Tooth stay. Feng Xianyun then used the ancient silver needle sealing technique to seal Mad Tooth's strength and prevent him from waking up for a short period of time. Everyone was able to witness the miraculous effects of the ancient silver needle sealing technique. However, when Feng Xianyun inserted nearly 100 silver needles into Mad Tooth's major acupoints, she became extremely weak. It turned out that the ancient silver needle sealing technique required one to infuse their own spirit energy into the silver needles and use a complicated technique to deeply insert the silver needles into the acupoints of Mad Tooth so that Mad Tooth could not shake them off. Because Mad Tooth's strength was too high, Feng Xianyun needed to inject a lot of spirit energy into each needle. These nearly 100 needles were infused with Feng Xianyun's strongest strength. When she finished inserting the silver needles, she had no choice but to immediately take a few pills and meditate to recover. Xian Yao sighed. The ancient silver needle sealing technique is indeed extraordinary. Cruel Leopard also agreed. It is indeed powerful. Then he bowed to Feng Xianyun and said sincerely, "Thank you, Madame Yun." Cruel Leopard knew that if it wasn't for Feng Xianyun, Mad Tooth might not have been able to survive. All right, let her rest for a while. We should think of a way to break these 10 millennia cold steel chains. This is a good thing. Even a saint-level power couldn't break free. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he looked at the thick 10 millennia cold steel. This isn't just 10 millennia cold steel. It should have been refined with other rare materials. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to trap a saint-level power here. Xian Yao said, "Yes, it should be like this. How we break these hard things?" Ling Xiao thought. Then he took out the ice and fire sword and slashed at the 10 millennia cold steel chains. Clang! The ice and fire sword slashed at the 10 millennia cold steel chains, producing an ear-piercing sound and a burst of intense sparks. It's not damaged at all. Ling Xiao looked at the 10 millennia frigid chain and sighed. His ice and fire sword was forged with two rare materials, 10,000-year dark steel and 10,000-year deep silver. It was a low-rank 7-spirit artifact, and its hardness was not inferior to an ordinary high-rank 7-spirit artifact. However, it could not damage the 10,000-year cold iron chain. It could be seen how hard the 10,000-year cold iron chain was. If it could, Mad Tooth would have escaped long ago, Xian Yao said. This is my highest grade spiritual weapon. If it can't cut it, then I can't do anything about it, replied Ling Xiao. No, young master, you can use your heavenly flame to burn it, Savage Leopard quickly said. That's right. The heavenly flame should be able to destroy it, agreed Xian Yao. That's right, I'll give it a try. Ling Xiao immediately condensed the blue demon flame pearl. The heavenly fire could burn anything, but it did not have an immediate effect on the 10 millennia frigid chain. Ling Xiao burned at the base of the 10 millennia frigid iron chain for an entire day before he managed to burn all 7 of them. Ling Xiao had expended a great deal of energy that day, but he had managed to save Mad Tooth. Xiao, we should leave. Feng Xianyun looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky and sighed heavily. Yun'er, what do you think I should go to find Mingqi? He had traveled 1,000 miles from the Purple Sky sect to find Yun Mingqi. Originally, he had wanted to roam the central region with her, but he had unexpectedly found out that the Blackwater sect was an evil sect, and he had only taken Yun Mingqi as a disciple as an excuse. Her goal was to absorb her dantian and help her break through to a higher realm. Now, 3 years had passed. Ling Xiao had not only found the Blackwater sect, but he had also destroyed them. But he had still lost track of Yunmingqi. This caused him to feel very depressed. He had lost any clues to find Yunmingqi, and with how vast the central region was, finding a person was like finding a needle in a haystack. Feng Xianyun rested her head on Ling Xiao's shoulder. "Xiao, don't worry. Big Sister Meng Qi will definitely be fine. Perhaps she saw through that old witch's scheme long ago and escaped on her own. If fate wills it, you two will definitely meet again." Ling Xiao sighed heavily. He didn't know what to say. At this time, Xianyao walked over from afar and said, "Young Master Ling, you don't have to worry about anything. Since you don't know where to find her, then let her know where you are. Then she will naturally come to find you." Ling Xiao looked at Xianyao in confusion. "Why do you say that, fraud?" Xianyao opened his white paper fan and said casually, "When your name shakes the central region, who doesn't know you? Are you afraid that she won't be able to find you?" "Well, my name shakes the central region. Who doesn't know me?" Ling Xiao carefully repeated Xianyao's words. After quite a while, Ling Xiao, whose eyes were once again filled with hope as he said, "That's right. Once my name shakes the central territory, I'll let everyone know my name, Ling Xiaohu. At that time, no matter where Meng Qi is, she'll definitely hear my name, and she'll definitely come looking for me." "Haha, as expected of a quack. You've really woken me up with a single sentence." Feng Xianyun looked at the happy Ling Xiao and felt happy for him. Although she was very curious about Yunmingqi, to be able to receive such deep love from Ling Xiao, and this love made her, as his wife, feel a little sour. But she was even more touched by Ling Xiao's love for his woman. Back then, he had gone deep into the southern wasteland to find the Heaven Gu divine technique for her. He had almost lost his life, but he still didn't hesitate. When she thought of his painful expression when she almost died, she was even more moved. Although this man was affectionate, she didn't mind at all. As long as she still had a place in Ling Xiao's heart, that was enough. After getting Xianyao's reminder, Ling Xiao led the group out of the swamp forest. Ling Xiao didn't know that not long after they left, a group of valiant troops arrived at the swamp forest's Blackwater sect's territory. There weren't many people in this group, but all of them were above the venerable level. There were even 2 emperor-level powerhouses. They were all riding powerful spirit beasts and hovering above the Darkwater sect's territory. These people were all wearing black robes and had hideous masks on their faces. They looked very frightening. If anyone saw the attire of this group of people, they would immediately be able to guess that these people were definitely from the Black Demon sect, which was ranked at the top of the 18 great forces. A short man riding on a 7th-grade spirit beast spoke with an incomparably deep and cold gaze. "Who did it? Who did it?" The masked short woman was obviously an old woman. It could be distinguished from her voice. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. In the end, it turned into a roar. Beside her, a much taller emperor said, "Lady Yin, don't be anxious. Let's go down and see if we can find any clues." Then, the group of people fell into the crater that was created by the explosion. The short woman said with an angry voice, "Everyone, spread out and search. No matter what you find, bring it back. I must find a murderer who killed my son and tear him into pieces." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone quickly dispersed. "Lady Yin, calm down. Didn't you notice the terrifying battle scars here?" Another Xian emperor said with a deep voice. His eyes kept looking around the deep pit, his expression filled with deep fear. "Oh no, did he escape?" After Lady Yin was shouted at by the Xian emperor, she seemed to have thought of something. Her old eyes revealed a look of fear. Then, she quickly flew in a direction. The other emperor, rank expert, flew over as well. The 2 of them arrived at the place where Mad Tooth was originally sealed. Both of them revealed a look of panic. "No, impossible, he actually escaped? This is impossible." Lady Yin took a few steps back and revealed a look of disbelief. You mean the person who was sealed here?" The other Xian emperor asked as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lady Yin sat weakly on the ground and replied, "That's right, it's him. He must have escaped and killed all of the Blackwater sect and my son. Damn it! The Xian Emperor's pupils also contracted. Then, he seemed to have discovered something. He walked to a place and squatted down to search. He didn't escape by himself. Someone helped him escape. The Xian Emperor said with certainty. What? He didn't escape by himself? Lady Yin jumped up and shouted. That's right. Come over and look at the broken marks of the 10 millennia frigid iron chain. The Xian Emperor called out. Lady Yin immediately went to the Xian Emperor's side and started to examine it. What's going on? Lady Yin was completely at a loss. It's obvious that it wasn't cut by a sharp weapon. Even a high-grade spirit weapon would find it difficult to cut the 10 millennia frigid iron chain, unless it was a saint weapon. But these marks seem to have been burned. There are burn marks around it. The Xian Emperor analyzed. You're right, it's like that, but normal flames can't burn it. Even if it's earth fire, it would take a lot of time to burn it. However, it's only been 10 days since my son's jade tube of life was extinguished. It's obvious that earth fire can't burn it, unless... Inpa forced herself to calm down. You're right. I think the guy who came to save that person has heavenly fire. The Xian Emperor replied. Someone with heavenly fire? Lady Yin was puzzled. After a while, she said, Could it be the sect master of the medicine sect? It shouldn't be that old bastard. He's been in seclusion for many years and rarely asks about the sect's affairs. Although he's afraid of our black demon sect, I don't think he would dare to openly fight with us. Maybe it's someone else. The Xian Emperor replied. Then who else has heavenly fire? Lady Yin thought. As far as I know, there's an old senior and the mysterious pavilion master of the martial spirit pavilion. But I don't think it's them. The Xian Emperor said thoughtfully. Of course it's impossible. But who is the old senior? Lady Yin asked again. He's a legend. He's been missing for many years. The Xian Emperor revealed a look of respect. He paused for a moment and said, He's the demonic emperor. Lady Yin was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Chapter 585. Ling Xiao and the others did not leave the Northwater border. They just left the swamp forest and came to another majestic mountain range. They found a place with an excellent location to settle down. Ling Xiao closed his door here and planned to participate in the grand event of the Central Region once a decade, the Imperial List Tournament, 9 months later. At that time, it would be the beginning of Ling Xiao's fame in the Central Region. He was determined to seize the glorious title of First Emperor and let everyone in any city in the Central Region know his name, Ling Xiao, so that Yun Mingqi could know her news as soon as possible. At the same time, it could be considered as completing the task of his master, the evil emperor. Ling Xiao released the people and spirit beasts in the cauldron. It was not the same for them to be cooped up in there all day. Ling Xiao asked Feng Xianyun and Xianyao to treat Madtooth. Otherwise, Savage Leopard would not be able to calm down. After that, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to the crowd and let them arrange their time freely. He chose a mountain to open a cave residence and entered a closed state. This time, he vowed to raise his strength by another level and learn the intermediate spirit incantation of soul control so that he could exert the true power of soul control. Just before entering the closed state, Ling Xiao once again entered the cauldron and got in touch with the cauldron soul. Greetings, Master. Obsidian greeted Ling Xiao immediately. Well, I have advanced to the Earth Emperor stage now. Can I enter the 3rd level of the cauldron? Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao already knew that the cauldron was divided into 5 levels. As his strength broke through, he could enter a higher level. Previously, Ling Xiao had seen the functions of the first 2 levels. He couldn't wait to know what surprises were waiting for him in the 3rd level. Obsidian replied, I'm sorry, Master. You can't enter the 3rd level with your current strength. Why? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Your strength is still too weak to enter the 3rd level, Obsidian replied. What? Didn't you say that I can enter the next level every time I advance? Ling Xiao said loudly. Who said that? Obsidian asked. Isn't that the case? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. He had always thought that every time he advanced, he would be able to advance to the next level. It turned out that it was just his wishful thinking. However, for the cauldron's tone, it did not seem to be the case. Of course not. If it's so easy to enter the next level, then what's the point? Obsidian said arrogantly. Ling Xiao was speechless. He realized that the cauldron soul was really human-like. He wondered how many tens of thousands of years it had existed for it to become like this. Then tell me, how do I enter the third level? Asked Ling Xiao disappointedly. Of course, you can only enter the third floor if you advance. Obsidian said matter-of-factly. Ling Xiao didn't reply. He knew that this fellow was used to spitting out the same sentence several times. Sure enough, when Obsidian saw that Ling Xiao didn't speak, he continued. To enter the third level, you must break through to the heavenly venerable rank. To enter the fourth level, you must reach the saint rank. Of course, to enter the fifth level, you must reach the god rank. Do you understand, my master? Ling Xiao ignored Obsidian and directly poured it out of the cauldron. What bullshit divine cauldron is this? One must reach the heavenly venerable rank to enter the third level. Who cares about it? Ling Xiao muttered to himself in displeasure. It would take a long time for Ling Xiao to reach the heavenly venerable rank, which meant that he wouldn't be able to enter the third level in a short period of time. He was somewhat depressed. Looks like I can only focus on improving my strength first. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. In the following days, he entered a quiet period of cultivation. With the unique returning energy and the 3 exotic creatures in his sea of consciousness, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy was extremely fast. Ordinary people, with the help of spirit gathering treasures, might not be able to catch up to his speed. He absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during the day and cultivated the soul-controlling incantation at night. The soul-controlling spiritual incantation was to condense the spiritual energy into mysterious runic patterns and then use a certain method to brand them in the enemy's sea of consciousness, thus achieving the effect of controlling the other party. The runic pattern arrangement of the elementary grade spiritual incantation was the simplest kind. The more advanced the incantation was, the more complicated the arrangement would be. It was just like how an array pattern master arranged and inscribed various array patterns. The higher the grade of the array pattern, the more difficult it was to inscribe the patterns. It was the same principle between the two. Ling Xiao's current spiritual energy was already considered very strong, although it wasn't able to occupy the entire sea of consciousness. Even a peak stage mystic Thearch's spiritual energy was only SOSO. His spiritual energy was enough to support the execution of any level of spiritual incantation. The key was to condense his own spiritual energy into various runic patterns and arrange them in various ways. Ling Xiao's meditation focused on condensing runic patterns and arranging his spiritual energy. As long as he could control them in an orderly manner, he would have reached the phenomenal stage of the soul-controlling art. However, to achieve this point wasn't something that could be achieved in 1 or 2 days. He still needed to practice the control day and night. He had to comprehend the various runic patterns and arrangements before he could do it. According to Ling Xiao's estimation, he would be very satisfied if he could cultivate the soul-controlling art to the phenomenal stage within 3 years. It was important to know that this was already a very short period of time. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare to cultivate as easily as he thought. After all, not everyone was like him. Their sea of consciousness had already been expanded to a rather terrifying extent by the 3 exotic creatures. Furthermore, their spiritual energy had reached an unimaginable stage. These 2 points were something that anyone with his strength would find hard to achieve. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had been cultivating in the cave abode for half a year. I have finally reached the perfection stage of the low tier. It is time to break through. In the cave talisman, Ling Xiao opened his bright and spirited tiger eyes. 2 rays of light shot out as though they were real. Immediately after, an incredible thing happened. The cave abode was instantly filled with dense spiritual energy. There were bright red, golden, green, dark blue, and light gray. All kinds of spiritual energy actually manifested their own colors. This kind of situation would only appear when the spiritual energy had reached an extremely dense level. As expected, the various colors turned into spiritual rain and continuously poured into Ling Xiao's Tianling acupoint. Ling Xiao's aura instantly soared. His sleeves and black hair fluttered nonstop. Ling Xiao only felt 5 powerful masses of qi fusing into his body. His limbs and organs felt a comfortable feeling as though they were being nourished and cleansed. The 5-color vortex in his dantian spun extremely fast. Like a hungry beast, it swallowed up the spirit energy that gathered in one by one. It also expanded from the original small qi C to more than several times its original size. The 5-color color became brighter and more dazzling, and in the vortex, there was a little bit of light that seemed to be real, especially like stars. It was incomparably attractive. The unique origin restoration technique was a combination and improvement of the unique Evil King technique and the 3 parts origin restoration technique. It had the powerful effect of absorbing 5 elements at the same time, and it also had the advanced level of the 3 parts origin restoration technique. These little stars represented that Ling Xiao had already begun to step into the 6th level of the unique origin restoration technique, the crystal phase. At this level, Ling Xiao would be able to condense battle armor. Whether it was in terms of attack or defense, he would be able to reach a higher level. If he combined it with the ancient emperor's divine art, he would have an even greater advantage in all aspects of combat. In other words, in addition to the 5 elements that strengthened Ling Xiao's combat power by 5 times, and the ancient emperor divine technique's Dragon Chi battle intent had increased his combat power by 5 times. Now that the unique origin restoration technique had broken through to the 6th level, its combat power had increased by 2 levels, which was 12 times its combat power. In terms of physical defense, it would also greatly increase. There were several miniature versions of the Golden Dragon circling around Ling Xiao. The little Golden Dragon was swimming around vividly, while Ling Xiao's body was covered with a thin layer of crystal-like 5-colored glazed battle armor. The aura of the glazed battle armor was constantly emitting a dazzling aura. The current Ling Xiao looked so noble and extraordinary. It was as if he was the reincarnation of the god of war, or the reincarnation of the emperor. People could not help but have a kind of impulse to worship him. Roar! Ling Xiao could not help but let out a long roar towards the sky. A dragon's roar soared into the sky, and a golden dragon charged towards the cave abode. Rumble! The dragon-shaped sound wave shook the cave abode, and the surrounding rock walls began to explode. Countless stone fragments flew everywhere, and the cave abode was almost filled with smoke and dust. Just as the cave was about to collapse, Ling Xiao shot out from the cave. He let out a hearty laugh and said, "I've reached the mid-level. It feels pretty good." Ling Xiao didn't get carried away just because he had made a breakthrough. He found another mountain with a beautiful view and decided to stop. A book appeared in his hand, and on the cover was printed the words Heavy Fist Technique. This was a metal-type blue-tier mystic technique, and it was a mystic technique that used fist techniques as its main attack method. This heavy fist technique was obtained by Ling Xiao when he killed Tanguang from the 6th grade Golden Fist sect in Yi City. Ling Xiao had always possessed the 3 ultimate mystic techniques of fist, palm, and leg. His fist was the Skyfrost fist, his palm was the Cloud Expelling palm, and his leg was the Wind God's kick. These 3 ultimate mystic techniques were not inferior to any other high-grade mystic techniques, especially the palm and leg techniques. Ling Xiao displayed them to the fullest, and their power was extraordinary. As for the Skyfrost fist, as Ling Xiao's strength grew stronger, he began to use it less often. This was because it did not have the help of the heavenly fire like the Cloud Expelling palm, and the Wind God's kick had the help of the innate Yin Wind Baleful Qi. With these 2 innate offensive attributes, the power of the Skyfrost fist was naturally not as obvious. Today, Ling Xiao was preparing to cultivate the heavy fist technique because he wanted to display the true power of the ancient emperor mystic technique. Because of the ancient Emperor Mystic technique, Ling Xiao's physical body was already comparable to a spirit artifact's defense. Coupled with the powerful metal type, his sharp and hard attacks could destroy mountains and split the earth. On this point, Ling Xiao had used his actions to prove it many times. However, what he had always lacked was a mystic technique that was compatible with the alloy attribute, which greatly affected his battle strength. When Ling Xiao thought about the Imperial ranking tournament, he might have to rely on the ancient Emperor mystic technique to display the metal-type battle strength to the extreme, and the heavy fist technique in his hands was to solve his urgent need. As for the heavenly fire and the innate in-wind baleful qi, it was better to use them sparingly. After all, once they were used, they would exterminate the opponent, which would definitely arouse the hatred and greed of others. If others knew that he had a rare treasure, it would cause unnecessary conflicts. Cultivating the heavy fist technique could not only solve his battle problems, but also allow him to hide his many trump cards. This was Ling Xiao's true goal. Chapter 586. The heavy fist technique was not flashy, but it focused on practicality. It focused on concentrating all the power on a single point, and then releasing all the power in an instant. It was simple and effective. However, it also had a special feature, which was that it contained hidden energy. Perhaps when a fist landed on the opponent would feel that he could withstand it, and thus let his guard down. Then, the hidden energy would enter the opponent's body for a second attack, causing the opponent to be caught off guard and suffer injuries or even perish. When the heavy fist technique was cultivated to the great completion stage, one punch could contain 7 layers of hidden energy, which was equivalent to a punch with the power of 7 punches. Moreover, it would be hidden in the opponent's body before exploding. Its destructive power was even more terrifying and difficult to defend against than 7 punches. This hidden energy was the essence of the heavy fist technique. Ling Xiao felt that although the level of the heavy fist technique was not too high, if it was used properly, it would not be any worse than those red-tiered mystical skills. Ling Xiao memorized the heavy fist technique's mnemonic chant, and then concentrated on cultivating. He used the surrounding trees and rocks as targets, and kept repeating the simple punching motions with his bare arms. He did not circulate his spiritual energy, and only used his physical strength to punch. Every day, he would punch thousands or even tens of thousands of punches until his physical strength was exhausted. Punching was not just purely using his strength. He also had to think of ways to circulate his energy to produce hidden energy so that he could achieve the effect of a heavy fist technique and create an extraordinary and terrifying attack with layers upon layers. After 10 days, Ling Xiao had basically grasped the usage of hidden energy, and after a month, he was finally able to produce first heavy fist. At this moment, Ling Xiao's upper body was bare, revealing his well-proportioned muscles. He clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a simple punch towards a tree that could be hugged by a person. Bang! A shallow fist mark was left on the tree trunk by Ling Xiao's punch. The tree swayed slightly, and a few leaves floated down. Ling Xiao withdrew his fist and looked at the tree with a calm expression. His punch did not seem to cause much damage to the tree. Who knew? After 5 breaths, a bang came from the tree trunk. That tree actually broke in half. This is the power of a heavy punch. One punch is fake, and the other is real. Combining the fake and the real, it's enough to win, Ling Xiao muttered to himself, excitement shining in his eyes. After that, Ling Xiao continued to train hard for another month. He managed to cultivate the heavy fist formula to the point where he could release the power of 3 stacks with a single punch. Everything was difficult at the beginning. With Ling Xiao's extraordinary comprehension ability, as long as he thoroughly understood the principles, he would be able to grasp the essence of it quickly. It was getting closer and closer to the Imperial ranking list. Ling Xiao planned to leave and register for the Imperial ranking list tournament after practicing for a while. Ling Xiao found a low-tier 6th-order yellow-furred ape as his opponent. The yellow-haired ape was an earth elemental spirit beast. It was 7 to 8 meters tall and looked quite powerful. When Ling Xiao approached its territory, the yellow-haired ape immediately revealed a fierce expression. It continuously beat its sturdy chest with its fists and let out a roar. It seemed to be asking Ling Xiao to leave immediately, or else it would not be polite. Ling Xiao raised an index finger at it and laughed lightly. "Big guy, come, let's fight." Roar. The yellow-haired ape was provoked, and after punching its chest a few times, it jumped up from the ground and threw a terrifying fist at Ling Xiao's head. It seemed to want to blow up Ling Xiao's head with one punch. Facing a Type 6 spirit beast, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. Dragon-shaped battle aura instantly rushed out of his body, and a huge golden dragon roared into the sky. At this moment, the yellow-haired ape looked at the golden dragon, and its movements seemed to slow down. It seemed to feel the power of a supreme beast king, which made it want to submit to this human. Ling Xiao did not take advantage of the situation to attack. He wanted to fight the yellow-haired ape fair and square. The yellow-haired ape clearly saw that the beast king above Ling Xiao's head was just an illusion. It immediately roared again to overcome the panic in its heart and attacked Ling Xiao. Although the yellow-haired ape was big, its speed was very fast. Its fist instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Before the fist reached its target, a strong wind blew at Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao took 2 steps back and shouted excitedly, "Good timing!" At the same time, he also threw a punch at the yellow-haired ape's fist. Bang! Ling Xiao collided with the opponent head-on. After the first contact, his whole body was sent flying more than 10 meters away, but the yellow-haired ape did not even take half a step back. The difference in strength was very obvious, as expected of a powerful ape spirit beast. Ling Xiao sighed and went up again. Just now, he did not use internal force. He wanted to warm up first, and then use his heavy punch to see how powerful it was. The yellow-haired ape was annoyed that it could not kill the damn human in one move. It opened its mouth, and a strong elemental light bombarded out. The strong energy formed a yellow ribbon in the air, and the clouds were blown away. Of course, Ling Xiao would not use elemental attacks against it. He wanted to practice his fist skills. He turned into a series of afterimages and avoided the strong energy bombardment. He went behind the yellow-haired ape and threw a few golden fists at it. The yellow-haired ape's reaction was a bit slow. Its body took a few punches from Ling Xiao, but it did not seem to be injured. It also bombarded Ling Xiao. Bang bang. One man and one beast kept colliding with each other in the air. Every time Ling Xiao punched the yellow-haired ape, his body would be shaken back, but he quickly closed in on the yellow-haired ape and launched a new round of attacks. The yellow-haired ape seemed to be impatient with Ling Xiao's entanglement. All the yellow hair on its body stood up, and a layer of yellow dark force protected its body like a battle armor. Every punch it threw contained incomparable power, and Ling Xiao was shaken back even further. Ling Xiao felt the blood in his body churning, and a few traces of blood came out of the corner of his mouth. That's exactly what I want you to be angry. That's the only way I'll be able to defeat you. Ling Xiao's face lit up with excitement, and his aura rose to a new peak. Dragon-scale armor instantly covered his body, but this armor was different from before. It wasn't just gold, but had a colorful sheen to it. It looked like a glazed armor, which made it even more extraordinary. Come on, I'll let you taste the power of a heavy punch. Ling Xiao finally got serious. He shouted, and his speed was extremely fast. Golden fists blasted at the yellow-haired ape from all directions. The yellow-haired ape also roared, and a powerful fist met it. Every punch was as terrifying as a 1,000-pound boulder. Bang bang. Bursts of powerful attribute light splashed, and there was a series of crashing sounds in the air. After exchanging countless punches, the man and the beast finally separated. This time, Ling Xiao was blasted back dozens of meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The yellow-haired ape was also blasted back 6 or 7 steps, but did not seem to be injured. In the confrontation between the two, at first glance, the yellow-haired ape seemed to have the upper hand. However, not far away, Ling Xiao had an excited smile on his face, as if he did not feel defeated by the yellow-haired ape. Roar! The yellow-haired ape was angered by Ling Xiao again, and it slammed its chest again and once again attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood in the same place, silently counting in his heart. Just as the yellow-haired ape's fist was about to land on Ling Xiao's head, Ling Xiao wiped away the calmness and sneered, "It's time to explode." Bang bang. Ling Xiao didn't make any move, but the yellow ape's body kept exploding like it was burying a bag of explosives. The yellow-haired ape kept hissing, and its powerful body kept bursting with blood. After a while, the sound of the explosion finally stopped. The yellow-haired ape fell heavily from the air. Bang! Its huge body smashed into the ground, and dozens of trees were crushed, causing a thick cloud of dust to rise from the ground. Ling Xiao slowly descended and looked at the yellow-haired ape that was blown to pieces. He lightly flicked his black hair and revealed a proud expression. Not bad. When I cultivate to the 7 stacks, I'm afraid I'll only need 2 or 3 punches to finish it off. I don't need to throw nearly 100 punches like before. Ling Xiao had only cultivated to the 3 stacks, and 1 punch was equivalent to 3 punches. At the same time, he threw nearly 100 punches, which was equivalent to more than 300 punches. The power of these 300 punches exploded at the same time was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it exploded from inside the body. Whether it was a human or a spirit beast, their internal organs were extremely fragile. After receiving such a bombardment, it would be difficult for them to not die. If Heavy Hand Tan Guang did not die, he would be able to see Ling Xiao throw so many punches at once. He would feel proud for this disciple of Ping Yi. Ling Xiao was able to make so many powerful attacks at the same time. Of course, it was related to his 5 attributes. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to release the power of the heavy punches to such a terrifying extent. After killing the yellow-haired ape, Ling Xiao's cultivation temporarily fell. When Ling Xiao returned to the place where everyone had settled down, everyone was present. Congratulations to boss, young master, for improving your strength. Everyone could see that Ling Xiao's strength had greatly improved, and they all came forward to greet him happily. Ling Xiao nodded. Then his gaze fell on Yi Yinfeng, and he praised. Yinfeng did well. You actually broke through another level in just a short year. Yi Yinfeng took a step forward and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. It's all thanks to Ling Xiao's complete success that I, Yinfeng, am where I am today. Yi Yinfeng had completely recognized Ling Xiao as his boss. It hadn't even been 3 years since he left the Yi family city, but he had already advanced from a high-level king to a high-level Earth sovereign. This speed was as fast as a rocket. It would be a lie if he wasn't happy. The reason he could have the strength he had today, of course, was inseparable from the many cultivation resources that Ling Xiao had given him, especially the 10,000 years stone stalagmite, which had cleansed his body and strengthened his cultivation foundation. This was the reason why he could advance a level in a short period of 1 year. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to advance a level by relying on medicinal pellets. It was not only Ling Xiao and Yi Yinfeng who had greatly improved their strength. Bai Yushi finally lived up to everyone's expectations and broke through to the Earth Emperor realm. Ling Xiao gave her another Emperor Ascension pill, which directly allowed her to advance another level to the mid-level Earth Emperor realm. Chapter 587. Xiaxia was still a high-level Earth Emperor, but her strength was more consolidated. Previously, she had obtained the evil Emperor's favor, and he had passed her a set of high-level profound skill. This was a cultivation technique that had at least reached the purple level, and he had also given her a new red horsetail high-grade spirit tool. After these days of quiet cultivation, her combat strength should also be outstanding among high-level Earth Emperors. Moreover, she was once known as the Shura woman. Her killing methods would definitely not lose to anyone. During this Imperial Role tournament, she planned to regain her passion for battle and speed up her comprehension of her own Tao so that she could reach the heavenly venerable stage as soon as possible. She was only in her 40s, and she was wearing a 10,000-year-old pearl. She looked to be in her 30s, and she was at the peak of her beauty. Moreover, Earth's sovereign realm martial artists under 100 years of age were allowed to participate in the Imperial Rankings tournament, so it was completely possible for her to participate. This could also be considered as a way for her to verify her own strength, as well as an excellent place to improve her own combat power. Only through the baptism of blood would one become a true expert. Only then would she be able to better assist Ling Xiao in dominating an area. After the battle at the Blackwater Gate, the prodigal had successfully reached the advanced 6th level. His appearance had changed slightly, and he had become a handsome young man. With a long spear on his back, he looked even more majestic. The savage leopard's strength remained the same, but its energy had increased by quite a bit. It could be said that it had truly comprehended the Devil Saber's 8 forms. With the addition of the level 6 Blood, Prison, Devil Domains Generosity World, it wouldn't be a problem for it to fight against ordinary middle-stage mystic thearchs. One had to know that the power of the 8 forms of the demonic blade could be said to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Each form was incomparably powerful. If the savage leopard was completely demonized, it wouldn't be a problem for its combat strength to increase by several times. The wind god had once turned into a demon and used the 8 forms of the demonic blade to defeat all the experts in the world. From this, one could see the terrifying power of the 8 forms of the demonic blade. The Golden Wolf King had come back to life, and its strength had already reached the peak of the mid-6th level. Within a year, it would reach the high 6th level and catch up to the prodigal. It was just that in terms of combat power, there was definitely a huge disparity between them. The Blue Serpent Dragon and the Black Demon Leopard were still at the early stage of the 7th Order. No matter if it was a human or a beast, the higher one went, the harder it would be to break through. As for Feng Xianyun and Xianyao, they spent most of their time treating Mad Tooth. Now, Mad Tooth's injuries had recovered, but his mind was still in an abnormal state. After the two of them worked together to treat him, they made good progress. At the very least, the black fur on his body finally fell off, and he gradually became a real human. During this period of time, he woke up many times, but he was sealed by the ancient silver needle and couldn't use any energy. He couldn't escape or move at all. Every time he woke up, Cruel Leopard would tell him many things that happened in the past. Mad Tooth seemed to be very sensitive about the past. Every time he talked about it, he would show a headache, making it difficult for him to continue listening. Feng Xianyun and Xianyao seemed to be powerless in this regard. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao found it strange. Could it be that Mad Tooth really lost his memory because of qi deviation? Ling Xiao asked Feng Xianyun, "Yin'er, why is this happening? Is there really something wrong with his head?" Feng Xianyun slightly furrowed her brows and said, "His situation is very similar to being possessed by the devil, but I'm sure that he's not possessed by the devil. There are 2 outcomes to being possessed by the devil. One is a sudden death, and the other is madness. However, aside from being bloodthirsty and warlike, most of the time he's quietly thinking about things, and the way he looks at us is very strange. It's as if he can understand what we're saying, but he's not willing to communicate with others, and he's lost his memory. However, I feel like he's been sealed, and he can't remember anything." Xianyao also said from the side, "That's right. If it's just losing his memory, with my magic, it would definitely have some effect. However, it's useless now. Magic was a light attribute healing skill that could allow people with amnesia to recover their lost memories. Only people with the light attribute could use it." Ling Xiao said, "Is there really no way to help him recover?" "There's a way, but it's a bit unrealistic." Feng Xianyun said. Savage Leopard hurriedly asked, "Madam Yun, what method do you have? Tell me." Feng Xianyun paused for a moment before explaining. "A rank 8 alchemist is extremely rare. Even if you can find one, they may not help you. And even if they do help, 2 things will happen after the alchemist's mind is stimulated. The first possibility is that his condition will improve after the stimulation, and the second possibility is that his mind will be heavily damaged again, causing him to have no hope of recovering in this lifetime. He might even explode and die. That's why I said it's a bit unrealistic. Grade 8. Grade 8 Alchemist. Everyone revealed a strange expression. Alchemists that had attained this rank were already the most respected existences in the Central Territory. No matter where they went, they would become great figures that the various powers would greet with all their might, and even the 18 great powers would be courteous to them. In the Central region, there were only a handful of alchemists who had reached this level. Among the 18 major forces, there were not many who had reached this level. Even those who had reached grade 7 were very rare. The medicine sect, which was as famous as the Black Demon sect, had 2 grade 8 alchemists. They were the pillars of the medicine sect, and the symbol and representative of the medicine sect. Even the people of the Martial Spirit Palace would be modest in front of the medicine sect. The reason why the medicine sect was ranked behind the Black Demon sect was not because their strength was inferior to the Black Demon sect. On the contrary, people with insight would think that the medicine sect's true strength was much more terrifying than the Black Demon sect's. The medicine sect belonged to the category of ancient forces. They had been established for tens of thousands of years without falling. Their people had always been low-key and rarely had disputes with other forces. At the same time, they were on good terms with many forces. This was because many forces needed help from the medicine sect to refine high-grade pills. Therefore, if anything happened to the medicine sect, they only needed to send out an order, and countless forces would immediately come to help them. This was the calling power of an alchemist. There were 2 grade 8 alchemists in the medicine sect, and there was 1 in the Martial Spirit Palace. The other 2 or 3 had always been elusive. It would be extremely difficult to find traces of them. Cruel Leopard revealed a disappointed look. He knew that Feng Xinyun's suggestion was too difficult to achieve. How could he invite a grade 8 alchemist? Even if he were to recover to his peak, it would not be difficult for him. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Yin Air, are you saying that as long as I stimulate his sea of consciousness, it is possible for him to recover? Feng Xinyun glanced at Ling Xiao and immediately guessed what Ling Xiao wanted to do. She immediately said, Xiao Xiao, don't act recklessly. The sea of consciousness of a saint is extraordinary. I know you can use your spiritual power to attack, but once you are attacked by him, how can you withstand it? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, It's okay, I have my own plans. He can't hurt me. The key is whether what you said is effective or not. Feng Xinyun knew that it was difficult to change Ling Xiao's decision, so she immediately replied, It's like the 2 situations I mentioned just now. After receiving Feng Xinyun's affirmation, Ling Xiao turned to look at Cruel Leopard and said, This is a gamble, life or death. You choose for him. I can use my spiritual power to invade his sea of consciousness. As for the result, I don't know. Cruel Leopard fell in a deep thought, then turned his gaze to Mad Tooth and said, Good brother, I know you are not willing to live like this for the rest of your life. The 2 of us still have to fight the world. I believe that you will definitely be able to survive. Then he said to Ling Xiao, Please, young master. Everyone protected Ling Xiao, while Ling Xiao began to use his spiritual power to stimulate his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the Earth Flame Tiger was also summoned. Before, the Earth Flame Tiger was very arrogant and difficult to tame, but now that it was reprimanded by the prodigal brat, it didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. At least in the face of Ling Xiao's arrangements, it no longer had any complaints or objections. After all, it didn't dare to disobey the orders of the Beast Emperor Prince. Everyone stood guard around Ling Xiao to prevent Mad Tooth from making any strange movements. The vastness of Ling Xiao's spiritual power wasn't something that others could easily imagine. With his spiritual power, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a grade 8 alchemist. Once his strength increased, he would definitely become an existence of a grade 8 alchemist. Moreover, Ling Xiao was proficient in the mysteries of spiritual power, and his use of it wasn't something that others could understand. Therefore, he didn't fear anything when he attacked Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. Even if Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness's spiritual power was equally astonishing, he could withdraw it in time without suffering any backlash. After everything was settled, Ling Xiao turned his spiritual power into a cloud and slowly moved towards Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. Right now, he wasn't using his spiritual power to attack, but to first probe the situation in Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness while avoiding harming it. When Ling Xiao's spiritual power invaded Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness, Ling Xiao suddenly found that his spiritual power seemed to have encountered some kind of obstruction and was unable to continue attacking. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "There's indeed something fishy going on," following which Ling Xiao gradually increased his spiritual power in an attempt to remove the obstruction. However, he found that he couldn't do it with his spiritual power in the form of a cloud and mist. Ling Xiao felt that these obstructions might be the real reason for Mad Tooth's memory loss. "It seems like I have to be heavy-handed." Ling Xiao made up his mind. He gathered his spiritual power again and turned it into the form of an ice and fire sword. Then, he rapidly and violently attacked Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. This was Ling Xiao's 5th-level spiritual power attack. Even an earthly sovereign would be instantly killed by it. He hoped that this would be able to destroy the obstruction in Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. Rumble. The ice and fire sword bombarded a thick iron wall, causing Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness to tremble soundlessly. Mad Tooth let out a scream as he woke up from his coma. Fortunately, he was sealed. Otherwise, he would definitely go crazy and hurt people. Everyone else was on standby, and their gazes were all fixed on Ling Xiao and Mad Tooth. What a powerful Jiasuo, but it isn't unbreakable. Ling Xiao sneered and gathered his spiritual power again. His 8th-level spiritual power turned into countless ice and fire swords, which shot towards Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness like a storm. Chapter 588. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy had already reached an unimaginable level. Even the 8th level of spiritual energy was enough to damage an Emperor-level Sea of Consciousness. His attack was aimed at a single location, and countless sword blades bombarded the place like a torrential storm. Without any defenses, even an Emperor-level Sea of Consciousness would not be able to withstand such a violent bombardment, and their Sea of Consciousness would definitely explode. After a series of continuous bombardments, Ling Xiao felt his spiritual energy plummet, and his face became much paler. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "What kind of seal is so terrifying that it hasn't been destroyed? Could it be that my spiritual energy isn't strong enough?" Mad Tooth was sealed and could not use his strength, but the screams he let out made Savage Leopard, who was at the side, extremely worried. Savage Leopard prayed in his heart, "Brother, you must hold on." Ling Xiao continued to increase his spiritual energy, and in the end, he had almost used up all of it. Just as he was about to choose to give up, a sudden change occurred. Crack! A small crack was finally blasted open by Ling Xiao's continuous spiritual sword blades. Ling Xiao was just about to use the last bit of spiritual energy to blast the crack a little more. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy exploded from Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. Rumble. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy could not be withdrawn in time, and it was directly scattered by the power that blasted out. Ling Xiao felt his Sea of Consciousness shake, and he could not help but let out a scream as he fell backwards. "Xiao, young master!" The others cried out and were about to run towards Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a powerful burst of energy erupted. Earth Flame Tiger's voice sounded out. "All of you back off. He has broken free from the seal." Boom! The powerful energy caused everything in the surroundings to emit a powerful explosion, and a lot of stone fragments and dust were shaken into the air. Even some of the nearby trees were directly shaken down by the strong gale of energy. Ling Xiao's body was also shaken and thrown far away. Savage Leopard's eyes and hands were sharp, and he quickly caught up to Ling Xiao and caught him. "Young master, are you okay?" Cruel Leopard asked as he supported Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shook his head with a pale face. "I'm fine. Let's see how Mad Tooth is doing." Fortunately, he had cut off his spiritual power in time. Otherwise, the damage to his sea of consciousness would have been more than this. He silently circulated the healing chapter of a mind-controlling art to stabilize his sea of knowledge and recover his mental strength. At the same time, he looked in the direction of Mad Tooth. At this moment, Mad Tooth's original location was already surrounded by layers of powerful black mist. The dense dark attribute had a strong corrosive effect, corroding the weeds, flowers, and trees to the point that they lost their vitality, causing them to wither one by one. Everyone flew far away. Only the flaming tiger, whose body was surrounded by glistening flames, was not corroded by the black mist. Following a cry of alarm, the black mist quickly spread in all directions, and a series of glittering and translucent needles shot out from the black mist. Swoosh! With a strong force, the thin needle directly sank into a rock not far away. The black mist in the surroundings expanded, and the area within 100 meters became like a black world. How could he break free from the ancient silver needle seal? Has his power already reached the god level? Xianxia said with a shocked expression. Feng Xianyan shook her head and said, "I don't think so. If he had reached the god level, I wouldn't have been able to seal him. I think it's because my cultivation isn't high enough and the power of the seal isn't strong enough." The energy he burst out just now was very concentrated. Obviously, Xiao just stimulated his sea of consciousness, causing some kind of change in him. His power burst out in an instant, and that's why he forcefully broke the seal. After an unknown amount of time, the black mist once again retracted towards Mad Tooth's location. Then, Mad Tooth's figure gradually appeared. At this moment, his expression was cold, and his aura was awe-inspiring. His old eyes seemed to be restrained, and the scarlet gaze was no longer there. It was as if the crazy killing intent on his body had disappeared. The flaming earth tiger glared at Mad Tooth and roared, "Loser, do you still want to fight?" Mad Tooth glanced at the flaming earth tiger and didn't answer him. Instead, he said indifferently, "Where is this? Why am I here?" His eyes were filled with bewilderment as he scanned his surroundings. At the same time, he also took in all the people present at the scene. Feng Xianyun said to the savage leopard, "He might have recovered. Go over and take a look." The savage leopard glanced at Feng Xianyun excitedly, and then quickly flew towards Mad Tooth. He shouted, "Mad Tooth, do you still recognize me?" Mad Tooth raised his head and looked at the savage leopard. He frowned slightly, and his expression became extremely blank. He said, "Who are you?" "You actually have emperor-level cultivation. Not bad." The savage leopard's body trembled, and his eyes revealed an excited expression. He said, I'm the Demon Emperor, your good brother. Mad Tooth, do you still remember me?" How dare you?" Mad Tooth suddenly became furious. He grunted coldly and raised his hand slightly, and then a powerful force instantly blasted towards the savage leopard. "Flaming Earth Tiger, stop him!" Ling Xiao shouted hastily. However, Ling Xiao's reminder was still too late, and the savage leopard had already been blasted far away by the force of the attack. The flaming Earth Tiger instantly collided with Mad Tooth. However, Mad Tooth seemed to not want to be entangled in a battle for too long, and he only exchanged a few blows with the flaming Earth Tiger before immediately retreating swiftly by a few hundred meters. "I don't know who all of you are, but if you dare to speak nonsense again, then even if you have a Saint Realm expert protecting you, I can still kill all of you." Mad Tooth glanced at Ling Xiao and the others with a slightly angry expression as he spoke faintly, and a cold, killing intent silently bloomed from him. He seemed to have really recovered his senses now, and even his speech had become much more fluent. Mad Tooth's cold, killing intent made everyone feel unnatural all over, as if they had been secretly bitten by a venomous snake. A loser still dares to be so arrogant. The flaming Earth Tiger couldn't stand being looked down upon by Mad Tooth, so it roared and charged towards Mad Tooth. "Flaming Earth Tiger, come back here," Ling Xiao said aloud. The Flaming Earth Tiger looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly, but ultimately stopped in its tracks. Swoosh! At this moment, a black dot of light flew towards Mad Tooth. Mad Tooth furrowed his brows slightly and grabbed the black dot with one hand. Following that, Mad Tooth's gaze fell on his hand, and his expression changed. Blood-devouring demon saber. Cough, cough. You can't recognize me, but you should at least recognize it. The savage leopard returned to Mad Tooth with its heavily injured body and coughed up blood. Ha! Blood-devouring demon saber. Big brother demon emperor, you died so miserably back then. I must kill that traitor and avenge you. Mad Tooth didn't seem to hear the savage leopard's words. He placed the demon's saber on top of his head and laughed wildly towards the sky. A strong killing intent surged out continuously. Everyone had no choice but to retreat far away. Mad Tooth, do you still remember Captain Sophie? The savage leopard revealed a look of ecstasy. Hearing Mad Tooth's words, he was sure that Mad Tooth consciousness had already recovered, so he had to confirm that Mad Tooth wasn't dead. Sophie, how do you know Captain Sophie? Could it be that you're really big brother demon emperor's disciple? Mad Tooth finally faced the savage leopard and spoke loudly in excitement. When he first saw the blood-devouring demon saber, he thought that this was just a person who accidentally obtained the item of the demon emperor's death. But now that the savage leopard had said name, he guessed that the savage leopard was the demon emperor's disciple. The savage leopard in front of him didn't look like the demon emperor anymore, but Mad Tooth couldn't deny that he had a familiar aura when facing the savage leopard. This was also the reason why his palm didn't take the savage leopard's life. Mad Tooth, my good brother, I'm really the demon emperor. After the savage leopard cried out in excitement, he calmed down and said, "Back then, you and I were caught peeping at Captain Sophie bathing by the river, and she taught us a lesson, but she didn't kill us. You thought that Captain Sophie didn't kill you because she took a fancy to you, and I thought that Captain Sophie should have taken a fancy to me. That time, we even had a fight over this matter. In the end, the two of us made an agreement that whoever could surpass Captain Sophie faster would chase after her and take her as his wife." The savage leopard slowly narrated, his face filled with endless memories. The more Mad Tooth listened, the more his body trembled. In the end, dry tears actually fell from his old eyes. Are you really the demon emperor?" Mad Tooth looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. What the savage leopard said just now was the secret between him and the demon emperor. Outsiders didn't know about it, and he didn't believe that the demon emperor would tell his disciple about it. But how did the demon emperor become like this? Wasn't he killed by that traitor? The savage leopard let out a heavy sigh and said, "I'm no longer the demon emperor. I'm a savage leopard. The demon emperor died more than 5,000 years ago." Speaking up to here, he paused for a moment, looked at Mad Tooth, and said seriously, "Back then, I wanted to break through to the saint rank, but I was killed by a traitor and almost died. My weak soul attached to the saber and luckily escaped the calamity. Now that more than 5,000 years have passed, I'm no longer me. You can call me the savage leopard now, but Mad Tooth, you're still my good brother." As he spoke, the savage leopard's eyes became misty. He was once a dignified demon emperor, a formidable figure, and also a man with blood and tears. You're really the big brother." After listening to the savage leopard's words, Mad Tooth could finally be sure that the savage leopard in front of him was definitely a good brother who had gone through fire and water with him. Mad Tooth walked toward the savage leopard excitedly. The two looked at each other for a long time, and in the end, the two of them gave each other a bear hug. After thousands of years of separation and nearly 10,000 years of brotherhood, they finally fused together again. It was really a touching scene. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them and sighed in his heart. There's nothing more brotherly love than this. Then, Ling Xiao waved at everyone and quietly retreated far away. Chapter 589. Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth reminisced for 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Xiao and the others didn't disturb them. After being separated for a few thousand years, everything had changed, and everything had changed. It caused them to have too many things of the past that they were unable to speak of in the end. Big Brother Demon Emperor, I didn't expect you to be able to recover your youth. I really couldn't recognize you, but I look like this. It's hard to believe that this is the truth, Mad Tooth sighed. You should just call me Savage Leopard or Big Brother. Everything in the past should vanish into thin air. What's important is that we're still alive. Back then, I was blinded by power and made you feel wronged. Savage Leopard sighed. No, I don't blame the demons. I don't blame Big Brother, because the difference between our realms is too great. If it were me, I would also have given you the cold shoulder. Not to mention that Big Brother treated me well back then, and he even gave me a lot of resources, Mad Tooth replied. Savage Leopard said guiltily, compared to our brotherhood, those resources are nothing. He paused for a moment and then said, That's right. Why were you trapped in the 7-stage demon trapping formation by the 10 millennia cold steel? Was it done by a traitor? As Savage Leopard spoke, his eyes revealed a thick, killing intent. Mad Tooth shook his head and said no. I had people set up the 7-stage demon trapping formation to suppress myself in the desolate well. Savage Leopard revealed a shocked expression. He was clearly very surprised by Mad Tooth's answer. Who would have thought that Mad Tooth would actually trap himself in the 7-stage demon trapping formation and turn himself into such a state? Mad Tooth sighed heavily and slowly began to recall. Back then, after that traitor seized your position, he said that you died from breaking through to the Saint Realm, and I accidentally learned from your old subordinates that you were killed by him. At that time, I really wanted to return to the Demon Gate and kill that traitor, but I had just broken through to the Emperor Realm, and my strength was really limited. The old subordinates who were loyal to you were all killed by that person, and the rest surrendered to him. My Blackwater Gate was slightly weaker, and the news of me breaking through to the Emperor Realm hadn't spread, so they didn't kill me. But I knew that they would remember me sooner or later. That person is very cautious, and he definitely wouldn't let go of any existence that could threaten him, so I had to increase my strength as soon as possible. I didn't want to take back the empire we conquered, but I just wanted to take revenge for you. Do you still remember the secret realm that we mistakenly fell into? At that time, you obtained the inheritance and the blood-devouring demon blade, while I obtained the crazy demon art and some other things. Those things contain the diagram of the demon trapping formation, as well as the experience of quickly mastering the crazy demon art. This is also the reason why I sealed myself in the demon trapping formation. It's just that an accident happened later on that caused me to become like this. Savage Leopard asked, What accident? When I sealed myself in the demon trapping formation, I had already sent someone to leak the news to the main sect that I had died, hoping to dispel that person's vigilance against me. Mad Tooth said this, but was interrupted by Savage Leopard. Your decision was ridiculously wrong. If you spread the news, with his cautious personality, he would definitely know that there was a trap. He definitely wouldn't believe that you really died. Big Brother guessed correctly. Big Brother guessed correctly. It was precisely because of this that I attracted so much trouble. At that time, I was in the most critical state of cultivation. Mad Tooth's face revealed anger. He paused for a moment before continuing. I relied on the crazed demon art's comprehension of the secrets of rapid progress and spent less than 10 years to go from low-level emperor to mid-level emperor. This speed can be said to be extremely fast. Just as I was about to break through to the next level, that traitor actually came out of closed-door cultivation and personally came to the Blackwater sect. At that time, he had actually stepped into the Saint Realm. His cultivation speed was truly unparalleled. Afterwards, he found me, and because I was sealed in the demon trapping formation, I couldn't escape. When he took me out of the well, he didn't immediately kill me. That damned bastard actually fed me a magical beast pill. Mad Tooth revealed a monstrous anger as he spoke, especially when he mentioned the demon beast core. His eyes flashed with a strong scarlet color. What He actually gave you a demon beast core. No wonder, no wonder. That traitor is really crazy. Savage Leopard's body shook as he loudly cried out in sorrow. He recalled Mad Claw's appearance that was like a human, but not a human, like an ape, but not an ape, and he understood what was going on. The magic beast pill was an extremely poisonous pill. It was something that could only be cultivated by a 6-tier poison master and above. It could cause anyone to lose their humanity like a wild beast, becoming a terrifying monster that was neither human nor beast, and Mad Claw was in that state just now. I don't remember what happened after I took the Demon Beast Core, but I only know that because of the Demon Beast Core, I escaped a disaster and reached this level in this state. It really is a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cross the great barrier of the Saint level just by relying on the Mad Demon art. But the Demon Beast Core just happened to make me completely demonized, which is in line with the essence of the Mad Demon art. I guess that Senior didn't think that the Mad Demon art really needed to be demonized in order to advance. Mad Tooth said with emotion, "Haha, that traitor didn't even dream that we two brothers could meet again. In the future, I will definitely pay him back 10 times the salary he gave us, so I didn't teach him for a lifetime in vain." Savage Leopard laughed wildly. Mad Tooth nodded and said, "We definitely have to take revenge, but the key is that our current strength isn't enough. He already entered the Saint level thousands of years ago, and now his strength is probably even higher. It won't be easy for us to defeat him, but we can start from his strongholds and cut off all his claws and teeth. But if we do this, our painstaking efforts from back then, I'm afraid they will also be destroyed." Savage Leopard waved his hand and said, "As a human, I've already thought it through. Back then, our temperaments were too extreme, which caused us to miss many things that were worth cherishing. Now that I can find you again in this life, I have no regrets. Our painstaking efforts no longer belong to us thousands of years ago." Mad Tooth looked at Savage Leopard in surprise and said, "Big brother, do you really think so?" Savage Leopard nodded and said, "Yes, everything is no longer important to me. In this life, I just want to have the opportunity to step into the Saint level like you and enjoy the pleasure brought by that power. I'll be satisfied. Of course, I also want to kick your butt like I did back then." "Huh? Don't worry, you don't have that chance now. This time, I'm already several steps ahead of you, so it won't be easy to catch up to me." Mad Tooth revealed a happy smile. That's not necessarily true. Savage Leopard didn't get angry, and his reaction was full of fighting spirit. "By the way, are those people with you your new followers? That big guy's strength is very terrifying. Back then, he was the one who suppressed me, right?" Mad Tooth asked the question in his heart. Savage Leopard shook his head and said with a smile, "How could I have that ability? I'm more like his follower." That's true. That big guy's strength is a bit stronger than mine, and with your current strength, you can't control him." Mad Tooth revealed an embarrassed expression. Savage Leopard waved his hand and said, "No, that big guy isn't my master. My master is the young man who healed your mind. I was able to recover to my current strength completely because of him. I'm now his follower." "Which young man is it?" Mad Tooth asked. Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and the prodigal Changyan were all extremely young. He didn't know who had helped him open the obstruction in his sea of consciousness, so he asked this question. "It's that young man in black clothes. He's called Ling Xiao, and I, Savage Leopard, have no choice but to admire him. Right now, I'm also willing to be his follower. Only by doing so will my future achievements be much higher than when I was at my peak." Savage Leopard revealed a look of respect from the bottom of his heart. Mad Tooth revealed a surprised expression as he looked at Savage Leopard. He was puzzled. What kind of charm does this young man have to be able to make the proud and arrogant big brother submit to him? Savage Leopard saw Mad Tooth's doubt and immediately said, "Mad Tooth, I have a request. I hope you can agree to it." Mad Tooth replied, "Big brother, speak. No matter what it is, I will definitely do it for you." Savage Leopard said very seriously, "I want you to follow young master and create hegemony together like me." Mad Tooth was slightly stunned, and then he said in a deep voice, "Big brother, are you really willing to follow that young man for the rest of your life? His strength is not enough to be a leader." He couldn't figure out what the savage leopard was thinking. He was already a dignified Saint rank expert now, and he was already a top-notch existence in the Central Territory. It was slightly difficult for him to accept the fact that he had to serve a young, earthly sovereign realm expert. "No, Mad Tooth, you're wrong," Savage Leopard replied, and then said, "Do you know who the other young man in white is?" Mad Tooth didn't know why Savage Leopard was talking about someone else, so he immediately shook his head. "He is the only successor of the Xuanji sect, and he is this generation's Xianxia," Savage Leopard said. Mad Tooth's body trembled slightly, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he said, "Is he really this generation's Xianxia? The only disciple of the Xuanji sect who is said to know everything and know everything?" Savage Leopard nodded heavily and said, "Yes, it can't be wrong. Although his current strength is not very good, he has already obtained the true teachings of the previous generation's Xianxia, and the young master I serve is precisely the one he determined to be this generation's holy emperor. Only by following him can we have a chance to set foot in the heavenly realm." This time, Mad Tooth could no longer speak. He needed some time to digest what Savage Leopard had said. Because the Xuanji sect was always the most mysterious sect in the central region, they only had one disciple in each generation. They all knew the sky above and the earth below, and they had unfathomable abilities. Every generation successor would choose one person to assist and achieve supreme hegemony, and the person they assisted would all become an existence of the Holy Emperor. It was said that the reason why the spiritual martial pavilion could stand in the central region for such a long time was because their first pavilion master was once the Holy Emperor recognized by Xianxia, and later he was also a powerful existence that went to the heavenly realm. Chapter 590. Just as Mad Tooth was hesitating, Savage Leopard said another piece of information that made Mad Tooth speechless. Young Master is also a grade 6 alchemist, and he himself knows the soul race's powerful spiritual force attack. With his current strength, I'm afraid even an Empyrean would find it difficult to pose any threat to him. In addition, he also has 2 protective spirit beasts, a rank 6 Golden Wolf King and a rank 7 Blue Flood Dragon. These were all obtained by Young Master with his own ability, and you must know that he is only 24 years old this year. Mad Tooth hurriedly asked, not only is he a grade 6 alchemist, but he also knows the soul race's spiritual force attack, which means he is one of the rarest spiritual force masters on the continent. Savage Leopard nodded and said, "Otherwise, how could he enter your sea of consciousness and restore your consciousness?" Although Mad Tooth was shocked by Ling Zhao's many identities, he still asked doubtfully, could it be that he is the monstrous successor of some large sect or ancient family? Savage Leopard shook his head and said, if he is the successor of one of those large sects or ancient families, then his current achievements would not have been created by himself, and he would not be worthy of my and Xianxi's recognition. He is just a disciple from a grade 8 sect in the Northwest. Young Master's Tenbin is astonishing, and his opportunities are even more difficult for others to obtain. His future is definitely not something you can imagine. Perhaps the Holy Emperor is not his end. Mad Tooth looked at Savage Leopard with a complicated expression. In his heart, he developed a strong curiosity towards Ling Xiao, but he did not have the heart to submit. After all, people at his level of strength all had unimaginable arrogance, and his state of mind was extremely tenacious. He would not change anything just because of a few words from Savage Leopard. Unless Ling Xiao could overwhelm him with strength, perhaps he would be willing to accept it. Big brother, maybe you're right, but I don't know how long it will take for him to reach that realm. Why don't I go talk to your young master and ask him to leave with me? After we get our revenge, we'll live together. Sometimes we'll cultivate, sometimes we'll travel the world, and we'll taste the leisure that we didn't enjoy in our early years. Mad Tooth persuaded Cruel Leopard instead. Savage Leopard revealed an anxious expression and said, Mad Tooth, listen to Big Brother this time. Only by following young master can we go further in the future. He had already promised Ling Xiao that he would persuade Mad Tooth to chase after Ling Xiao. If Mad Tooth turned back now, he really didn't know how to explain it to his young master. Big brother, there's no need to do this. With my current strength, it won't be a problem for me to find many resources for you to cultivate back to your peak strength. Following him might just be a waste of time, said Mad Tooth. No, Mad Tooth, you and I do not know young master's identity. He is the only disciple of Lord Romantic Evil Emperor who we had always idolized. Savage Leopard lost his cool and roared at Mad Tooth. Whose disciple is Guan? Mad Tooth said disapprovingly. However, when he said that, he stopped and the pupils in his old eyes shrank. He is Lord Demonic Emperor's only disciple? Savage Leopard nodded and said seriously, That's right. A year ago, I saw Lord Demonic Emperor's heroic bearing with my own eyes. Young Master is really Lord Demonic Emperor's successor. Then, what's Lord Demonic Emperor's strength now? Mad Tooth asked with a glint in his old eyes. Towards one of the 4 great legends of the Central Region, the Evil Emperor, there were countless people who worshipped him, and Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth were the Evil Emperor's mercenaries and admirers. I'm not sure exactly which realm he's at, but I've seen your battle with the Earth Flame Tiger. With your strength, perhaps. Originally, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from Lord Demonic Emperor. He has long since gone to the Heaven Realm, so his strength should have long reached the Holy Emperor's realm. Savage Leopard did not know the Evil Emperor's strength, but based on his many years of experience, he could feel that the gap between Mad Tooth and the Evil Emperor was still very big. In order to make Mad Tooth stay by his young master's side, he had no choice but to bring up the Evil Emperor. If this still couldn't convince Mad Tooth, then he had no other choice. Mad Tooth sighed heavily and said, Lord Demonic Emperor is truly a heaven-sent hero, and even he has taken a fancy to young master. Do you think his judgment will be bad? Savage Leopard asked. Mad Tooth smiled bitterly and said, Since Big Brother says that your young master is so good, then I'll try to follow by his side to see if he's as monstrous as you say. If I find out that he's just an idiot, then I'll immediately bring you away. All right, you'll know in the future that Big Brother didn't lie to you. Savage Leopard quickly replied happily. Mad Tooth raised his hand and said, Big Brother, don't be anxious. I haven't finished speaking. He paused for a moment and said, Although he's Lord Demonic Emperor's disciple, I'm not following him to be his servant, but to repay him for saving us. Let's set a time limit of 10 years. In these 10 years, I can protect his safety, but I won't help him do anything else. If he can make me completely submit within 10 years, then I'll follow him. If he can't make me submit, then how about you leave with me? Mad Tooth was very interested in the young master that Savage Leopard mentioned. He had not thought that the young master would actually be Lord Demonic Emperor's disciple, but this did not mean that he would put down his dignity to be Ling Xiao's servant. The Evil Emperor was the Evil Emperor, and Ling Xiao was just a disciple. Whether Ling Xiao could become the second Evil Emperor was still uncertain. No problem, 10 years it is. Savage Leopard agreed readily. He wanted to believe that with young master's ability, he would be able to conquer Mad Tooth sooner or later. Thinking back to the time when he followed young master willingly, wasn't he still following young master? After Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth talked about the old days, Savage Leopard told Ling Xiao about Mad Tooth's decision without missing a word. Ling Xiao was very casual about this and said, 10 years it is. After 10 years, whether I want him to follow me or not is still unknown. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Savage Leopard could not help but worry about Mad Tooth. He completely believed in young master's words. 10 years might not be a big deal for powerful warriors, but for Ling Xiao, it was full of too many unknowns. However, Savage Leopard could imagine that his young master could create many miracles in this time. Fraud. The Moon Emperor list competition will start in 1 day, right? Where should we go to sign up? Ling Xiao asked Xianxia, who was beside him. Xianxia replied, The North Water region is the territory of the Black Demon sect, so it's not a good idea to be in the limelight here. We could choose to sign up in Blue Sun City, which is close to the North Water region. Blue Sun City is a city directly under the Blue Sun sect, which is a fourth-grade sect. Only fourth-grade sects or cities directly under the Blue Sun sect, which is comparable to a fourth-grade sect, can sign up for the Emperor List competition. Each city will decide the top 10, and then they will go to a designated place to fight. Then, the top 10 will be decided there, and so on. After many rounds of elimination, the last 100 will be decided, and then the top 10 will fight. I see. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's hurry up. Ling Xiao nodded. Ling Xiao and the others rushed out of the big mountain and immediately returned to Baixiong City. Then, they were teleported to other cities. After 3 consecutive teleportations, Ling Xiao and the others arrived at Blue Sun City. Although Blue Sun City couldn't compare to a super big city like Wind City, it was still extremely prosperous and bustling, especially since the Imperial Rankings tournament was about to be held every 10 years. The young geniuses from cities near Blue Sun City all rushed over one after another. These young prodigies rode on powerful spirit beasts as they swaggered through the streets with extremely arrogant expressions on their faces. They were all elites from various cities, and there were also disciples of the 5th and 6th grade sections. There were also some powerful mercenaries and rogue cultivators. These people were all under 100 years old, which was considered young for a strong cultivator. When an ordinary person cultivated to the Earth's sovereign realm, their appearance would age much slower. For example, Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and the others all broke through to the Earth's sovereign realm when they were in their 20s. Their appearance would rarely age within 100 years. If they could still break through at an extremely fast speed when they reached the heavenly venerable realm or the mystic arch realm, their appearance would not change much, and they would still look young. After all, the stronger the expert, the more vigorous their life force, and the earlier they could break through, they would be able to ensure that their appearance would not age. The Emperor List competition had been going on for tens of thousands of years. It was started by the number 1 hall in the central region, the Spiritual Martial Hall. The Spiritual Martial Hall was always the supreme force in the central region. Even a most famous black demon sect did not dare to provoke the people of the Spiritual Martial Hall. This showed how powerful the Spiritual Martial Hall was. The Spiritual Martial Hall proposed the Emperor List competition with the goal of promoting the martial arts in the central region. At the same time, they would take this opportunity to recruit young talents from all over the central region to join the Spiritual Martial Hall. Every time a combat emperor entered the top 100, 30% of them would choose to join the Martial Spirit Pavilion. The rest of them would return to their own factions to further their development. There were also a portion of them who were invited by some major factions to join them. This was also the reason why the Emperor List competition was approved by all the major forces. Every 10 years, there would be third-level combat emperor geniuses joining the Spiritual Martial Hall to replenish the fresh blood. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, it could be seen how terrifying the Spiritual Martial Hall was. It could be said that the Emperor List competition was a stage where geniuses from all over the world gathered. At the same time, it was also the focus of all the major forces. They would find some good seedlings and let them become the new generation's representatives or representatives. Those geniuses from all over the world would desperately show their strongest side, or fight for glory for themselves, their sect, or their family, or fight for more cultivation resources. Every year, the list of the Emperor List competition would be made public. Every Earth Emperor who achieved good results would have the opportunity to become famous in the central region. Earth Emperors who could enter the top 1,000 were the best of the best. Even if they didn't enter the top 100, they would still become the target of the major forces. Therefore, ever since the Emperor List competition was held, it was always very lively. Earth Emperors from all over the world would gather and display their abilities. They fought fiercely in all directions, hoping that one day, their names would be known in the central region. Ling Xiao and the others were also preparing for the Emperor List competition in the Blue Sun City. Chapter 591. Blue Sun City welcomed the busiest day of every decade. Early in the morning, the 10 wide arenas in the center of the city were already surrounded by a sea of people. There was a tall altar in front of the 10 arenas. This was where the distinguished guests of the Blue Sun sect and some of the fifth-grade sects and large clans were watching the battles. In front of each of the 10 arenas, there was an Empyrean elder dressed in the same uniform who was registering. The young and middle-aged earthly emperors began to squeeze forward, preparing to register for the Imperial Rankings tournament. Looking around, there were already hundreds of people lining up in front of the various arenas. In other words, there were thousands of earthly emperors participating in the Imperial Rankings tournament in Blue Sun City. This was only the number of people registering in one city, and there were at least 100 cities in the central region that were doing the same thing at the same time. In other words, there were at least hundreds of thousands of heroes participating in the Imperial Rankings tournament in the central region. Among the hundreds of thousands of heroes, being able to enter the top 1,000 was already considered extraordinary. One could imagine how powerful the war emperors who entered the top 100 were, let alone the slaughter emperors who were in the top 10. In this chaotic crowd, many people who came to watch were loudly discussing something. This year's Imperial Rankings tournament has begun again. It seems that the number of people this time is a bit more than the previous year. Of course, I heard that the rewards this time are much more generous than the previous years. It is said that the war emperors who are able to enter the top 100 will have the opportunity to soak in the enlightenment pool that is jointly controlled by the 18 great forces. Moreover, they will be given some level 6 spirit artifacts and pills for cultivation. It can't be. The rewards are so generous. The enlightenment pool is a great place in the central region. It is said that as long as a high-level earthly emperor soaks in there for a day, there's at least a 50% chance that he will comprehend his own Tao and step into the honorable realm. For the past 10,000 years, the 18 great forces have jointly split the spots in there. But this time, they're actually willing to share it with these war emperors. This time, the Lord of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion has spoken, and he should give others a chance to become stronger. How could the other forces dare to refute that Lord's words? It seems that this year's Imperial Rankings tournament will be much more interesting than in the previous realms. At this moment, there was a commotion on the first arena. A valiant youth riding on a high-tier 5 red curly flame tiger dashed towards the registration area of arena number 1. The earthly sovereigns who were in the middle of the ranking and the onlookers all cursed and moved away. Zhongtong from Brilliant City, here, get to register. The young man ignored the curses of the crowd and shouted at the heavenly venerate who was registering. As soon as he announced his name, it immediately caused quite a commotion. The Sky Sovereign seemed to be used to these arrogant disciples. He immediately glanced at Zhongtong's strength and wrote his name on a jade platform. He said lightly, "Next." The dazzling city's Zhong clan is a great clan comparable to a 6th-rank sect. Zhongtong seems to be less than 40 years old, yet he already possesses the strength of a peak mid-stage earthly monarch realm. Coupled with his mount, the Crimson Scorching Tiger, his combat strength is probably extraordinary. He's only a mid-stage earthly emperor, yet he's already so arrogant. I'm afraid he won't even be able to make it through the first round. You're wrong. I've heard of this Zhongtong before. Although he's only a mid-stage earthly emperor, he has the strength to fight above his level. It's said that a year ago, he killed 2 high-level earthly emperors by himself. It can't be he's that strong. However, before Zhongtong could enjoy the discussion of him, he saw an even greater commotion coming from arena number 3. In midair, 3 white spirit eagles carrying 3 women dressed in pure white satin flew over. These 3 women had upper-class appearances. Each of them had a graceful figure like a snake, and their temperaments were outstanding. There was an extremely cold expression between their brows, giving off a feeling that they were 1,000 miles away. Ming Clan City, Ming Yu, Ming Jing, and Ming Ying, please come and register, the woman in the center said in a clear and melodious voice. It's the 3 sisters of the Ming clan. I didn't expect them to participate in this year's Imperial Ranking Tournament. They're the three most outstanding members of the Ming clan's new generation, and they've all reached the mid-stage of the Earth Emperor realm. That's right. They've cultivated the Ming clan's supreme technique, the Bright Moon mysterious art, to the large success stage, and they all have the strength to fight above their level. Isn't the Bright Moon mysterious art something that only virgins can cultivate? Could it be that the three sisters haven't married yet? Lower your voice. If they hear you, you'll be in trouble. That's right, they're still virgins. Who knows how many people want to marry them, but they've all been rejected. It seems like they're participating in the Imperial Ranking Tournament because they want to take this opportunity to choose a man. Why don't you go and participate? Forget it. With my strength as a low-level Earth Emperor, I'll just be a disgrace. As more and more outstanding young talents appeared, the crowd was in an uplifting mood. The registration period was 3 days in total, and the closer it was to the end, the stronger the Earth Emperor would be. Many people wanted to show off, and they immediately attracted attention before the battle even started. Among them, the most popular ones were naturally the 6 great true disciples of the Blue Sun sect. Among these 6 people, there were 2 who had participated in the Imperial Ranking Tournament 10 years ago. It could be said that both of them had entered the top 1,000, and one of them had even entered the top 100, carrying the honorary title of War Emperor. However, that War Emperor had already stepped into the honored stage, and he had only come this time to give his junior brother some momentum. In addition, there were also the 4 great true disciples of the 5th grade sect, the Yuanqing sect. All of them had reached the high-level Earth Emperor realm, and judging from their menacing appearance, it seemed that they were determined to win this battle. There were also many other powers that had sent out their strongest representatives. In addition, there were a few peak Earth Emperors who were close to 100 years old who had also come to participate in the battle. It was obvious that the temptation of the Enlightenment Pool had already forced out some hidden experts who couldn't wait to enter the Sky's sovereign stage. It wasn't until the 3rd day of registration was about to end that Ling Xiao and the others finally appeared on stage. Ling Xiao had always felt that he was a very low-key person, but this time he had changed his usual behavior and came to register in a very high-profile manner. He rode the mid-tier 6th grade Golden Wolf King and strode into the city arena. There were 3 beautiful women with veils covering their faces sitting on the wolf's back, and they were serving Ling Xiao. One of the women handed a sparkling 3rd grade fruit to Ling Xiao. Another woman gently massaged his shoulders from behind, and the last woman did nothing but nestled in Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao tried to look as casual as possible. Behind the Golden Wolf King, there was an old man and 4 young men standing solemnly, as if they were his attendants, and they added a bit of an aura to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's handsome appearance, coupled with his lazy expression, made the women around him exclaim in surprise. "Senior sister, look, that person is so handsome. He's so young." "Not bad. He looks like he's only in his 20s, but he's already reached the Earth Emperor's strength. This Tenbin is truly powerful. If he had participated in another 10 years, he would definitely be ranked among the War Emperors. It's a pity that he came too early." The auras of the 3 women beside him are also extraordinary, and the followers below him are also very handsome. I really wonder where they are from. If he can get into the top 10 of this city, I'll go and seduce him, chase away the women around him, and let him join our family to increase our family's strength. The Sky's Sovereign on the 10th arena was already prepared to end the match, but he didn't expect there to be such a flashy person who came to register. He secretly guessed where Ling Xiao and the others came from. "Are you all here to register?" The Sky Sovereign looked up at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao got off the wolf's back and cupped his hands towards the Sky Sovereign. "Northwest Meteorite City Ling Xiao has come to register." Following that, the 2 girls beside Ling Xiao stepped forward and said, "Northwest Meteorite City's Xianxia has come to register." "Northwest Meteorite Cities by Yushi has come to register." Xianyao also stepped forward and said, "Xianyao has come to register." Yi Family Cities Yi Yunfeng has come to register. The Sky Sovereign was stunned for a moment before he quickly wrote down their names on the jade platform. At this moment, a strong commotion sounded out behind them. Did everyone hear that? There's actually someone from a remote place like the Northwest who came to register to participate in the Imperial Rankings competition. What a joke. Isn't the Northwest a small place? It's said that the strongest sect is only a 7th grade sect. How come these youngsters have all reached the Earth Emperor realm? Perhaps they came to the Central region and obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter. Look at them just now. They're like nouveau riche, as if they're afraid that others won't know that they're here to register for the Imperial Rankings competition. Maybe that meteorite city is the territory of some hidden power. Looking at how young they are, it's impossible for them to have such strength without a powerful backer. The names of Ling Xiao and the others had spread throughout Blue Sun City in just half a day. It wasn't because of his flashy appearance, but because the Northwest Meteorite City he spoke of had become the focus of everyone's attention. Most of them were ridicule and disdain, and in the eyes of many, the Northwest was just a small, remote place that couldn't be any more avoided. They never thought that there would actually be someone from that kind of place who would register to participate in the Imperial Rankings competition. He even shamelessly reported the location of his ancestral home. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, did not seem to care about the mocking gazes of others. He had definitely made up his mind to become famous in the Central region. He hoped that Yun Mengqi would be able to hear his name somewhere and quickly come and find him. That was why he had made such a flashy appearance and caused such a response. Although his reputation had spread throughout Blue Sun City, he believed that it wouldn't be long before everyone in Blue Sun City would remember his name, Ling Xiao. This was because Blue Sun City was not Ling Xiao's final destination, but his starting point. Not long after, when he ascended to the top of the Imperial Rankings, who would dare to mock his origins? Many people in Blue Sun City would probably be proud of this. Master, don't worry. This disciple will definitely not let down your name. Mengqi, if you hear my name, I hope you can come and find me as soon as possible. Ling Xiao slightly raised his head and thought in his heart. At this moment, he was incomparably confident and resolute. He was determined to obtain the position of champion of the Imperial Rankings. Chapter 592. The 3 days of registration had ended, and the number of people that had come to Blue Sun City to register for the competition had actually reached 12,000. This number was practically more than double the amount of the previous years. It was obvious that many people were there for the reward of the Pond of Enlightenment. On the day of the Imperial Rankings battle, the surroundings of the 10 arenas at the center of the city were already filled with a sea of people. All of them had occupied advantageous positions, and they were prepared to witness the situation of the first battle of the Imperial Rankings battle. Many king rank experts had even come with the intention of observing and comprehending the battles, and this was greatly beneficial to their future cultivation and attaining the earthly emperor realm. At the same time, it was also a form of encouragement for themselves to attain the earthly emperor realm as soon as possible, and they hoped that they would be able to participate in the Imperial Rankings battle one day. Besides that, there were also some people that were purely here to watch the show, and there were many that were spies of some powers that hoped to discover some good saplings as soon as possible. There were also many young women that had come with the intention of choosing a husband. In short, the stir caused by the Imperial Rankings battle this time was already extraordinary. Before the battle began, Ling Xiao had a conversation with Kai Xiayue and Bai Yushi. Yushi, the Imperial Rankings battle this time is much more intense than we imagined, and it's obvious just by looking at the terrifying number of people that have registered. Moreover, they're all outstanding geniuses from all over the world, and their combat strengths are definitely extraordinary. The important thing for both of you to participate in the competition this time is to participate, and you must not force yourselves. If you're no match for them, then surrender as soon as possible. I don't want to see both of you suffer any harm, said Ling Xiao to the two women. Even though he had certain expectations for them in his heart, as he was unable to find Yun Mengqi, he cared about and cherished the women by his side even more. Husband, there's no need to worry. With my current strength, I can even fight a peak earthly emperor. On the other hand, younger sister Yushi's cultivation still needs to be consolidated, and her combat experience is slightly lacking. So you have to be more careful, said Xianxia confidently. As a former female Azura, her combat strength and combat experience were naturally extraordinary. Not to mention that she was already at the late stage of the Monarch realm, and if she didn't encounter a combat emperor that could surmount realms to fight, then it probably wouldn't be a problem for her to enter the top 1,000 or even top 100. Young master, sister you, don't worry about me. I know what to do, Yushi said. Yes, no matter what happens, don't be afraid. You two are outstanding and will definitely attract some arrogant people who think they're good at something. When that time comes, don't be polite to them. Give them a good beating. Even if you're not their match, don't be afraid of them. Young master will support you. Ling Xiao changed the topic. Young talents and beauties from all over the world were gathered here. There would definitely be a lot of self-proclaimed romantic men who would have thoughts about his women. Therefore, Ling Xiao specially told Yushi to be careful, lest Yushi didn't know how to deal with it. As for Xianxia, he was very relieved. The two women nodded, their faces flushed red. Hearing Ling Xiao praise them for their outstanding looks, they were especially happy in their hearts. After a round of reminders, the time for the Imperial Rankings competition to begin was approaching. The rules of the battle were quite different from normal duels. It wasn't that everyone could enter the next round after winning one round. Instead, it was that kind of continuous banker-style competition. The so-called continuous banker style was that the first Earth Emperor to go up would be the banker. Then, he would have to win 10 rounds in a row before he could enter the next stage of the competition. If the banker won 5 rounds in a row and was defeated by someone else, then the person who came later would become the new banker. He only needed to win 5 more rounds. Of course, after every battle, one could choose to pause for an hour to recover their combat strength. This was also the only way to show that it was humane. After all, it was quite strenuous for a banker to fight continuously. However, this was the case for the Imperial Rankings competition. What they needed was a true war emperor who could fight for a long time, not an Earth Emperor who could only lose 1 or 2 rounds before collapsing. At the same time, each Earth Emperor could summon spirit beasts below the 5th rank to fight together. However, spirit beasts above the 5th rank couldn't be summoned. Otherwise, this kind of competition would be meaningless. In other words, people like Ling Xiao couldn't summon the Golden Wolf King to fight. However, other people who had spirit beasts below the 5th rank could summon them. The power of the cooperation between humans and beasts would definitely be much stronger than fighting alone. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and the others had already made plans before they came. Xianxia, Yushi, and Xianxia had already caught 3 spirit beasts to fight with them. As for Ling Xiao, he didn't find another spirit beast. He was very confident in himself. If he couldn't even deal with such a small situation, how could he become famous in the central region? When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the contestant area of the arena, it was already filled with energetic Earth Emperors. There were men and women among these Earth Emperors. They had different realms, old and young. They carried spirit weapons in their hands or on their backs that were emitting waves of fluctuations. Looking at their confident looks, it was as if each of them was a monstrous war emperor. The appearance of Ling Xiao and the others immediately attracted the attention of the Earth Emperors. Isn't this the Earth Emperor of the Northwest Meteor City? I couldn't tell that there would be such top-notch talents in such a small place. That's right, those girls are the real best. If we can get our hands on them, no matter what, they came all the way here to register. This courage is naturally not something we can compare to. Maybe they can win 1 or 2 matches and then return to the Northwest to announce their great achievements. This brother's right. Too right, the Northwest Meteor City is just a fart. Young master, these people are so annoying. Although Yushi was born kind, she was still a native of Meteor City. Hearing such insults from others, she immediately felt infuriated. Ling Xiao patted her shoulder lightly and said, "Don't be angry. These are just clowns, not worth mentioning. As he spoke, he secretly used a few elementary spirit runes and headed towards the few people who had ridiculed him the loudest. Suddenly, as if they were drunk, they began to sway unsteadily on the spot. Their expressions were like idiots as they giggled foolishly, making them look like clowns. The surrounding people acted as if they had seen a ghost and quickly retreated far away. They all looked at the Earth Emperor's drunken dance with inexplicable expressions, their hearts filled with countless doubts. Did you see that? Those people are the consequences of their cheap mouths. Ling Xiao said with a slightly raised voice. Bai Yushi clenched her fists in satisfaction and said, Young master is right. They are despicable. At this time, everyone looked at Ling Xiao and the others with narrowed eyes. Could it be that they did it? Everyone had an unbelievable thought in their hearts. They must have been fine just a moment ago. How did they suddenly become stupid? After a while, those people regained their senses again, but their movements still maintained the playful appearance from before. Looking at the people who were far away from them, their old faces turned red, and they immediately squeezed to the other side. It was also at this time that the sound of gongs and drums shook the sky. Bang, bang. The sound of gongs and firecrackers pushed the lively atmosphere of the scene to the highest point. At the same time, more than a dozen figures flew from various corners towards the high altar on the arena. These people exuded a tyrannical pressure, and all the surrounding Earth Emperor felt suffocated. These people's strength was impressively above the mid-level, heavenly venerable level. They were all representatives from the most powerful forces around Lanyang City. The one sitting in the middle was, of course, the city lord of Lanyang City, Lin Xiaowang. Lin Xiaowang looked like a middle-aged man, and he was the youngest of the people sitting here. His strength had reached the high-level, heavenly venerable level, and he was one of the best among the crowd. It was rumored that Lin Xiaowang had participated in the imperial ranking tournament 100 years ago. It was said that at that time, he was ranked within the top 1,000 and was only 100 places away from entering the imperial ranking. Unfortunately, in the end, he encountered a terrifying imperial exterminator and was defeated. However, his defeat was not unjustified. After all, the imperial killer's strength was too terrifying, and even a battle emperor could only admit defeat if he encountered him. In that battle, although Lin Xiao had been defeated, he had caught the eye of the Blue Sun sect and was dug out by them. In the past 100 years, he had been able to achieve the strength of a high-level Empyrean. This Tenbin was indeed comparable to the top 100 war emperors. As Lin Xiaowang and the others sat down, everyone around the arena quietened down. Lin Xiaowang glanced at the people below the stage indifferently and said in a loud and clear voice, Before the martial arts competition begins, I will still explain the rules of the martial arts competition. I will only say it once. Those who violate it will be considered as giving up. Following that, Lin Xiaowang roughly explained the rules. This rule was very simple. The first rule was that neither side could surpass the venerable realm. Once someone was found to be using an artifact to conceal their strength, they would immediately be disqualified and killed on the spot. The second rule was that both sides had to sign a life or death contract before entering the arena. After all, swords and sabers had no eyes, and every move and every second had to be contested. No one would hold back, so death and injury were inevitable. However, if one side surrendered in advance, the other side could not kill them. Otherwise, they would be disqualified and their cultivation would be abolished. The third rule was that the spirit beasts summoned by the cultivator could not surpass the sixth order. After Lin Xiaowang announced the general rules, he changed the topic and said, This time, the top 100 Earth Emperors in this city can apply to join my Blue Sun sect and become my Blue Sun sect's deacons. They can enjoy all kinds of cultivation resources, and the top 10 can become my sect's true disciples. They can enjoy the highest level of service, and all kinds of pills, profound skills, and spirit artifacts can be provided. Therefore, please cherish this opportunity. Lin Xiaowang's last sentence was to advertise for the Blue Sun sect, and at the same time, to rope in new blood for the Blue Sun sect. After all, the 100 people who were able to escape from the 10,000 people here were all extremely powerful, and those who were able to enter the top 10 were all Earth Emperors who were ranked in the top 1,000 in the entire central region. Of course, the Blue Sun sect would be the first to throw out their branches. Otherwise, after they became famous in one battle, it would be difficult for them to compete for these geniuses. In fact, it wasn't just the Blue Sun sect. The local forces would also make such a decision in the imperial ranking competition held in the various large cities. Following Lin Xiaoguang's announcement, the array patterns at the side of the various arenas started to activate. Multicolored light screens enveloped the various arenas. This was also to allow the various Earth Emperors to fight to their heart's content, and at the same time, to prevent their energy from affecting the spectators. Chapter 593. There were 10 arenas and 10 colorful light curtains. These light curtains were comparable to the power of a celestial master. Ordinary earthly sovereign realm experts would not be able to destroy them. The referees on each of the arenas shouted, "Let the Imperial List tournament begin." On the various arenas, figures flew up from different directions. There was no order in the arenas. Whoever went up first and announced their name would be the first to fight. As long as they won 10 matches in a row, they would be able to enter the second round. The others could go up whenever they wanted. However, there were more than 10,000 people in the tournament. The first round would only last for half a month. Those who did not register within half a month would be considered to have forfeited. As the earthly sovereign realm experts entered the arena one after another, a series of rumbling explosions could be heard. The 10 arenas were immediately filled with intense collisions. Smoke rose from all directions, and the spectators could not stop exclaiming in surprise. Ling Xiao and the others did not go up immediately. Instead, they stayed in a corner and observed the fights. Yi and Feng, who was beside him, could not help but say, "Young master, let's go up too." Xianxia had set a goal for him to fight his way into the top 100. He had thought that it was impossible, but after a year of quiet cultivation, his strength had improved greatly. Moreover, he had obtained a high-level Xian skill from the evil emperor. Coupled with the Yi family's ascension technique, he was now confident that he could fight his way into the top 100. Although the ascension technique had a huge flaw and once used, he would lose all his spiritual power for 3 days, this problem had been temporarily solved. This was because Feng Xianyun could use the ancient silver needle stimulation technique to restore his weakened body. However, the pain that he had to endure was not something that an ordinary person could bear. Moreover, he could only use the needles twice a month. In other words, Yi and Feng could only use the Spirit Ascension chant twice a month. Otherwise, if he continued to use it, his body would be unable to bear the pain, and it would cause great harm to his body. The best way was for Yi and Feng to comprehend something in this battle and improve the Yi family's ascension technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would not be a good idea to continue like this. We'll let you go up, but we hope that you can clearly see the strength of these people. Otherwise, you'll be the ones to suffer, Ling Xiao replied, but his eyes were still on the first arena. That's right. A young man wielding a spear looked at his opponent in the first ring. His face was filled with disdain as he said, "I, Zhong Tong, can defeat you in a single strike." Zhong Tong's opponent was also a middle-level earthly sovereign. This earthly sovereign looked to be in his 50s, and his fire elemental aura was extremely strong. He had already won 2 matches in a row, and both of them were defeated by a single move. However, his opponents were only low-level earthly sovereign, and they were not on the same level. When a middle-level Earth Emperor heard Zhong Tong's arrogance, he immediately shouted, "What's the use of just talking and not doing anything? If you have any strong moves, just come at me. I can kill a small character like you in one move." After the middle-level Earth Sovereign shouted, he immediately took the initiative to strike first. The long sword in his hand shook out countless sword lights, which instantly enveloped Zhong Tong. The sword Qi transformed into several spirit beasts and roared at Zhong Tong. The powerful energy caused the defensive formation to tremble slightly. This move was almost an all-out attack from a mid-stage, earthly sovereign realm expert. This person's combat power should be in the upper middle level. However, in the face of this move, Zhongtong appeared extremely disdainful. Layers of dark protection force surrounded his body like an iron wall. Phantoms of iron armor beasts appeared and blocked the sword chi. The surrounding people let out cries of surprise. This is the Zhong family's unique secret technique, the bronze iron body protection technique. That's right. It's said that they need to absorb the blood of iron armor beasts to cultivate this technique to the Great Accomplishment stage. Once they reach the Great Accomplishment stage, their defense will be comparable to a high-grade profound artifact or even a low-grade spirit artifact. Looks like Zhongtong's defense is about to reach the Great Accomplishment stage. No wonder he's so confident. Not a bad attack, but unfortunately, it's useless against me, Zhongtong said faintly. The long spear in his hand quickly rotated, and an earth-colored spear light shot towards the mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert like lightning. The mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert hurriedly retreated, and at the same time, he was about to summon his protective spirit beast. Unexpectedly, Zhongtong's move was just a feint. His real killing move was to attack from behind. He leaped into the air and turned into a spear. The powerful energy caused the surrounding air to whistle. The mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert quickly gave up on summoning his spirit beast and held his sword horizontally above his head, blocking the spear shadow. Clang! Puffed! The mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert only felt a sweetness in his throat. The long sword in his hand was directly smashed away by the powerful energy, and his entire body was sent flying out of the arena. Zhongtong descended from the sky in a carefree manner. He flicked his hair lightly and said with a very arrogant expression, "Who else wants to challenge this young master?" Zhongtong's move forcefully suppressed his opponent. His strength already had the strength of an ordinary high-level earthly sovereign realm expert. However, although this move of his was strong, it could not stop the desire of the emperors to fight for the ranking. "I, Zhu Kuan, will fight with you, little kid," an old man in his 70s shouted. He carried a pair of sickles and leaped onto the arena with a surging aura. The various secret techniques of the central region are indeed powerful. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim when he sensed the defensive profound skill that Zhongtong had just used. These are only mid-level secret techniques. Once you meet the outstanding talents of the 18 major forces, your horizons will be broadened. Xianxia echoed from the side. Well, let's take a look at the situation of the other arenas. Later on, we will split up and fight on our own arenas. This way, we can avoid running into our own people too early. Ling Xiao replied softly. His gaze fell on the second, third, and fourth arenas. On these three arenas, the bankers were impressively the three Ming sisters. The three of them were graceful and had graceful figures. They constantly danced up and down like beautiful butterflies. Not only were they beautiful, but they also carried a strong killing intent. The three of them had each won 3 rounds in a row. Furthermore, they had not used their protective spirit beasts so far, which was enough to show that their strength was not inferior to Zhongtong's. Ling Xiao swept his gaze over the other arenas. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the 8th arena. The banker of the 8th arena was an indifferent young man. He held a cyan, long sword in his hand. Balls of cyan energy constantly flashed around him. His eyes were filled with incomparable confidence and pride. He had won 5 rounds in a row. He was the one who had won the most consecutive rounds since the start of the competition. He was also the fastest. The surrounding people all recognized him as Shun Mo, one of the 5 true disciples from the Blue Sun sect who were participating in the Imperial List tournament. He was a newly advanced Earth Emperor, specialized in the wood attribute, and was good at using a longsword. At this time, the 6th Earth Emperor to challenge, Shen Mo, entered the arena. This person also had the strength of a high-level Earth Emperor. He held a split-wave saber and was above a gold-devouring rat of the 5th rank. Without saying a word, The man and beast immediately split up and attacked Shun Mo with all their might. Shun Mo's expression was still extremely indifferent in the face of the long-range attacks from the man and beast. It was as if he did not care about these attacks at all. Seeing that the attacks were about to reach Shun Mo, he began to move. His whole body was like a clone. He actually split into two, and at the same time, a terrifying sword light slashed out from the left and right, dispersing the attacks one by one. At the same time, the third clone had already stabbed towards the waist of the high-level Earth Emperor from the other side. The high-level Earth Emperor was shocked. He hurriedly returned his saber to meet the attack. Powerful Xian skills were constantly released. On the other hand, Shun Mo's sword light was extremely strange. The sword that was supposed to be stabbing forward had turned into a distorted shape. It bypassed the attack of the high-level Earth Emperor and directly pierced the waist of the high-level Earth Emperor. At this time, only a shadow of Shun Mo stood in the middle of the high-level Earth Emperor. The long sword had already pierced the high-level Earth Emperor's body. He muttered, "Die." After saying that, he waved the long sword in his hand. The high-level Earth Emperor didn't even have a chance to retreat. He was immediately cut into 2 layers at the waist. The strong smell of blood made the people around the 8th arena want to vomit. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao frowned slightly and muttered, "It's actually the doppelganger's secret technique." He immediately explained to Ling Xiao, "This is a secret technique unique to the Blue Sun sect. It is said that if one cultivates it to the large success stage, they can split into 12 clones at the same time. Right now, the disciple of the Blue Sun sect can only use 3 or 4 clones, which means that he has only reached the small success stage. However, in the Battle of the Earth Emperor, their clones are indeed a headache. I think that this time, at least 2 people from the Blue Sun sect will be able to enter the top 10 of this competition." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Indeed, if you meet them, you must be careful. In fact, only one of their clones is real, and the rest are just illusions. The attack power won't be too strong, and the real kill will be at the moment when their real body descends. As long as you can defend this point, their advantage will not exist." After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, there's not much time left. All of you go down and participate in the competition. I want to see who among you will be the first to obtain the qualification for the second round." "All right, boss, watch me." Yi Yanfeng was full of fighting spirit. He responded and immediately rushed towards the first arena. It was obvious that he wanted to start defeating his opponents from the first arena. After Kai Shiyue and Bai Yushi looked at each other, they walked towards the 5th and 6th arenas respectively. Xian Yao chose the 7th arena. The banker was a tall and sturdy man with the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor. Ling Xiao didn't leave his spot. He just quietly watched as they went forward to fight. The prodigal boy at the side did not quite understand and said, "Boss, this kind of competition is so boring. Why do you want to participate? With your strength, playing with them is simply bullying them." Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Hee, boss is not strong enough to be arrogant. Although this game is a little boring, it is also exciting." At this time, Mad Tooth, who rarely spoke, said faintly, "Historically, the Imperial Rankings competition has always been a battle where elites from all over the world gather. With your current strength, it will not be easy for you to leave Blue Sun City." Mad Tooth had not seen Ling Xiao's true combat strength, but he could tell that Ling Xiao was only a middle-stage Earth Emperor. Even if he was the disciple of the evil emperor and had the strength to fight above his level, it would not be easy for him to go further. Therefore, his words were obviously not optimistic about Ling Xiao and the others. Chapter 594. Towards Mad Claw's comments, Ling Xiao laughed it off and did not react at all. On the other hand, Savage Leopard had an unnatural look on his face. It was obvious that he didn't agree with Mad Claw's comment. After all, his understanding of Ling Xiao was far from what Mad Claw saw on the surface. On the first arena, Yi Yanfeng was already fighting with Zhong Tong, who had a winning streak. Ling Xiao was very optimistic about this battle. After all, Yi Yanfeng was a level higher than Zhong Tong. If he couldn't even defeat Zhong Tong, then he really wasn't worthy of following him. Sure enough, as Ling Xiao had expected, Yi Yanfeng had knocked Zhong Tong off the stage in the 15th move. Zhong Tong was only a middle stage Earth Emperor, so being able to exchange 15 moves with Yi Yanfeng was already a pretty good result. Since Yi Yanfeng had defeated Zhong Tong, and Zhong Tong's previous 4 consecutive victories were all counted as Yi Yanfeng's, then Yi Yanfeng only needed to win 6 consecutive matches to enter the next round. On the other side, the moment Bai Yuxi and Kai Shiyue appeared on the 4th and 5th arenas, they immediately caused the surrounding wolves to scream. What a beautiful girl. Look at her mature figure. She's really asking for my life. Not bad, but this girl over here is even purer. Looking at her makes me want to hold her in my arms and take good care of her. Seeing them, the 3 sisters of the Ming clan seem much more vulgar. This kind of woman is the best. Haha, when I go up, I'll subdue them. Kai Shiyue's entire body was suffused with a dazzling golden light. With the Hong Fu in her hand, she looked like an ethereal fairy, causing her opponent to be dazed. The opponent swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with greed as he said, "Little girl, you should go down by yourself. Swords have no eyes. I don't want to ruin your face." Kai Shiyue didn't say much. She lightly waved the Hong Fu in her hand, and countless strands of hair turned into willow threads that flew towards her opponent. The plain Hong Fu did not display much lethality, causing people to be unable to help but have an illusion. The opponent smiled obscenely and said, "Since you want to play with me, then I'll have a good time with you." As soon as the opponent finished speaking, he actually bypassed Hong Fu like a snake and pounced toward Kai Shiyue. This guy was just a middle-level Earth sovereign. He couldn't see through Kai Shiyue's true strength. He thought that Kai Shiyue was a woman with no combat experience. His lecherous hand actually grabbed towards Kai Shiyue's plump chest, and his eyes were filled with greed. The people below the stage all had a look of regret on their faces. It seemed that they were all thinking how good it would be if they were the ones on the stage. However, just as the perverted pig slipper touched Kai Shiyue's chest, the whisk suddenly spun over and burst out with a sharp golden light, stabbing towards the opponent like thousands of needles. That person didn't have time to defend himself. He felt as if his back was being stung by tens of thousands of hornets. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying far away. Kai Shiyue had already taken a few steps back and looked coldly at the man who had fallen to the ground. The surrounding people looked at the person who had been sent flying. Seeing the countless small holes on his back trickling with blood, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They were all exclaiming, "This is a rose with thorns. If you touch it, your hand will be pricked. If you don't have the strength, it's better not to provoke it." Kai Shiyue won with a single move. Although she had shocked many of the weaker earthly emperors, she couldn't stop some of the more daring and lecherous people, as well as those who were fighting for the emperor rankings with all their might. As soon as that person was defeated, someone immediately jumped onto the stage to fight her. On the other side, Bai Yuxi's opponent was at the same level as her. They were both at the middle stage of the Earth Emperor realm, and they were both women. This woman's looks were average. When she saw the pure and beautiful Bai Yuxi, her heart immediately surged with jealousy. This woman's attacks were quite ruthless, and she attacked Bai Yuxi's vitals one after another. Bai Yuxi cultivated the water moon divine technique. She dodged gracefully, and the blue longsword in her hand drew a blue light, barely blocking all the opponent's moves. Bai Yuxi had just broken through to the middle stage of the Earth Emperor realm with the help of elixirs. Her realm was not stable yet. Fortunately, the power of her water moon sword technique was extraordinary. Otherwise, she would have been defeated by her opponent. However, the woman obviously didn't want to be entangled too much. After attacking for a long time without success, she immediately summoned her spirit beast. It was a 5th-rank, low-level snow wind eagle, and its huge body covered more than half of the stage. "Wind Eagle, kill this little girl together with me." The woman was very cruel. She actually wanted to kill Bai Yuxi as soon as she opened her mouth. The silver sword in her hand swung out powerful icicles, smashing towards Bayushi. At the same time, the snow-wind eagle above her head also pounced towards Bayushi. The pair of vigorous eagle claws actually grabbed toward Bayushi's head. An ordinary middle-stage Earth Emperor might not be able to resist the joint attack from above and below. Bayushi suddenly revealed a somewhat determined look. She changed her previous soft look and firmly shouted in her heart, "I must not embarrass young master." "Water moon mirror screen," Bayushi exclaimed. The blue long sword in her hand turned extremely delicate, as if she was playing with the crown prince sword. Streams of blue water formed a water screen that was like a full moon, and the water screen bloomed with powerful reflective lines. Swish! The icicles that the woman attacked in front of Bayushi were actually swept back by the full moon water screen. The surrounding people immediately let out an uproar when they saw such a sword technique. Obviously, they were all shocked by this move of Bayushi. The woman was also shocked by the sudden return of the icicles. She quickly used a strong move to shake off her icicles one by one. However, the snow-wind eagle above Bayushi's head had already pounced on her. She had no time to attack again. However, before the snow-wind eagle's fierce claws could grab Bayushi's head, a snow-white shadow instantly appeared. Squeak! Of course, it was Bayushi's protective spirit beast, the white fox. The small body of the white fox instantly enlarged, and the 5 foxtails also instantly swelled up. The snow-wind eagle was startled by the white fox's imposing manner, but it did not stop its attack. It just changed its target to the white fox. Unfortunately, its level was too far apart from the white fox. The current white fox had already advanced from a mid-stage of the 5th tier to the peak of the 5th tier. The 5 foxtails kept growing longer. In an instant, they wrapped around the snow-wind eagle from 5 different directions. Like a man-eating flower, they bound the snow-wind eagle tightly. The difference between the two was too great. Furthermore, the white fox had the bloodline of a holy beast. Its battle tenbin was much stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. The white fox's tail tore the huge body of the 5th-tier low-stage snow-wind eagle into several pieces. As for the woman who was fighting with Bayushi, she was shocked when she saw that her spirit beast was actually killed. She revealed a look of panic. She was just about to open her mouth to admit defeat, but Bayushi's long sword had already pierced in front of her throat. The woman cried out in her heart, "My life is over." Unexpectedly, the long sword stopped firmly in front of her throat. It did not pierce through her throat. "Admit defeat," Bayushi said indifferently. She was still very soft-hearted after all. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. He thought to himself, "Looks like this lass is still not suitable to participate in any battle." Ling Xiao did not have any intention of blaming her. He knew that this was Bayushi's nature. He also did not want to continue to force her to make any more changes. Otherwise, she would not be who she was. On the 7th arena, Xianxia had also defeated his opponent. Moreover, he had only used 5 moves to end the battle. Looking at his calm expression and his elegant and heroic posture as he lightly waved his white fan, there were many women who were yearning for love who screamed for him. Ling Xiao wiped the ground with a faint smile. This fraud is acting cool again. It really makes this young master feel ashamed to be associated with him. If Xianxia had heard this, he would have immediately scolded. "You bastard! How dare I compare with a narcissist like you? Looks like it's time to go on stage," Ling Xiao murmured. Then his gaze fell on the 10th arena. On this arena was a young man, which made Ling Xiao extremely surprised. This young man looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. He had long golden hair and a wild temperament. He held a golden rod in his hand and stood with his hands behind his back. There was an indescribable arrogance on his slightly elegant and tender face. His strength had reached the strength of a low-level earthly emperor. It was likely that no one would believe that he had reached this level of strength at such a young age. They all thought that this person must have consumed some exotic spirit herbs in his early years, which was why he maintained such a look. Perhaps he was already 40 or 50 years old, or even close to 100 years old. However, Ling Xiao felt that this young man should be the age he looked on the surface. He was definitely not a person who was more than 10 years old. This was because he could faintly feel that the young man's extremely powerful life fluctuations were contained within his body. As soon as the young man appeared on stage, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. This was because the opponent this young man challenged had already won 4 matches in a row. His strength had reached the high-level earthly emperor, and he was a very tough opponent. No one understood why this young man was so confident that he actually dared to challenge someone who was 2 levels above him. They all felt that this young man seemed to be too arrogant, or perhaps there was something wrong with this young man's brain. Little boy, this is not a place you should be. If you know what's good for you, go down. This emperor doesn't want to hurt you because you are young and ignorant. The high-level earthly emperor was also kind-hearted and tried to persuade the golden-haired young man. If you go down, I will spare your life. The young man said coldly to the high-level earthly emperor. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't go down. The high-level earthly emperor said somewhat angrily. He immediately blasted out a powerful fist shadow, intending to defeat the golden-haired young man in one move. However, in the face of the high-level earthly emperor's attack, the golden-haired young man showed extreme disdain. Immediately after, he flicked his golden hair, and his whole body bloomed with dazzling light. A powerful phantom suddenly appeared. The phantom was impressively a golden spirit ape. It was much more powerful and terrifying than ordinary spirit apes. Its soaring battle intent caused the surrounding people to tremble. This is a sacred battle ape. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 595. The sacred battle ape was an ancient spirit beast with amazing battle prowess. This kind of spiritual beast was extremely rare. Since ancient times, only a few of them had been discovered. However, each of the sacred battle apes possessed supreme battle power. Even divine beasts were extremely fearful of them and would not easily provoke them. No one had expected that this young man would be able to condense the phantom of a sacred battle ape. Many of the big shots on the high platform stared at the golden-haired young man, their expressions filled with shock. He must have obtained the essence and blood of a sacred battle ape. Otherwise, how could he condense the phantom of a sacred battle ape? That's right. The sacred battle ape's Tenbin ability increases battle prowess and battle intent. Look at this young man's strength surging. If he becomes a high-level earthly emperor, he will definitely be among the top 10 imperial slaughtering emperors. It's not impossible for him to become the first sovereign. He's too monstrous. I really don't know where this young man is from. He's so heaven-defying. We can't miss out on such a good seedling. When I reported his name just now, I think he's called Yuan Zhantian. When the time comes, we'll have to rely on our own abilities to rope him in. This name really suits him. It seems like he was born to fight. It seems like there should be quite a few monsters in the central region. Ling Xiao sighed and no longer watched the battle on the 10th arena. His figure began to sweep towards the 8th arena. In the 8th arena, Xianxia had already won 7 matches in a row. Until now, no one had been able to break his cloning technique. He almost always killed his opponents with a single move. His methods were extremely cruel. Based on the current situation, he will be the first to advance to the next round of earthly emperors. Xianxia wore an extremely cold smile on his face as he waited for the next opponent to appear. However, he was secretly thinking to himself, could it be that my methods are a little too fierce and no one dares to come up and fight me? However, just as he finished feeling pleased with himself, a figure leisurely strolled up to the arena. Ling Xiao, please advise me. Ling Xiao said to Xianxia indifferently. He said this to let the judge below the arena hear his name and know who he was. After all, there's a list of names on the jade platforms above each arena. Anyone who reported their name could participate. If they lost, the name on the jade platform would be erased. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao playfully and said, You're that earthly emperor from Meteorite City in the northwest. Ling Xiao smiled. That's right, it's me. At this time, the people below the arena pointed at Ling Xiao, their faces full of ridicule. It was obvious that Ling Xiao would die under Shin's sword. Ling Xiao. At this time, the people below once again pointed at Ling Xiao, their faces full of ridicule. Obviously, they all wanted to see Ling Xiao die under Shenmo's sword. Then, Ling Xiao thanks Brother Shun in advance. Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face. Shenmo's eyes narrowed. Obviously, he didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so bold. However, he just thought that Ling Xiao came up to die. After all, how could a middle-stage, earthly emperor pose a threat to him? I'll give you a chance to make a move. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Shen looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously. Hee, since there's such a good thing, Ling Xiao will do as you say. Ling Xiao chuckled. Then, with a flash, his ghostly figure appeared in front of Shen in an instant and blasted an ordinary fist at Shen. Your speed is good, but with this little strength, you're still overestimating yourself. Shen curled his lips and said. At the same time, he drew the green sword in his hand and slashed at Ling Xiao. Whoosh! The sword light cut Ling Xiao's body in half. Not good. It's an afterimage. Shen raised his eyebrows and immediately became vigilant. Unfortunately, a golden fist landed squarely on his back. Uffed. Immediately, Shen flew out of the arena like a cannonball. Everyone looked at the young man who didn't seem to have done anything, and their expressions revealed strange expressions. Mother asterisk her. He defeated Shen just like that. Shen was too careless this time. He was actually tempted by the opponent. It's really not worth it. Isn't that so? Shen is a high-level earthly emperor, and that guy from the northwest is only a middle-stage earthly emperor. If he was serious, Shen would have killed him long ago. A loss is a loss. Shen can only blame himself for being too arrogant. Brother Shun, you admit it. Ling Xiao slightly cupped his hands at Shen like a smiling tiger. Shen fell onto the arena, still not understanding what was going on. He suddenly jumped up from the ground. No, impossible. How could I lose? This must be an illusion. I want to kill that bastard. Shen couldn't believe the truth and cried out in surprise. He looked at Ling Xiao with a smile that seemed to be full of ridicule. Then, he flew up to the arena without a care for anything else, and the long sword in his hand slashed towards Ling Xiao. Stop! The referee frowned and shouted. The aura of a venerable realm expert swept towards Shenmo's body trembled slightly, but he still didn't stop his attack. Umph! The referee snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. A powerful aura of a venerable realm expert instantly shackled Shen instantly created 3 clones. 2 of them were shackled, while the other one blasted towards Ling Xiao. Bastard, you're courting death. The referee's dignity was provoked, and he instantly shattered those 2 clones while his other hand smashed towards Shen. However, he was still half a beat too late, and Shenmo's true body had already arrived before Ling Xiao. Everyone else thought that Ling Xiao would make a move to defend himself, but what he did was completely out of everyone's expectations. Everyone was dumbfounded. Hey, you've already left the arena. How can you still come up here to kill me? Save me. Save me. Ling Xiao revealed an extremely cowardly appearance, and he actually turned around and fled. I'm going to kill a coward like you. You don't deserve to stand on this arena. Shen seemed as if he'd gone mad as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, a sonorous voice resounded. Junior Brother Shun, stop right now. Unfortunately, this voice was still a moment too late. The referee had directly activated his world and blasted Shen flying, causing a strand of blood to spray out in midair. Anyone who dares to look down on the rules of this competition will die, the referee said coldly. Although the Blue Sun sect was the organizer of this year's Imperial Rankings tournament, every referee was sent out by the 18 great powers to supervise. This was to prevent some local powers from abusing their power for personal gain and destroying the fairness. However, the referee had also held back and did not directly kill Xianxia. This could be considered as giving the Blue Sun sect some face. If it had been anyone else, they would have died. A few disciples from the Blue Sun sect quickly carried Xianxia to the side. The surrounding people looked at the injured Xianxia and kept on shushing him. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked towards the 8th arena with a gloomy face. "Look, isn't that the 4th and oldest successor disciple of the Blue Sun sect, Xianxia?" "That's right, this person is the left-hand sword Xianxia. Among the successor disciples, he's in his 60s, and he's indeed the oldest. It seems like Shenmo's failure has caused his senior brothers to be unable to bear it. That cowardly Ling Xiao probably won't be so lucky as to pick up Shenmo's consecutive victories." "Of course. Didn't you see that he actually shouted for help just now? I really don't know if his brain is stuck. Maybe he's just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." Xianxia has come to challenge. Xianxia glared at Ling Xiao aggressively and shouted. This young man in front of him had picked up his junior brother's Ping Yi, so he definitely could not let him go. Otherwise, where would the Blue Sun sect's face be? He cursed Xianxia 1,000 times in his heart. He was actually arrogant and wasted the opportunity to advance. Just as Xianxia was about to attack Ling Xiao shouted at Xianxia, "Wait." Xianxia frowned and said, "If you want to surrender, then hurry up and scram." Ling Xiao quickly waved his hand and said, No, I'm saying this first. When I accidentally beat you down, you're not allowed to chase after me like that person just now. Otherwise, I won't do it," Xianxia said with a dark face. "You can rest assured about that. I'll get rid of you right now. I won't give you any chance." "It's useless for you to say it." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes at him and then said to the referee, "Sir, you have to keep an eye on him. If he loses and doesn't admit it, you have to protect me. We can't take it anymore." The moment he said this, the surrounding people immediately burst into laughter. The referee nodded seriously. "Don't worry, he doesn't have guts." With Xianxia as an example, the referee was naturally not optimistic about Xianxia's character. "All right, can we begin?" Xianxia said impatiently. He thought to himself, "I must finish off this damned guy in one move." "Wait," Ling Xiao called out again. Xianxia's expression was ashen as he said, "What's wrong with you now?" "Nothing, I just want to tell you. I'm going to attack." Ling Xiao's words dragged on for a moment. Suddenly, his figure took a ghostly step, and a series of afterimages swept toward Xianxia. "What did you say?" Xianxia was still hesitating, but in the next moment, Ling Xiao was already attacking him. His eyelids twitched as he quickly raised the sword in his left hand. Unfortunately, how could Ling Xiao give him the chance? Several golden fists smashed toward Xianxia's chest like a torrential storm. Bang, bang. Xianxia felt as if his body had been smashed by a 1,000-pound boulder and was instantly sent flying out of the arena. However, Xianxia was much more clear-headed than Xianxia. Before his body even landed, he endured the pain from the bombardment and stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. His body once again bounced back onto the stage. "You have some skill, but you should still go down for me." Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile as his sea of consciousness formed a few elementary runes and blasted them towards Xianxia. Xianxia's sea of consciousness stiffened, and his flying body instantly stopped. Bang! His body seemed to have lost control as he once again landed on the ground. This time, the surrounding people quietened down. Their expressions were extremely strange. Even the referee's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Xianxia was defeated just like that. Chapter 596. Ling Xiao smiled as he cupped his hands at Xianxia, who had fallen off the stage, and said, "I admit it." The dramatic scene made everyone unable to wrap their heads around it. 3 words appeared in their hearts. How shameless. "Bastard." Xianxia roared in anger. Although he had taken quite a few punches from Ling Xiao, he was wearing a high-grade defensive armor. so his injuries were not serious. He was really angry and lost just like that. It was clearly this fellow who had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Ling Xiao instantly revealed a timid expression as he ran towards the referee and said, "Lord, protect me. He's preparing to kill again." The referee immediately glared at Jean Dazwa and said, "Hurry up and step down." Jean Dazwa said to the referee unwillingly, "Sir, he used a sneak attack. I'm not convinced. I want to fight him again." Ling Xiao revealed an innocent look and said, "Didn't I just say that I was going to attack? Besides, how could there be a sneak attack in the arena?" "Shut up. If you hadn't told me to stop time and time again, would I have fallen for your trick?" Jean Dazwa shouted in shock. The referee waved his hand impatiently and said to Jean Dazwa, "You could go down now. The moment you enter the arena, it will begin. He is your enemy. If he tells you to stop, then stop. Why are you being so obedient? Is there something wrong with your head? Even if he won with a sneak attack, you can only blame yourself for not being skilled enough. What qualifications do you have to accept the next match? Let's continue with the next match." But Jean Dazwa still wanted to say something, but the referee glared at him fiercely. He could only turn around and leave the stage unwillingly. However, the moment he left the stage, he glared at Ling Xiao with hatred and sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. "Bastard, don't even think about leaving Blue Sun City alive." When Ling Xiao heard this, he still had a mischievous smile on his face, as if he did not take Jean Dazwa's words to heart at all. Ling Xiao had defeated Jean Dazwa. In addition to Shun Mo's 7 consecutive wins, he now had 8 wins. He only needed to win 2 more matches to advance to the next round of the competition. As for Ling Xiao's cowardly performance, someone quickly stepped forward to challenge him. The one who stepped forward to challenge Ling Xiao was a middle-level Earth Sovereign. He felt that Ling Xiao's 2 consecutive victories were entirely due to luck and despicable means. Therefore, as long as he could defeat Ling Xiao, all 8 victories would belong to him. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. "My name is Feng Jian. Please advise me." The middle stage Earth Sovereign cupped his hands and called out to Ling Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of frightening spiritual energy surged out from his long halberd. One after another, congealed snakes charged towards Ling Xiao. This Feng Jian is really despicable. He actually learned from that fellow in the Northwest and launched a sneak attack when someone was unprepared. You don't say. This is called giving him a taste of his own medicine. This Feng Jian is at the peak of the middle stage Earth Sovereign. It seems like he picked up to Ping Yi this time. That's right. That fellow from the Northwest will definitely lose. You're really despicable. I'm not ready yet. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and used the cloud shadow steps to skillfully avoid Feng Jian's attack. Before you say that others are despicable, think about what you did just now. Feng Jian coldly snorted and summoned his protective spiritual beast at the same time. A huge Class 5 serpent python instantly landed on the stage and flicked its long tongue. It looked extremely ferocious and frightening. Feng Jian did this for the sake of caution. He cannot be as careless as Shun Mo and Jean Dazwa. The huge serpent python opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Feng Jian surrounded Ling Xiao from the other side. Ling Xiao screamed as he ran, but he did not escape from the stage. Everyone saw a comical scene. One man and one beast continuously chased after Ling Xiao. Every time, they would almost catch up to him, but at the crucial moment, he would slip away like a loach. In a corner not far from the stage, 6 people were paying attention to Ling Xiao's every move. They were the 6 true disciples of the Blue Sun sect. They were the eldest disciple, Wu Lu, the second disciple, Lu Yuanqua, the third disciple, Wen Huang, the fourth disciple, Jean Dazwa, the fifth disciple, Bai Minsheng, and the sixth disciple, Shen Mo. The eldest disciple, Wu Lu, who had already reached the Empyrean stage, said, "You guys didn't lose by luck. That kid's movement technique is very strange. Just now he used his speed to catch you guys off guard. However, you guys lost so quickly. It's a disgrace to the Blue Sun sect, and a waste of a spot to advance. I'm sorry, eldest senior brother. Jean Dazwa and Shun Mo both replied with guilty expressions. Watch carefully. That kid will definitely enter the second round, but don't clash with him for now. Try to get a chance to advance in the second round as soon as possible. When the time comes, we'll take care of him, Wu Lu said faintly. Lu Yuanqua narrowed his eyes and said, Leave him to me. Third junior brother and fifth junior brother are the strongest. Leave them to the top 10 and enter the top 1,000 of the imperial rankings. All right, second junior brother, you're cautious, so you'll deal with this kid. Remember, you must make sure he stays on the stage forever. Wu Lu nodded. At this time, Feng Jian still hadn't caught up to Ling Xiao. However, he didn't plan to delay any longer. The spiritual energy around his body continued to gather, and the powerful aura caused the light barrier on the top of the light barrier to tremble. Brat, stop here! Feng Jian sneered and shouted. The long halberd in his hand exploded with a powerful attack. Dance of 100 snakes. Numerous python-like attack energies surged towards Ling Xiao from all directions. Those pythons opened their basin-like mouths wide, looking ferocious, as if they would only stop after devouring human blood. Feng Jian's serpent spirit beast also pounced towards Ling Xiao from behind, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. The scene of hundreds of serpents dancing on the stage caused the surrounding people to click their tongues in amazement. In the midst of the chaos, Ling Xiao was still calm and collected. However, his entire body was wrapped in a thin layer of 5-colored armor, looking extremely noble and domineering. Taking advantage of the time when the serpent light enveloped the stage, his figure surged like a ghost. The serpent energy that bombarded his body didn't even seem to be enough to tickle him. His figure passed through the light balls of snakes and pythons, and a golden fist silently blasted towards Feng Jian's chest. When Feng Jian realized something was wrong, he discovered that he seemed to be imprisoned by a powerful energy, making him unable to move. Bang! Feng Jian only felt a pain in his chest, and his entire body flew out like a broken kite. At the same time, Ling Xiao swept towards the serpent on the other side, grabbed its sweeping tail, swung it around, and threw the serpent out of the stage. All of this was done before the serpent's energy attack disappeared. Many people didn't clearly see what happened in the stage. When the serpent energy disappeared, they found that Feng Jian and his spirit beast had been smashed out of the stage, and Feng Jian had fainted on the spot. Silence. The surrounding people fell into silence. If Shen Mo and Jean Dazwa's failure was due to underestimating their opponents and carelessness, then what did Feng Jian's failure represent? Now, even a fool would realize that the young man in the stage was not as simple as he had imagined. Damn it, we were all fooled by him. This kid is really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. We didn't even see clearly how Feng Jian was defeated. It seems that he only saw his opponent as weak and let others think that he was easy to deal with. This kid's scheming is not ordinary. There's only one more match, but the closer it is to the last match, the more people will appear to pick up the advantage. I wonder if he can maintain his 9 consecutive victories? The moment it was confirmed that Feng Jian had lost, several figures shot towards the stage at the same time. Feng Puyu, please advise. Hu Yanpeng, please advise. Zhuo Maochuang, please advise. Shi Zhou, please advise. 4 high-level Earth Emperors landed on the stage at the same time and challenged Ling Xiao. These people were here to pick up the advantage. Once they defeated Ling Xiao, they would be able to obtain Ling Xiao's battle record. Then, they only needed to win one more match to advance to the second round. This kind of situation was not uncommon. In every imperial ranking tournament, many people would see this kind of opportunity. This way, not only would it save time and effort, but it would also allow them to obtain the best ranking. In such a situation, the referee already had a plan. He walked up with a wooden box and said, "Draw lots. Whoever draws Ling Xiao's name will be able to fight him." The 4 of them knew the rules and walked over to draw lots. In the end, Hu Yanpeng drew Ling Xiao's name, and he successfully became Ling Xiao's opponent. Haha kid, you can go down. I will defend your 9 victories until the end for you. Hu Yanpeng laughed at Ling Xiao. Hu Yanpeng had a rough appearance, and the muscles on his body were bulging. There were also hideous scars on his arms. It was obvious that he was a mercenary who had been through a lot of fighting. Ling Xiao revealed a charming smile and said, "Thank you, uncle. However, I think it's better to keep the victory for myself. Don't you think so?" Hee, that's not up to you to decide. Hu Yanpeng laughed lightly, and a spirit beast slowly appeared beside him. Screech! A golden light flashed, and a screeching sound lingered in the air. Golden blood rock! The surrounding people cried out in surprise when they saw Hu Yanpeng's spirit beast. Beside Hu Yanpeng was the peak rank 5 spirit beast, the golden blood rock. It spread its huge golden wings and swept them coldly. The blood crown on its head was incomparably dazzling, and its eyes flickered with a fierce light. The golden blood rock was a spirit beast that had the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow. It was a powerful existence that could advance to rank 8, and its combat strength was extraordinary. The golden blood rock in front of them was about to reach rank 6. With its rank 5 combat strength, it was definitely comparable to the strength of a low-level heavenly venerable. Ling Xiao was also attracted by his opponent's majestic spirit beast. He didn't think that his opponent would be able to obtain such a good spirit beast to protect himself. If it was an ordinary opponent, Hu Yanpeng would probably be able to rely on this golden blood rock to obtain victory. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao wasn't such an idiot. Chapter 597. Kid, admit defeat. Otherwise, my golden rock will eat you up. Hu Yanpeng was very cautious. He had actually jumped onto the golden rock's back, as if he did not intend to make a move himself. He believed that it was enough for the golden rock to deal with Ling Xiao. Although this young master is very afraid of death, the fortune teller once said that this young master would not die in the stomach of a spirit beast. Ling Xiao replied as he slowly flew up. Stubborn fool, golden rock, eat him for me. Hu Yanpeng commanded the golden rock. The golden rock let out a cry and flapped its golden wings a few times. Rays of golden light flickered incessantly as its huge body flew toward Ling Xiao. Its sharp beak was filled with bloodlust as it pecked at Ling Xiao. The golden rock was extremely fast. Even an ordinary high-level Earth Emperor would find it difficult to escape. Ling Xiao became slightly serious. Using phantom cloud steps, he left a series of afterimages in the air. He evaded the golden rock's peck and attacked Hu Yanpeng on the rock's back. However, the golden rock also had its back to the wall. Its huge body stopped abruptly and flapped its wings. Rays of golden light continuously engulfed Ling Xiao. Swoosh! Powerful attacks rang out densely in the air. Clang! Clang! Ling Xiao did not dodge. His fists glowed with a powerful golden light as he punched away the feather attacks. What? He actually received that attack with his bare hands. What a strong body. The golden rock's feather attacks are comparable to the bombardment of a high-level Xian artifact. It seems that this fellow has some capital. It seems that Shun Mo and Zhang Dazhua did not lose unjustly. However, it seems that it will not be easy to defeat Hu Yanpeng with just a strong body. He does have some ability, but I'm afraid it will not be that easy to deal with the golden rock, Hu Yanpeng murmured, slightly stunned. Immediately after, the gold blood rock flew closer to Ling Xiao, its powerful wings slashing towards Ling Xiao like thousands of blades. The gold blood rock's wings couldn't be compared to the light attribute of the wings. Its sharpness was comparable to some low-grade spirit tools. Ling Xiao ducked and dodged the attack, directly burrowing into Xue Jinpeng's lower abdomen. Hu Yanpeng felt that this was a good opportunity and immediately shouted, "Golden rock, quickly tear him apart." The gold blood rock did not need Hu Yanpeng's instructions. He had already used his strongest claws to swipe at Ling Xiao. This pair of claws was comparable to a spiritual weapon. Whether it was a human or a spiritual beast, it would be difficult for them to resist its powerful claws. Ling Xiao's body was like a loach as he dodged to the side. A ferocious look appeared on his face as he muttered, "I'll use you to establish my might." As soon as his voice fell, the golden fist in his hand instantly surged with light, and the powerful energy shook the light screen, causing it to flutter. Hu Yin Peng, who was sitting on a rock's back, immediately became vigilant and cried out, "Golden rock, quickly dodge." Unfortunately, his warning was too late. No, it should be said that Ling Xiao's attack was too fast. A fist carrying an incomparably fierce aura violently punched towards Xue Jinping's abdomen. Bang! Ling Xiao's fist was already comparable to a spirit tool. Even if Xue Jinping's body was strong, it was only at the 5th rank. The gold blood rock's huge body was continuously flipped upwards by Ling Xiao's punches. "Bastard, you dare to hurt my beloved rock? I'll kill you." Hu Yin Peng was furious. He shouted loudly as a heavy hammer appeared in his hand. He leaped down from his rock's back and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao withdrew his fist, but he did not retreat. Instead, he charged towards Hu Yin Peng. Ling Xiao's extremely fast figure made it impossible for Hu Yin Peng to catch him. At the same time, before Hu Yin Peng could attack Ling Xiao, he felt as if his body had been hit by several punches. Just when Hu Yin Peng sensed Ling Xiao's attack, he discovered that he did not seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Ling Xiao, who was not far away, clapped his hands and lightly sighed. "I'm done. Let's call it a day." Suddenly, Hu Yin Peng burst into laughter and said, "Your punches aren't even worthy of being my punches. I said that I'll kill you. Go to hell." Hu Yin Peng finished laughing, and the heavy hammer in his hand began to dance like a golden mountain. The entire arena seemed to be occupied by this golden mountain. The golden mountain seemed to weigh millions of kilograms. With just a light hit, even a peak Earth Emperor would be smashed into meat paste. Golden Mountain Suppression. Hu Yin Peng shouted loudly as he launched a powerful attack towards Ling Xiao. "It should explode." Ling Xiao muttered as if he didn't care about Hu Yin Peng's powerful attack at all. He still had a calm smile on his face. Bang! Bang! However, before Hu Yin Peng could display his powerful attack, bursts of energy burst out from his body. Bloody holes continuously exploded from his body. Hu Yin Peng still didn't understand what had happened. His internal organs seemed to have been blasted to pieces, and his entire body fell backward. Hu Yin Peng still didn't understand how he had died like this. He clearly didn't feel any injuries when he was hit just now. Following Hu Yin Peng's death, the golden blood rock also fell from the sky. "My apologies, my dear friend. I was lucky enough to win against you," Ling Xiao said to the dead Hu Yin Peng with a faint smile. His smile made the people around him feel that he was a bad person. However, under this smile, there was a ruthless and decisive killing intent. This made people feel cold. They were finally sure that this Ling Xiao in front of them was the real deal. He wasn't the kind of person who won by luck. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had successfully become the first person to advance in the first round. The moment the referee announced Ling Xiao's victory, the surrounding women looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Ling Xiao's handsome appearance and valiant strength made him so charming that they couldn't help but fall in love with him. Ling Xiao coquettishly waved to the women below and said, "Thank you for your recognition. Thank you for the support of so many beauties. Thank you for being fair and strict. It was you who gave me strength and allowed me to win by luck." As Ling Xiao's words fell, a large number of people below the arena collapsed. The referee smiled bitterly and shook his head. He sighed inwardly. How did such a monster appear in this year's competition? His skin is as thick as iron and copper. He doesn't know shame. On the high platform, the representatives of the major forces all looked at Ling Xiao. Their eyes flashed with a strange light. When Ling Xiao walked down the arena, he was immediately surrounded by a group of women. "Young Master Ling Xiao, are you free? How about we take a walk together?" "Young Master Ling Xiao, don't go with her. You should come with me. I will serve you well." "Young Master Ling Xiao, there's only one of them. We sisters will serve you together as long as you are willing to join our family. These women were disciples of some small forces or the new generation. They did this not only to choose a man for themselves, but also to rope and help for their sect or family. A man as handsome as Ling Xiao, with such strong hands, was naturally very popular with women. Ling Xiao only felt that he was wrapped in a lot of gentleness, and a sense of happiness welled up in his heart. His face was full of comfort. After going through a lot of twists and turns, Ling Xiao finally got rid of those women. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These women are so strong. Even this young master was almost hit by their weapons and suffered internal injuries. However, just as he got rid of the women, another group of men surrounded him. "What are you doing? Don't tell me you want to use force on this young master." "This young master is definitely not gay," Ling Xiao said weakly with his hands covering his chest. Those men's faces turned green, and they immediately explained their purpose for coming. It turned out that these people were also the lobbyists of the various forces. They all said that as long as Ling Xiao was willing to join their forces, they would provide all kinds of resources for Ling Xiao's cultivation. After all, Ling Xiao's ability to fight above his level was already in front of them. It would be strange if they didn't rope in such a battle genius. It was naturally impossible for Ling Xiao to join these forces, so he just casually pulled them over. Ling Xiao returned to the side of the prodigal and the others, and continued to pay attention to the battle between Yi Yunfeng, Bai Yushi, Kai Shihua, and Xianxia. At this time, after Yi Yunfeng defeated Zhong Tong, he won 2 more matches in a row, bringing the number of wins to 6, and was the one with the most wins among them. Bai Yushi, on the other hand, fought hard and won 2 matches, bringing the number of wins to 4. If not for the help of the White Fox, Bai Yushi would have been defeated long ago. The White Fox had the bloodline of a holy beast, and it had wisdom and combat power that ordinary spiritual beasts couldn't compare to. Kai Shihua had 5 wins, only 1 less than Yi Yunfeng. The people who challenged her were all high-level Earth Emperors, but her extraordinary Xian skill was the key to her victory. That Xianxia was taught by the evil emperor, so it was naturally extraordinary. Xianxia also had 5 wins, and, among them, he even defeated a high-level Earth Emperor. Ling Xiao did not expect Xianxia to also have the ability to fight above his level. Ling Xiao did not know whether the others could go further, but he was sure that it should not be a problem for them to pass the first round. Taking advantage of the free time, Ling Xiao once again set his eyes on arena number 10. That you've called Yuan Zhantian's combat power was indeed astonishing. As expected, he had already won 8 matches in a row. He only needed to win 2 matches in a row to advance. His data was much more beautiful than Ling Xiao's because he was only a low-level Earth Emperor, but he had consecutively defeated 5 middle-level Earth Emperors and 3 high-level Earth Emperors. Furthermore, he did not show any signs of fatigue. Ling Xiao smacked his lips and said, "This guy is too strong." At this time, the prodigal boy revealed a strange expression and said, "That guy seems to have the bloodline of our beast race, but it's not very pure. However, the bloodline Tenbin is very strong." Ling Xiao asked, "He might have refined the blood essence of a battle saint ape. This guy's luck is really heaven-defying." The battle saint ape was publicly recognized as a battle-type holy beast, and there were very few of them. Even if they met one, they might not be able to obtain its blood essence. After all, every saint ape's combat power was terrifying. And how old was this youth? He was actually able to obtain the blood essence of a saint ape to refine. That was why Ling Xiao was so moved. If he didn't die young, he might have become a legendary figure in the future. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Chapter 598. After a day of fighting, Ling Xiao and the others had passed the first round of the competition. However, Bai Yushi had suffered quite a bit of injury in the last round. Fortunately, it was not fatal. Looking at the injured Bai Yushi, Ling Xiao's heart ached. He decided not to let Bai Yushi participate in the second round. After all, let her experience the baptism of battle. In the future, as long as her level rose, she would have the ability to protect herself. In this way, Ling Xiao did not need to worry. "Young master, am I very useless?" In the inn, Bayushi said to Ling Xiao with a pale face. Ling Xiao stroked Bayushi's beautiful hair tenderly and said, "No, Bayushi is the kindest. It's all young master's fault for forcing you to do things you don't like. It's all young master's fault. You won't blame young master, right?" Bayushi buried her head in Ling Xiao's arms, closed her eyes, and breathed in the unique manly scent of Ling Xiao to her heart's content. She replied indifferently, "Why would I blame young master? I know young master is doing this for my own good. No matter what young master wants me to do, Yushi will not complain." Bayushi's temperament was like this: kind, gentle, and to put it bluntly, she was just a little obedient. However, this was also to Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, young master will not force you to do things you don't want to do in the future." Ling Xiao kissed Bayushi's cheek, then carried her to the bed and let her meditate to recover her spiritual power. Half a month later, the first round of martial arts competition finally ended. Out of the 12,000 people, only slightly more than 1,000 people entered the second round. Over the past half a month, Ling Xiao and the others have been watching the battles every day. They had seen all kinds of powerful earthly sovereign realm experts. Their dazzling Xian skills, amazing secret skills, and various kinds of protective spiritual beasts were truly endless. Among the remaining 1,000 people, 3/4 of them were high-level earthly sovereign realm cultivators, while the rest were mid-level earthly sovereign realm cultivators. Only Yuan Zhantian was a low-level earthly sovereign realm cultivator. He was also the most popular among the emperors. Many forces were trying to find out about his origins, and at the same time, they used all kinds of temptations to rope him into their respective forces. As for what Yuan Zhantian was thinking, Ling Xiao did not know. In the past half a month, Ling Xiao had paid special attention to 7 people. These 7 people were the earthly emperors that Ling Xiao believed had a 70% chance of entering the top 10 of the minor competition. Other than Yuan Zhantian, the other 7 were Wen Huang, Bai Minsheng, Tuoba Yuan, Gu Mingzhu, Gu Jiaojiao, Guan Xiong, and Chang Jingda. Wen Huang looked like an extremely refined and handsome man. His cultivation was already at the peak of the earthly emperor realm. He only needed to comprehend his own Tao, and breaking through to the venerable realm was just around the corner. He was one of the true disciples of the Blue Sun sect. Like Xianxia, he was a light attribute martial artist and was good at using the bone fan. He won 10 battles in a row without summoning his spirit beasts. Moreover, none of his opponents could withstand more than 3 moves from him. His strength was extraordinary. Bai Minsheng looked ordinary, but his expression was extremely feminine. As a true disciple of the Blue Sun sect, he had the strength of a high-level earthly emperor. He specialized in the water attribute and had already cultivated the Blue Sun sect's secret realm to the realm of 4 clones. However, Ling Xiao was sure that these 4 clones were not his full strength. This was because he appeared to be too calm in every battle. Basically, he would kill his opponents within a few moves, not giving them any chance to beg for mercy. This was completely similar to Shun Mo Tuoba Yuan, was a direct descendant of the aristocratic Tuoba family. The Tuoba family was comparable to a 4th-grade sect. Tuoba Yuan was a genius of the new generation in their family. At the age of 35, he already had the strength of a high-level earthly emperor. He specialized in the rare lightning attribute, and his lightning attacks deterred people from approaching him. In all 10 battles, he won with 1 move. His combat strength was rather astonishing. Gu Mingzhu was an outstanding disciple of the 5th-grade sect, Wuxia sect. She had a beautiful appearance and the strength of a high-level earthly emperor. She specialized in the wood attribute and had a high-level 5th-grade green pine fox as her protective spiritual beast. The human and beast worked together seamlessly, and she similarly advanced with an absolute advantage. Through observation, Ling Xiao knew that this girl should have many trump cards. However, he would only know how strong she was after the battle. Gu Jiaojiao's appearance was slightly inferior to Gu Mingzhu's, but she was petite and cute. She always had shallow dimples on her face, giving people a feeling of innocence. She always had a bright smile on her face, but her attacks were not soft at all. Her fire control mystic technique made Ling Xiao suspect that this girl should have the identity of an alchemist. This was because her flame should be the fire seed of some kind of beast fire. From this point, it was not difficult to guess. This girl was the daughter of the patriarch of the great aristocratic Gu family. 10 years ago, someone from the Gu family fought his way into the top 100 of the imperial ranking tournament, and that person was Gu Jiaojiao's elder brother. She hoped that she could become a war emperor like her elder brother. Guanxiong looked like a middle-aged, burly man. He was already in his 60s and had the strength of a peak earthly emperor. He specialized in the earth and wood attributes and was also a freelance mercenary. His murderous aura was extremely violent. Normally, his opponent would be frightened by his murderous aura. This guy was extremely abnormal. Before killing someone, he would first kill the opponent's spiritual beast. Unless the opponent admitted defeat in advance, he would not even let the person go. None of the 7 people that died in his hands had a complete corpse. Chang Jingda was the oldest among the 7. He was already 97 years old and was infinitely close to 100 years old. He looked old, but he was a genuine peak earthly emperor. Perhaps he had come to participate in the imperial ranking tournament for the reward of the enlightenment pool. He was proficient in claw techniques and cultivated a set of ghostly movement techniques. He was an expert in close combat. Ling Xiao believed that this Chang Jingda was the most likely person to enter the top 10 of this minor competition. This was because this person was the most cautious and never underestimated his opponent. He was also the most experienced in combat. Although each battle required a long time, his steady style made it harder for him to make mistakes. Apart from these 7 people, there were a few others that Ling Xiao paid attention to. Perhaps these people were also dark horses that had hidden their strength. Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid of anyone here. His goal was not only to enter the top 10 here. He wanted to take the glorious title of first martial emperor in the entire central region. The reason why he was observing so attentively was not only to absorb the battle strength and secret arts of these outstanding young talents from the central region, but also to warn the people around him to avoid these people as much as possible. This way, there would be fewer unnecessary battles in the competition. The first round of the martial arts competition ended, and the second round of the martial arts competition soon began. Currently, there were more than 1,000 people who had entered the second round. The rules were the same as the first round. Those who won 10 battles in a row would enter the final round. This meant that the top 100 of the minor competition would be born in the second round. Those who could enter the second round were extremely strong. Therefore, they were very careful when choosing their opponents. Ling Xiao planned to let the few of them wait until the others had accumulated enough wins before challenging them. This way, they could save a lot of combat strength. However, many people had the same idea as them. The speed of the second round of the martial arts competition was much slower than the first round. This was because most people were looking for the weakest opponent to challenge. In the end, Yi Yinfeng could not help but jump onto the third arena. He defeated the opponent who had just won a battle and began to wait for the other 9 people to challenge him. Ling Xiao secretly scolded Yi Yinfeng for being too impatient. However, this was also a good opportunity to hone his combat strength. 9 battles in a row in the second round were quite suffocating. After all of the opponents were extremely powerful. Yi Yinfeng won the first 2 battles with ease. However, when it came to the third battle, he had no choice but to summon his spirit beast. This was also the first time Yi Yunfeng's spirit beast appeared in front of the crowd. His spirit beast was no longer the rank 4 spirit beast that he had brought out from the Yi clan. Instead, it was a peak rank 5 astral yellow lion that he had captured before participating in the imperial ranking tournament. The astral yellow lion was a combat-type spirit beast. It also had a rare sound wave attack, making it difficult for the opponent to guard against it. The man and the beast worked together and won a few more battles. However, as he used up too much energy, Yi Yunfeng had to apply for an hour to recover before the seventh battle. For those who won consecutive battles, they could apply for a break in the middle. Otherwise, not everyone would be able to fight 10 people without being injured or defeated. With the high-level recovery elixir that Ling Xiao had prepared in advance, Yi Yunji's condition was more or less recovered after an hour. At the last moment, Ling Xiao had to remind Yi Yunfeng to be more careful. Yi Yunfeng also realized that there would definitely be many people who wanted to take away the fruits of his victory. Therefore, he was 120% vigilant. He had to get through the last 3 battles no matter what. If he could not even get through these 3 battles, how would he be able to enter the top 100 and become a true combat emperor? Yi Yunfeng won the next 2 battles with great difficulty. He suffered many injuries and his combat ability was greatly reduced. If it was not for the power of the astral yellow lion, he would have died a long time ago. In the last battle, a peak Earth Emperor in his 70s or 80s was lucky enough to get the chance to fight against Yi Yunfeng. This peak Earth Emperor was called Hua Fanzheng. He specialized in the wind attribute, and his protective spirit beast was an advanced rank 5 lunar wind wolf. Kid, since you have helped me win so many battles, you should admit defeat, Hua Fanzheng said to Yi Yunfeng. From his confident expression, it seemed that victory was already in his hands. If you want to beat me, show me what you are capable of. The golden spear in Yi Yunfeng's hand shook violently, and the sky was filled with golden spear shadows that stabbed toward Hua Fanzheng. At the same time, the astral yellow lion released a terrifying sound wave that blasted towards Hua Fanzheng and the lunar wind wolf. However, Hua Fanzheng seemed to be prepared. He used energy to isolate his eardrums from the outside world, and at the same time, he used the wind attribute to quickly escape from Yi Yunfeng's attack. A silver longsword appeared in his hand, and a series of gray wind blades blasted towards the injured Yi Yunfeng. Swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yunfeng's body was blasted by the wind blades several times. Fortunately, he was wearing a spiritual armor that blocked most of the wind blades. However, even though he could block them for a while, he couldn't block them forever. Hua Fanzheng used his super-fast speed to fight with Yi Yunfeng, exhausting Yi Yunfeng's combat ability. From time to time, when Yi Yunfeng's reaction was slow, Hua Fanzheng would attack with his sword. Yi Yunfeng's limbs were already injured and his aura was greatly reduced. Just when everyone thought that he would lose, Yi Yunfeng's combat ability suddenly soared. Chapter 599. The Yi family's ascension technique could increase Yi Yunfeng's combat power by 3 times for 2 hours. However, after 2 hours, he would not be able to use his spiritual power for 3 days. Now that Yi Yunfeng was at his weakest, he had no choice but to use the ascension technique to increase his combat power in order to win the last round. At the same time, he took the opportunity to consume 2 pills to increase his speed. This was also in preparation to catch up to Hua Fanzheng's speed. Hua Fanzheng felt Yi Yunfeng's powerful aura and was immediately shocked. How can this kid still have strength left? Could it be that he used some secret technique? I have to finish this quickly. Twisting Hurricane. Hua Fanzheng waved his long sword and a 12-meter-tall tornadoes started to blow. The stone chips on the arena were blown up continuously. More than 10 tornadoes wrapped around the arena, and the cold wind blades caused the surrounding light curtain to shake incessantly. There was a faint sign that the light curtain was not being suppressed. The surrounding people could not help but exclaim. It seemed that Hua Fanzheng's move was already his full strength. He wanted to kill Yi Yunfeng to avoid any future troubles. At this moment, a huge spear shadow bloomed from the bottom of the many cold, knife-like tornadoes. This spear shadow seemed to want to break the light curtain directly. The terrifying energy shook off many of the tornadoes. Damn it, evil wind! Hua Fanzheng cursed, and a gust of wind radiated from his long sword. This unique wind radiance belonged to the evil wind and was not an ordinary wind radiance. Its lethality was several times more terrifying than an ordinary wind radiance. It was obvious that this was Hua Fanjing's trump card. Gusts of chilly wind whistled, mixed with countless wind blades, and collided with the golden spear shadow. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of terrifying vibrations came from the arena, as if the arena was about to be devoured by these two powerful energies. The people in the surroundings were afraid that the sky would be destroyed, so they quickly retreated far away to avoid being affected. Sure enough, cracks appeared on the light curtain. It was obvious that the defensive sky curtain could not withstand the joint attack of two peak Earth Emperors. At this moment, the referee by the side of the arena snorted coldly, and his figure swiftly flew into the air. Close, the referee unleashed the energy of his small cube world. The powerful energy once again repaired the light screen that was on the verge of breaking. At this time, the attacks on the stage had already dissipated. Both of them were thrown to the edge of the arena by the powerful recoil. Large amounts of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their clothes were already in tatters. Hua Fanjing hurriedly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Yi Yanfeng was also severely injured, but the duration of the Spirit Ascension technique had not expired yet, so his combat power was still at its peak. Lose for me. Yi Yanfeng was born to fight. A strong and unyielding will to fight burst forth from him. With a loud roar, he raised a spear and attacked Hua Fanjing once again. From the other side of the arena, the golden spear shadow pierced towards Hua Fanjing's head like a roaring dragon. Hua Fanjing was shocked. His hand trembled, and the pills fell to the ground. His other hand quickly raised his sword to block the attack. Ding! Although Hua Fanjing had blocked the gigantic golden spear shadow, he had reacted too hastily. The long sword in his hand had been shaken out of his hand, and the golden spear shadow had still heavily smashed onto his body. Puff! Hua Fanjing finally could not withstand it. His body flew out in an instant, and a stream of blood spurted out. Looking at Hua Fanjing, who had fallen from the arena, Yi Yanfeng stabbed his spear into the arena and could not help but let out a long roar in excitement. As his long roar ended, his whole body slowly fell backward. It was obvious that he had overexerted himself. Carry him down. Ling Xiao wiped a faint smile and said to Savage Leopard. Savage Leopard nodded lightly and immediately flew to the arena to carry Yi Yanfeng down. The yellow earth lion also separated from the lunar wind wolf and retreated with Savage Leopard. After experiencing these 10 battles, Yi Yanfeng can be considered to have begun to move forward on the path of the strong. Xianxia lightly waved his white fan and praised. Yes, as long as the weakness of the Spirit Ascension technique is resolved, his future achievements will not be low. Ling Xiao lightly nodded and replied, All right, it's my turn. Xianxia nodded his head and flew toward one of the arenas with a light tap of his foot. My husband, I'm going too. Kai Shue faintly revealed a hint of excitement, and her body swept towards one of the arenas like a swallow. Xianxia went up to fight 3 battles, and in the end, he was defeated by Chang Jingda, who Ling Xiao thought was most likely to advance to the top 10. Fortunately, Xianxia did not suffer much damage in the past 3 battles, and looking at Xianxiao's indifferent appearance, it seemed that he did not have much desire for this Imperial List tournament. Ling Xiao always felt that Xianxia should have some mysterious trump card that he had not used, but he did not intend to ask Xianxia. On the other side, Kai Shue also fell into a bitter battle after 5 consecutive battles. Because the 6th battle was impressively Guan Xiong, a ruthless person who killed without blinking an eye. Ling Xiao really did not expect Guan Xiong to pick Kai Shue, and he secretly felt anxious for her. Guan Xiong held a pair of ghost axes in his hands. This pair of ghost axes had the same attribute as him, earth and wood. Haha, little girl, Grandpa Guan has taken a fancy to you. Quickly surrender to Grandpa Guan and be his wife, and I will spare your life. Guan Xiong's whole body was full of spiritual energy, and his moves were extremely fierce, forcing Kai Shue to be overwhelmed. Kai Shue frowned and continued to strengthen her attack. Waves of golden hair turned into thousands of golden needles, piercing towards Guanxiong. A thick layer of yellow earth wall formed in front of Guanxiong, blocking the incoming golden needles. At the same time, the two axes in his hands continued to smash towards Kai Shiyue. One earth and one wood dual attribute attack from the left and right, forcing Kai Shiyue to retreat step by step. Caught off guard, the silk on Kai Shiyue's waist was cut by the strong light, immediately revealing a light golden armor inside. Guanxiong revealed a wretched smile and said, "What a pity! If I didn't wear the armor, I would be able to see the snow-white skin inside." "You pervert, Dai!" Kai Xie shouted angrily and summoned her colorful divine bird. Screech! A loud and clear cry instantly resounded through the sky, and a divine bird flashing with five-colored light appeared in the sky. Finally willing to summon the spirit beast? Guanxiong's ferocious face was filled with disdain. He was originally a mercenary, and he often fought with spirit beasts in the forest. He was not afraid of spirit beasts of the same rank, not to mention that he himself had a rank 5 high-grade spirit beast. However, he felt that he didn't need to summon his spirit beast to face this little girl. "Kill him for me." Kai Shiyue ordered the colorful divine bird. One man and one beast began to attack Guanxiong. Kai Shiyue's hair seemed to be able to grow infinitely long as it wrapped around Guanxiong. It wanted to tie him up and then let the colorful divine bird kill Guanxiong. "Humph, watch me break you." Guanxiong coldly snorted, and with a swing of his axe, several huge wooden shadows blocked Kai Shiyue's red hair. At the same time, he jumped with one foot and stabbed towards the colorful divine bird. "I'll kill you first, you mongrel bird." Guanxiong exploded with powerful spirit energy, and waves of earthy yellow color formed terrifying stone spikes that pierced towards the colorful divine bird's abdomen. The 5-color divine bird let out a high-pitched cry as it flapped its 5-colored wings continuously. Countless feather attacks flew towards Guanxiong like countless blades. The colorful divine bird was now a peak rank 5 spirit beast, and was only a step away from rank 6. There was no doubt about its divine power. However, Guanxiong naturally had confidence in himself since he dared to take the initiative to fight. When Guanxiong faced the countless feathers, a shield silently appeared in front of him. This shield flickered with a powerful light, and waves of elemental energy dissolved the feathers one by one. It was a mid-tier 6th-order defensive shield. "Mongrel bird, die for me." A shield blocked the 5-color divine bird's attack, and Guanxiong shot out from behind. His 2 axes slashed through the air, and the dual attributes of earth and wood were like giant boulders falling from the sky, but also like several giant wooden stakes smashing down. The colorful divine bird couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the boulders and wooden stakes. Screech! The colorful divine bird's huge body was hit and kept retreating, and it let out a series of screeches. Kai Shiyue attacked from behind and shouted, "Bird, hold on." Hong Fu fiercely swept towards Guanxiong, but Guanxiong retreated in time to avoid Kai Shiyue's attack from behind. "Without the help of the mongrel bird, little girl, you're nothing to be afraid of." Guanxiong revealed a sinister smile, and his 2 axes exploded with a powerful elemental light, bombarding Kai Shiyue. Rumble! The 2 high-level earthly emperors fought, and waves of elemental light collided, producing powerful explosions. Kai Shiyue was inferior to Guanxiong, and her spirit energy wasn't as thick as his. After a dozen moves, Kai Shiyue's body was bombarded many times, and many of her clothes were damaged. Her white and rosy arms began to be exposed. Guanxiong licked his lips. "What beautiful skin and flesh. I believe the inside is even more tempting. Beauty, just give in." After saying that, Guanxiong's axes slashed down at Kai Shiyue. The pressure of Mount Tai sent Kai Shiyue flying. Puff! Kai Shiyue fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate face was pale. Just as Guanxiong attacked again, the colorful divine bird recovered and returned to protect its master. Unfortunately, Guanxiong didn't intend to let it go this time. With the help of the spirit shield, the feathers couldn't cause any damage to Guanxiong. After 2 moves, the colorful divine bird was fiercely split in half by Guanxiong's axes, and blood dyed the sky. Bird! Kai Xiuyue let out a sorrowful cry. This colorful divine bird had followed her for many years, but it was actually split in half, which made her heart ache. Huh, a 5th-rank spirit beast is only SOSO. Guanxiong laughed wildly. Then, he put away his axes and clawed at the chest of the seriously injured Kai Xiuyue. From the looks of it, he wanted to take advantage of Kai Xiuyue's chest before winning. How dare you? How dare you touch my woman? You're courting death. Not far away, a figure's anger surged up in an instant. Chapter 600. Not far away, Ling Xiao, who was watching Guanxiong flirt with Kai Xiuyue, released a terrifying aura. The people standing next to him felt an awe-inspiring killing intent. They felt a chill in their hearts and quickly retreated far away. Ling Xiao wanted to use his spiritual force to instantly kill Guanxiong, but the Great Formation might sense it, and the hidden experts in the surroundings might notice it. This was against the rules, so he didn't want to cause these troubles for the time being. However, the anger in his eyes seemed to want to tear Guanxiong apart. Fortunately, Kai Xiuyue was not without room to resist. The red horsetail whisk in her hand kept spinning, and strands of whisk flew towards Guanxiong's hand like silk. If Guanxiong insisted on grabbing her chest, his hand would definitely be crippled by the whisk filled with spiritual force. What a shrewish woman, but I like it. Of course, Guanxiong wouldn't joke around with his hand. His body tilted, and his hand no longer grabbed Kai Xiuyue's chest. Instead, he touched Kai Xiuyue's head and pulled the ribbon that tied her hair. Without the binding of the ribbons, her beautiful hair scattered down like thousands of willow branches. Kai Xiuyue quickly retreated. Her fluttering hair didn't look messy at all, but it gave people a breathtaking feeling. Many of the surrounding wolf beasts couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, I can't stand it. This woman is too beautiful." No wonder Guanxiong, this old pervert, is so greedy. No matter who has this level of calamity, their lifespan will be shortened by 10 years. Why would it shorten their lifespan by 10 years? I think it will shorten their lifespan by at least 50 years. If they sleep with this woman every night, no one will be able to sleep peacefully. She seems to have come with Ling Xiao from the northwest. I didn't expect there to be such a beauty in the northwest. TSK, too beautiful. Grandpa Guan, I can't stand it anymore. Guanxiong didn't care about his image in front of everyone in the hall and shouted obscenely. At the same time, he pounced on Kai Xiuyue again. Kai Xiuyue was ashamed and angry. She wanted to fight Guanxiong again, but Ling Xiao's voice sounded in her ears. "You admit defeat immediately." Kai Xiuyue bit her lips and reluctantly retreated, shouting, "I admit defeat." She never disobeyed Ling Xiao's words, not to mention that she was no match for this pervert in front of her. Even if she fought with her life, she wouldn't be able to cause any damage to him. Her pitiful bird had been killed. Guanxiong wins this battle. The referee's cold voice sounded. Guanxiong, who was about to reach the rosy cloud's moon, had no choice but to immediately stop. His face revealed an expression that showed that he was not satisfied, yet, as he said, "Little naughty girl, don't go. Grandpa Guan will find you after he wins a few rounds." Caillou glared at Guanxiong and said, "Guanxiong, I want you to be my husband here." Guan Xiaoguan was and laughed. "Your husband?" Guan, she Guanxiong Guan. As soon as he finished speaking, a suave figure flew over from the sky. Ling said, "Tian Kama King," and Tian Xiao said, "Ting to Ling," with Ling said, You can leave first." Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and replied. When familiar people saw Ling Xiao's expression, they knew that someone was going to be unlucky. "Your husband? That Earth Emperor from the Northwest?" Guanxiong asked with a look of disdain. "That's right. I am Ling Xiao, The Earth Emperor from the northwest. Ling Xiao replied coldly. The anger in his heart had already begun to burn. You can begin. After Kai Shiyue went down, the referee immediately announced the start of the match and retreated to the side. Because Kai Shiyue had won 5 matches before, as long as Ling Xiao defeated Guan Xiong, he would obtain this result. If Guan Xiong defeated Ling Xiao, then his victory would reach 6. Brat, as long as you count out to me 3 times, call me Grandpa Guan, and give your woman to Grandpa Guan, I will spare your life. How about it? Guan Xiong crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked Ling Xiao with a smile. He had heard of Ling Xiao's deeds in the first round. He had actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger and defeated the 2 successor disciples of the Blue Sun sect. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Ling Xiao was quite strong, but in Guan Xiong's eyes, Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning. Although there was only one level of difference between a middle-stage Earth Emperor and a high-stage Earth Emperor, the gap between the two was not small. Moreover, Guan Xiong had 2 attributes, so the spiritual energy in his body was twice as dense as an Earth Emperor of the same level. At the same time, his many years of experience in the jungle made him not afraid of anyone, not to mention an Earth Emperor who was 1 level lower than him. In his eyes, it was as easy as crushing an ant. You could say that he was arrogant, but he had the qualifications to be arrogant. After all, he was an Earth Emperor who had grown up through slaughter. He was not someone that those pampered disciples of sects or young masters of aristocratic families could compare to. Haha, even if you kneel down and kowtow out to me and call me Master Ling, I will not let you go. Ling Xiao laughed coldly, and a murderous intent was finally released unscrupulously. Good. You're the only person who dares to talk to Grandpa Guan. Watch Grandpa Guan break your 3rd leg first. Guan Xiong responded a few times, and a powerful high-stage Earth Emperor aura pressed down on Ling Xiao. At the same time, he flew up and kicked at the place where Ling Xiao's trousers were. It seemed that he was really going to cripple Ling Xiao's 3rd leg. Facing Guan Xiong's attack, Ling Xiao did not dodge. At the same time, he also raised his leg and met Guan Xiong's kick. You actually dare to fight me head-on. You have guts. Guan Xiong sneered in his heart. His kick had been infused with the earth element. In a head-on clash, he was not afraid of anyone. In his eyes, Ling Xiao's kick would definitely be crippled. Crack! The 2 feet collided with each other, and sure enough, there was a crisp sound of bones breaking, followed by a blood-curdling scream. However, this scream did not belong to Ling Xiao, but to Guan Xiong himself. Guan Xiong held onto one of his legs and retreated. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he thought to himself, what a hard leg. This guy is strange. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. It turned out that Guan Xiong had suffered a great loss in close combat. Ling Xiao still had a sneer on his face. Didn't you say that you were going to cripple my 3rd leg? Why did you break that leg first? Such a useless leg. Why don't I help you break your other leg as well? As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, his figure began to move at an extremely fast speed. Guan Xiong did not hesitate. With a single kick, he immediately flew into the air. With his ghost axe in his hands, a chilling killing intent began to rise. Come, Grandpa Guan will kill you today. Guan Xiong roared. He had not expected that Ling Xiao's physical body would be so strong that he could break his own leg. However, this did not make him feel afraid. Instead, it aroused his murderous intent. Guan Xiong's 2 axes continuously struck out with dual attributes. The powerful energy drowned out the entire arena. Rumble. Ling Xiao completely ignored these attacks. His body dodged left and right, completely avoiding all of the attacks. He had already arrived at Guan Xiong's side, and he once again sent a kick towards Guan Xiong's other leg. Guan Xiong's reaction was extremely fast. One of his ghost axe chopped towards Ling Xiao's leg. He revealed a sinister smile. I don't believe that your leg can be stronger than my ghost axe. Ling Xiao's leg did not stop, but a layer of sparkling, 5-color dragon scales had appeared on it. Clang! When the leg and the ghost axe collided, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The ghost axe, which was a low-level spirit artifact, had actually been kicked into a huge hole by Ling Xiao's leg. "This is impossible," Guan Xiong hurriedly cried out. He could not help but cry out in alarm. The expressions of the spectators were also extremely exaggerated. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and their mouths were as big as fists. Even the representatives of the various factions on the high altar could not help but stand up, their faces filled with shock. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao's leg would be even harder than a spirit artifact? Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the crowd's reactions. His speed soared once again. In an instant, he was in front of Guan Xiong, and he kicked out again. This time, Ling Xiao's speed was extremely high. Even a low-level Empyrean might not be able to match his speed. By the time Guan Xiong reacted, Ling Xiao's leg had already reached his feet. No! Guan Xiong desperately wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Kacha! Ah! Another sound of bones breaking, and another heart-wrenching scream. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. Guan Xiong broke his leg again, and his body fell heavily from the sky. This ruthless person, who had always been favored by everyone to enter the final round, had two of his legs crippled so easily. No one dared to imagine it. The expressions of the Six Blue Suns sect disciples kept changing. No one knew what they were thinking. The eldest disciple, Wu Lu, said, "Yuanqua, don't provoke him in this round." The second disciple, Lu Yuanqua, nodded and said, "Yes, eldest senior brother." Zhang Dazhua and Shen Mo, who were defeated by Ling Xiao, looked at Guan Xiong with a broken leg. For some reason, they felt fortunate in their hearts. The strongest, Wen Huang, waved his bone fan and said, "His physical body is so terrifying. It seems that he must have cultivated some kind of body-tempering secret technique. However, even if his physical body is comparable to a low-grade spirit artifact, I wonder if he will still be so arrogant when he encounters a high-grade spirit artifact." Bai Minshang said indifferently, "Why don't we wait for the final round and let me fight him?" Wu Lu glanced at Bai Minshang, then looked at Ling Xiao, who was on the stage. In the end, he shook his head and said, "Everything is for the sect's glory. You and Wen Huang break into the top 100 battle emperors first, then think of a way to deal with him." Bai Minsheng could only nod his head lightly, but in his heart, he was thinking, "Ling Xiao, right? I hope you can endure until the top 100 battle emperors." In a corner, a handsome man and a delicate and heroic woman were also watching Ling Xiao. "Brother, this person is so powerful," the woman praised, "and his physical body is very strong. If you meet him, don't choose to fight him in close combat. You must attack from a distance," the man replied indifferently. "And I understand. No matter how powerful his physical body is, it is not as powerful as my purple demon fire. If I meet him, I will definitely roast him into a pig's head," the woman said with a mischievous tone as she clenched her fist. Chapter 601. After breaking both of Guan Xiong's legs, Ling Xiao didn't take advantage of the situation to attack again. Instead, he looked down at Guan Xiong coldly and smiled. "Didn't you say you wanted to break my third leg? What else do you have? Don't admit defeat, or else I'll look down on cowards like you." Guan Xiong lay on the ground, enduring the pain, and quickly swallowed a few pills. His eyes were filled with anger. He couldn't remember how long it had been since someone had looked down on him like this. Even an Empyrean would have to measure their strength before saying such words. "Don't worry, Grandpa Guan won't let you down." Guan Xiong gritted his teeth and shouted. With a push of his hands, he flew up again. At the same time, he shouted, "Earth Hedgehog, come out!" Following his shout, a yellow shadow suddenly appeared and an ear-piercing sound rang out. It was as if it was the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the eardrums. Squeak, squeak. A winged hedgehog the size of a small hill appeared in front of everyone. Its sharp beak was as sharp as a blade, and the bone spurs on its body were as ferocious and frightening as sickles. A pair of fleshy wings were constantly flapping and flapping, and a pair of small, mouse-like eyes were filled with cunning. Guanxiong landed on the winged hedgehog's head, the only place without bone spurs, and shouted, "Kill him for me." At the same time, the ghost axe in his hand attacked Ling Xiao with a powerful Xian skill. Ling Xiao was the first person to force him to summon his spiritual beast. He was determined to kill Ling Xiao to vent his anger. Although Guanxiong's legs were broken, his spiritual power was still there. His attack was not something an ordinary high-level Earth Emperor could compare to. The winged hedgehog's small eyes kept darting around, trying to catch Ling Xiao's figure, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. Sure enough, when it saw Ling Xiao fly out of the attack, its sharp beak quickly stabbed towards Ling Xiao's chest. Its mouth was the same as its bone spikes. It was as hard and sharp as a low-grade spirit weapon. Moreover, its mouth was good at sucking blood. If an ordinary person was stabbed, it would definitely be able to suck the opponent's blood clean in a short period of time. Its sharp beak pierced Ling Xiao's chest, but it didn't pierce through Ling Xiao's body as expected. Go to hell. Guanxiong seemed to have expected this, and swung his axe at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao quickly grabbed the sharp beak of the winged hedgehog with one hand, while his other hand immediately blocked the axe light. Ling Xiao's ancient Emperor Divine technique had already reached the 4th transformation, and his unique origin returning technique had advanced to the 6th level, the crystallization stage. His body's defense was already invulnerable to swords and spears, and impervious to fire and water. Guanxiong's axe didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao's hand. Just when Guanxiong was about to chop down a second time, Ling Xiao had already ruthlessly smashed the sharp beak of the winged earth hedgehog that had been stuck in his chest. Squeak! The sharp beak of the winged earth hedgehog was forcibly smashed by Ling Xiao. It let out an ear-piercing cry, and its body shook violently. Guanxiong, who was sitting on its head, was almost thrown off. This also caused him to be unable to attack Ling Xiao. "You killed my woman's spirit beast, so I'll first destroy your ugly spirit beast," Ling Xiao said faintly. The aura around his body continued to soar, and his entire body condensed into a 5-colored crystalline dragon scale armor. Ling Xiao's first punch landed on the winged earth hedgehog's slender eye. Squeak! Another shriek rang out, and the slender eye directly caved in, fresh blood gushing out incessantly. Following that, Ling Xiao's figure began to flash around the winged earth hedgehog at an extremely fast speed, his golden fists constantly swinging. Ding dang dang dang. His fists constantly smashed on the winged earth hedgehog's bone spurs, producing the sound of weapons clashing. Then, bone spurs could be seen breaking off from the winged earth hedgehog's body. The winged earth hedgehog let out a series of pitiful cries, and its body constantly thrashed about as if it had gone mad. Guanxiong, who was on its back, anxiously shouted, "Earth Hedgehog, hold on. I'll help you." Guanxiong finally brought out his trump card. He threw away the ghost axe in his hand, and a new pair of ghost axes appeared in his hands. This pair of ghost axes was obviously more extraordinary than the previous pair. The fluctuations of their attributes were greater, and the spirit beast phantom in the air constantly roared. This pair of ghost axes was a high-grade 6th-grade spirit weapon that Guanxiong had specially prepared for this Imperial List tournament. He originally wanted to wait until the Battle of the 1,000-strong to use it, but now it was no longer up to him. Mountains crumble, thousands of trees fall. Guanxiong's legs couldn't move, but he could still use his own spirit chi to fly up from the winged earth hedgehog's back, and the 2 axes blasted out a powerful blow. This was a joint attack of the earth and with attributes, and it was currently his most powerful move. The earthy yellow energy smashed down like a collapsing mountain, and tens of thousands of trees collapsed and surged forward. This move of Guanxiong actually contained a bit of the power of Tao, and it was a terrifying attack that was about to condense his own small universe. The surrounding people let out an uproar. This has already surpassed the attack of an Earth Emperor, and it can at least be considered a full-strength attack of a half-step Exalt. I'm afraid that kid in the Northwest will have a hard time withstanding it. That's hard to say. Don't forget that kid has a ghostly movement technique, and he might be able to dodge it. In the face of absolute power, everything is in vain. It will be difficult for him to escape such a powerful attack with his movement technique, unless he runs out of the arena. A mid-stage Earth Emperor is able to force a peak-stage Earth Emperor to this extent. He should be proud. Rumble. The powerful attack drowned the arena, and the surrounding light curtain shook incessantly, and cracks appeared on it. Fortunately, the referee repaired the light curtain in time. Ha! That damn bastard is finally dead. Seeing that there was no one in front of him, Guanxiong immediately laughed out loud. He felt that Ling Xiao must have been smashed into pieces by his move. Don't worry, you're the damned bastard. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded from behind Guanxiong. Guanxiong was shocked. Just as he was about to escape, he found that his shoulder was grabbed by a strong hand. Kacha kacha. Ah! 2 consecutive sounds of bones breaking rang out, followed by 2 extremely tragic screams that sent chills down everyone's spines. Guanxiong's arms were directly broken by Ling Xiao. All right, I forgot that you still have a 3rd leg. It's useless to keep that useless leg, so I'll help you cripple it, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. Guanxiong's eyes were filled with fear. Only now did he realize that he had kicked a steel plate this time. He only had one thought, and that was to quickly admit defeat. Only then could he save his life. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and shouted, I admit. However, before he could finish his words, a fist ruthlessly smashed into his mouth. Ugh! Guanxiong's mouth was slapped crookedly by Ling Xiao, and a few of his teeth fell out with fresh blood. Hee, I know you've admitted your mistake, so accept my punishment. Ling Xiao's smile was like a demon from the depths of hell, causing everyone to feel that it was too deep and terrifying. Ling Xiao mercilessly stomped on the bottom of Guanxiong's 3rd leg. This time, Guanxiong fell from the sky like a dead dog. The scene immediately became deathly silent. At first, when Ling Xiao registered, everyone only treated him as a joke. In the eyes of the people of the central region, the Northwest was just a desolate place. How strong could the earthly emperor that came from there be? However, in the first round of the competition, their opinions of Ling Xiao had slightly changed. However, they felt that Ling Xiao had only won by playing tricks. Therefore, their impression of Ling Xiao was not too deep. However, now that ruthless Guanxiong's 4 limbs have been crippled, no, 5 limbs have been crippled, they thoroughly felt that this earthly emperor from the Northwest was actually so valiant, so terrifying, and so ruthless. I'll spare your dog life for now. Wait until I get rid of your beast first. Ling Xiao kicked Guanxiong's mouth again to prevent him from admitting defeat. Guanxiong's intestines were green with regret. He really wanted to shout out and admit defeat, but his mouth had already been kicked crooked and was unable to move. His heart sank to the bottom. Ling Xiao stared at the winged hedgehog that had yet to die. Under his continuous bombardment, all the bone spurs on the winged hedgehog's body were broken, and even its wings were forcibly snapped off by Ling Xiao. The originally ferocious and ugly spirit beast became even uglier, but did not have the slightest bit of intimidation. Disappear from me, Ling Xiao said coldly, smashing the winged hedgehog to Guanxiong's side, and then flew into the air. He spread out his palms, and golden spirit energy surged forth like a swallow returning to its nest. Then he smashed this powerful golden spirit energy down from above. Rumble. The huge energy caused the arena, which was made of 1,000-year-old rocks, to collapse. Guanxiong and the winged hedgehog, who had long been crippled, were blasted into nothingness. The surrounding ground shook from the impact, and the defensive light screen of the arena burst open once again, scaring many people into retreating far away. This energy has actually reached the level of a heavenly venerable. The referee's old eyes twitched, and he hurriedly flew into the air again, deducing the small square world and tightly guarding the light screen. When everything had vanished, The arena returned to its tranquil state. A tall figure slowly landed on the arena, a faint smile still hanging on his face, as if he had not used any strength at all and had not done anything at all. Next, his words caused a large number of people to fall to the ground. He scratched the back of his head, looked at the referee, and said, "Sir, this arena is so damaged. I don't need to pay for it, right?" Ling Zhao's expression was very innocent, and his expression was very serious, as if he was really afraid of being punished by the referee. The referee's expression darkened, and he waved his hand, saying, "It's fine. Even if you destroy this place, no one will come looking for you to pay for it." "That's good, that's good." Ling Xiao showed a lucky look as he patted his chest. The people below cursed in their hearts. This guy is too shameless. He killed someone, and yet he's still pretending. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.